Exactly. You are not disposable.
It's a dangerous job, but you aren't soul-bound. None of Mortimer's slaves will be able to pick up on you. But you've got the best fucking magic we can provide in your trinkets. It will be better than most of his minions. You'll be informed when it's time to act. Until then, keep your heads down and infiltrate the city. I'll expect daily reports via glimpse. Aresk bless you, secret warriors. A clash of shields rang out, not just for us, but across the entire army. Legionaries raised their shields and spears and bellowed at the sky. Nomads whooped and screamed, the patrols whipping their ponies into a frenzy as they charged across the flatlands. Pautu grinned and offered me a warrior's clasp. I locked wrists with him, controlling my strength. He squeezed, and I smiled in reply. With a chuckle, he let go and turned to his team. "You heard the warlord. Get the ponies saddled." I opened my mouth, but he looked back at me and grinned. We'll put the saddles in storage before we run into anyone. We'll have the crow, remember? No reason we should have sore arses for longer than needed, Lord.
Fine. Godspeed, gentlemen. We ain't gentle, laughed one of the killers. He ain't even a man, snapped another, earning a flicked rock to the head in response. We'll do what needs doing. Kill who needs killing, King Mond, Pautu said seriously as his team filed out. I reached up and ruffled the feathers on the back of Glimpse's neck. The army had nomads and Husker scouts. The feral Husker were always roaming ahead, serving as tripwires for any ambushes or resistance we might encounter. We didn't need the crow, but I was reluctant to let him go so far for so long. It will be fine, Ray. It will be good to see a proper city. I gave him another scritch, and then he hopped over to land on Pautu's shoulder and cawed loudly. The man stuck a finger in his ear, and I grinned. He does that sometimes. Remember, he's not just eyes in the sky. He's a powerful mage as well. Shit goes sideways, he's going to be burning the place down behind you as you run. Got the mana potions in here for him, Lord. Pautu tapped the string of simple beads under his tunic. I nodded, and we stood to watch them mount up to ride south. Standing silently with the Fangs and Krill took me back to simpler times. Our journey back to Areskit from the mammoth hunt had had many such moments. It seemed like years ago. I'd been an outsider, struggling to find my place among my new people back then. Now they marched to my tune, and I reached for the vast spiderweb of bonds in my mind. Now, thousands were literally tied to my soul. I wouldn't let my people fall into Mortimer's empire of death. I'd kill every motherfucker, every monster he sent our way. The Sikareskan tribes, indisputable lords of the steppe, would become lords in truth as we conquered the South. Chapter 40. I loved it when a plan came together. The scenery around us changed as we moved south. The land became drier and arid. The thick grasslands of the steppe gave way to barren expanses, tufts of dry grass clustering around scraggly-looking bushes. The thick forests and verdant plains were now behind us, but along the river, a sense of that vibrant greenery remained. A few miles on either side of the river felt almost like home, and the carefully irrigated farmlands almost simulated the environments I'd grown used to since coming to Earth. I'd spent my souls to give us more casters. The amalgams couldn't be fought head-on. They had to be whittled down and then killed from within. I'd needed more mages, and, much to the annoyance of the tribes, I'd made the pragmatic choice. Humans started off with stats at F rank, maybe E rank if they were a generational genius. Huskar started at B if they were subnormal. That didn't mean I'd neglected my human followers entirely. The Fangs, Krill, and the Coven had all received significant boosts in power. The Fangs had continued to lean into their physical attributes, which enabled them to cut through normal enemies like a scythe through a meadow. The Coven had increased their magic potential. Grable, Faye's other old friend,
had been leveled and sent north to make more golems. The rest of the ladies had embraced the newfound respect of the warriors, having stood toe-to-toe with Ashrot. None of the chiefs dared cross them. In fact, every single chief had petitioned to have their wives or daughters inducted into my cadre of witches. I'd swelled the coven's ranks a little. Krill had suggested half a dozen chiefs and kings who should be bound more closely to my emergent government. Such a dirty word. I was now the man. I was the thing that had sent me off to war 15 years ago, a young kid with a penchant for violence and a lack of empathy. I was now the tax man, demanding my cut from everyone else. The exigencies of coordinating such a mass movement of people needed precious metals to grease the wheels. And I had no choice but to become the thing I used to hate. I was sitting in the most heavily defended wagon in our column, Faye leaning against my arm with her head on my shoulder as we rolled along. The lowing of the aurochs, so similar to cattle from Earth, provided a quiet background noise that left us content to sit in silence. I could feel the legionaries and the fangs who surrounded our vehicle in the webwork of strands, tying my soul to so many others. "Why not just get as many levels as possible?" Haylin asked from the other side of Faye. "It's a trade-off, Haylin. Whatever I spend on levels, I can't spend on magic or boosting up more casters." "You need to be thinking about keeping some souls for your son," Haylin barked back, and the rest of the coven in the wagon nodded firmly. I was very much outnumbered here. "He'll need to grow up normally to start with." Can you imagine a toddler who can snap spear shafts in his fingers? He'll get power when he's ready. In about 15 fucking years, if he's lucky. So you'd leave him vulnerable and weak. Some boy from a rival family could just kill him in training. Another member of the coven snapped at me. "He'll have the best care possible. Answer me this. Would you want our empire to be inherited by a spoiled brat who'd always been able to kick the shit out of anyone who pissed him off? You weren't part of the Airy Skin. Hakuban's spawn was a bully and a shit without any kind of power. If he'd grown up able to fling fire or stomp anyone he took a dislike to, all backed by his terrible father and mother, it doesn't bear thinking about." I was losing my cool. "My husband is correct," Faye said, raising her head to glare at her colleague. "My son will grow up normally. I won't release a monster on the world. He'll be firm but fair." Her silken hair nestled back against my cheek, as the matter was now settled. I still needed to level up. I would keep a decent reserve of souls, a couple more days, and I could buy some more of the increasingly precious mana and health potions. I examined my status screen and frowned as my head lolled back against the side of the wagon. I was down to just over 60,000 souls, wealth more than I could imagine when I first arrived here, but every choice had to matter. I started doing the numbers in my head, and my frown deepened. After a few minutes of deep thought, I made my decision, for good or ill. Level 150, primary stats, body, S, mind, B+, soul, A. Available souls, 50,553. Secondary stats, physical strength, 70. Reflexes, 60. Health, 700. Magic strength, 40. Focus, 30. Mana, 720. Muscles tightened, and my bones creaked. The increased magic strength increased the duration of all my spells by another 5 seconds. The extra mana and health gave me a sense of confidence. I'd started with less than 100 in each stat, and even then I'd been able to take a beating and dish out some magical damage. Now, for how to dish out more magical damage. The only affinity I had that dealt direct damage was fire, so I focused my souls there. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 134 meters. Intensity, plus 236%. Lasts 20 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 100%. Projectile. Speed, plus 90%. Detonation, 16.5 meters cubed. Fire wall. Area, 29 meters squared. Lasts 20 seconds. Barrier, 220 HP. Area, 5 meters squared. Fire spirit. Duration, 110 seconds. Burning skies. Area, 140 by 140 meters. Duration, 20 seconds. Combustion. Self. Duration, 19 seconds. Cast once per day. Wildfire. Duration, 19 seconds. Cast once per day. Affinity. Life. Heal, self, 20 HP and 156% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 98%. Resistance, all, 60%. Projectile. Speed, plus 156%. Heal other. Rapid growth. Area, 20 meters squared.
Projectile. Speed, plus 156%. Enhance other. Shapeshift, minor. Duration, 110 seconds. Shape. Soulbound servant. Permanent. Maximum 2 shaped servants. Shape vegetation. Range. Touch. Duration, 10 seconds. Major shapeshift. Self. Duration, 14 seconds. Cast once per day. Affinity. Space. Size. Range, 54 meters. Intensity, 58%. Mass. Range, 54 meters. Intensity, 58%. Area, 10.5 meters cubed. Optional. Lasts 15 seconds. Resistance, 100%. Pocket dimension, 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear. Range, 11 meters. Phase. Duration, 14 seconds. Cast once per day. Titanic majesty. Duration, 14 seconds. Cast once per day. Affinity. Earth. Shape earth. Range. Touch. Duration, 15 seconds. Summon earth. Volume, 0.5 meters cubed. Range. Touch. Refresh earth. Area, 0.5 meters squared. Hybrid spell. Earth/fire. Volcanic vent. Area, 50 by 50 meters. Duration, 15 seconds. Imbue enchant. Soul transfer Erisk's boon. Carrion feeders. Gaze. Erisk's boon. Divine steed. I was down another 20,500 souls, but my big hitters were all a lot more powerful. Burning Skies was now going to cover a huge area. I could cast it from 134 meters away, and the fireballs would fall faster and blow up bigger. A faintly smug smile crossed my face as we rocked back and forth in the wagon. 30,000 souls left in the bank, and Faye's comforting weight pressing against my side made all the worries fall away for a few seconds. But then they roared back with a vengeance. Mortimer had at least one field army in the immediate area. There were more city-sized amalgams out there. Some of the chiefs were angry at me for killing the looters and rapists who'd tried to sack Setall. I was going to be a dad soon. Shit. That last one landed the hardest. I glanced down at the top of Faye's head, and my right hand reached out to find hers where it lay in her lap. She squeezed back gently as my fingers found her own. Her grip reassured me, taking some of the force out of my worries.
I had been a loner, responsible to, and, more importantly, for, no one but myself. Now tens of thousands of lives hinged on my every decision. Ray, your band of merry murderers is skirting Urkash's field army. You should take a look. I sat bolt upright, dislodging Faye, who made an angry squawking noise until she saw the look on my face. How far ahead of us are you? I sent Glimpse even as I reached out to borrow his senses. The sight made my face go pale, and Faye cut off what I think would have been an angry chiding. What is it, Ray? She asked quietly. Glimpse has found Mortimer's field army and... Jesus Christ. We'll smash the shit-sitters with magic. I stopped paying attention to the sudden babble in the wagon as I struggled to pass what I was seeing via Glimpse. A sea of dead flesh. More bandaged men than I could have imagined were arrayed around a series of strongpoints. A row of low hills a mile or so from the river, and stretching 5 miles out into the uncultivated wasteland, had fortifications built on top of them. Crude things, to be sure. The wooden walls wouldn't stand against the feral huskers, let alone the legions. But human troops would struggle against them. The little forts looked like islands rising from the water of the undead. Each hill was lined with fields of sharpened stakes up its slopes to keep cavalry away. Tens, probably hundreds of thousands of the fucking zombies were standing like rotting statues in the dips and valleys between the high points in the landscape. On the far side of each fort, human troops massed, huddled around fires in rudimentary camps. Their numbers were less than the zombies, but they still outnumbered my entire force. Glimpse narrowed one eye and highlighted an array of war beasts, massive pigs and oversized elephants, lesser cousins to the mammoths for sure, but still formidable, all ready to be sent into battle. 2 hills, one at either end of the defensive line, weren't crowned with a fort or lined with stakes. They pulsed slightly, faint movements as the amalgams circulated gases within their bodies. They weren't of the same scale as Ashrot, but they weren't too far off. Big bastards. And we'd need to deal with the pair of them at the same time. How far ahead of us are you? I repeated. We've made good time. You're probably still 4 or 5 days away from the site they've picked out, Glimpse replied. But I could feel the edge of uncertainty in his thoughts. When you could literally follow a path as the crow flies, it became difficult to put the distance into terms a terrestrial being could understand. What about the assassins? Yanko and Hepatic are going to double back to try and infiltrate the human forces behind the lines. The rest will continue on to Urkash. Good. Stick with the main force. Yanko and Hepatic will have to operate independently for now, I sent back. I heard a caw of approval in my mind. When you deploy independent forces beyond your immediate command and control, you have to trust them to use their best judgment. If the pair were captured or killed, that was in the lap of the gods. They didn't know anything that wouldn't be obvious by now. The Horde was riding south, supported by the Huskar and Titans. They'd already know that despite our best efforts to hunt down their scouts. Despite my views on the gods, I sent a quiet prayer to Aresk for the lives of my infiltrators. Please let them succeed. Please let them escape afterwards. This attachment to my people had been normalized in my mind, but it still felt slightly alien, as though it had been implanted into me. I ran the numbers as best I could in my head. Mortimer's forces were positioned so that they could catch our scouts, and the main force would crest a series of low rises and walk into a trap. But he'd underestimated us again. Even without Glimpse, the nomads on their hardy ponies would have given the army enough warning, even if dozens of them died to bring back the information. He didn't know what he was up against. Did I? I thought I did, but that's the first step towards hubris. I needed more information. How are they being supplied? I sent to Glimpse. Boats on the river unloaded a small town a few miles behind the defenses. Then they shipped the goods overland to the forts. Send one of the assassins into the town. He should burn it down and disrupt their supplies in advance of our arrival. And how do I mime that to someone who cannot hear my thoughts? Glimpse replied with an amused tone. You're a smart bird. Figure it out. I want the humans hungry and demoralized before we even see the bastards. You want to starve your enemies? Raymond, I never knew you had it in you. I'll find a way to send one of them to sabotage the town, Ray. Glimpse chuckled in my mind, and I cut the connection, letting it fall back to a passive awareness of the bird. I've got to go, I said to Faye, who was arguing with the other members of the coven. There'll be work to do in the near future, the kind of work you did on Ashrot. I passed my gaze over the ladies present, and something must have changed in my eyes. None of them, not even Halen, had anything cutting to say. Fierce glares came back, and resolute nods. Go speak to the chiefs, love. I'll pick your brains tonight in camp. Faye planted a kiss on my cheek, and I rose to my feet. I leapt down from the back of the wagon and looked around. Pertabon! Fangs! I bellowed. Resk's hairy sack, Mond. We were right here, said Cause as the fangs condensed around me. Find Bon and the chiefs. If they're still pissy with me in a week's time, I'll eat my indestructible tunic. We've found them, I said with a smile. I loved it when a plan came together. The main army? Jandak said happily. Oh, this will be fun. No need to hide behind the women's skirts before we can face the foe. I heard that, Halen called from within the nearby wagon, and Jandak flinched. We'll have some fun, he said more quietly, with a wink. Chapter 41. The man was dead, he just didn't know it yet. I was busily sketching out maps of the enemy positions based on the visuals I had received from Glimpse. Faye and I were alone in our tent. I glanced up and smiled as she stretched out on our fur-lined bed and rolled over to face me, head propped up on one fist, elbows sinking into the primitive mattress. I was proud of the invention, although spring steel had recently climbed to the top of my to-do list. This is a lot more comfortable than our old bed, she said with a sigh. She hitched herself around, trying to find a position that eased the burden from her swollen belly. I moved over, pulled a cushion from behind her, and tucked it under her bulge. Thanks, love. So much better. How hard do you think the battle will be? I don't want to jinx it, but with a bit of luck, we should be able to bait out the amalgams and their cavalry. I'd bet my left nut our boys are better in the saddle than Mortimer's, and we've got plans to deal with amalgams now we know their weaknesses. Then we nuke the center and the undead, while the nomads encircle them and wear the flanks down. The Legion smashes them apart down the middle, and we destroy them in detail, I replied as I returned to my maps. You think it will be so easy? Faye asked with a skeptical tone. I glanced up and flashed her a smile. Nope. But good plans should be flexible. We'll keep the main camp well back from the front, so we've got room to maneuver. And the captains know what they're doing now, most of them anyway. There'll always be a few hotheads who get themselves and their men killed. I grimaced as I traced another line between the small port town and the main forts to highlight a supply route. It's time, Ray, Glimpse sent. I'm going to zone out and watch the killers move into the enemy camp, love. Give me a few minutes? She nodded and rolled over onto her back, crossing her hands on her belly and trying to sleep. I'll be here when you get back, she said softly, but I suspected she'd be long asleep before my attention returned to my immediate surroundings. I closed my eyes and focused my attention through the borrowed senses of my crow companion. It was a dark night, and thin clouds were lit with silver light by the moons behind them, but all the stars were blocked out. More or less perfect conditions for what Janko and her Patek were about to attempt. Dark enough to be able to slip through the shadows easily, but light enough that they weren't operating in pitch black. The two men had chosen to approach a camp behind one of the western forts. It was a morass of barely clothed men huddled around thousands of campfires that stretched out behind the more heavily defended hilltops. My killers stayed low as they approached, flitting from shadow to cover and back to shadows. Glimps circled overhead, ready to warn them of any patrols. The pair had done their prep work. They knew where the sentries were and skirted between them. The wandering patrols were easily avoided by the occasional judicious caw from Glimps to tell them to hold or push on. They were sneaky bastards. I was impressed. Once they were past the outlying sentries and patrols, they set up an ambush by the latrine that was furthest out, and thus the least vile. The pair of them mobbed the first poor bastard who wanted to take a dump without smelling everyone else's shit. He was throttled. Not a nice way to go, but it's quiet. And when it's 2 versus 1, the one is shit out of luck. Steel wire garrots were mandatory equipment for my kill teams. The victim was stripped, and Janko put the stolen clothing on. He skipped the loincloth, but put the simple kilt-like skirt on over his own. His original clothes, as well as his body, vanished into a storage bead. The only thing marking him out from the norm was the simple necklace of stones, all worked smooth and no larger than a pea. While it was an anomaly, it shouldn't stand out too much in the dark. Rinse and repeat. 2 blokes who liked to crap at night were dead, and my boys were kitted up to blend right in. They abandoned stealth from that point and began walking in the open. God damn, they were professional about it. With a tidy suit and a clipboard, you can walk into pretty much any office complex on Earth, as long as you look like you know you belong and can smooth-talk the outer security. People just assume you have a right to be there. A knot of pride formed in my throat as they casually wandered through the camp towards the main supply dump. Glimps hopped from tent to tent ahead of them, a quiet caw letting the pair know when to stop or when to hurry on. They found the horses' fodder first. Bales of hay were piled up and left uncovered due to the warmth and lack of rain. Janko pulled out a series of jars from his storage, and the pair carefully threw the liquid in them across the huge piles of hay. Herbs I didn't recognize were added to what I assumed were barrels of oats, and the pair moved on, nodding happily to the guards they passed on the way towards the command section, and they were politely ignored in reply. Glimps knew where he needed to lead them, and they made a beeline for the officers' food supplies. "Halt! What are you two doing?" demanded a guard in a gruff voice. Glimps let out a double caw from above. "Looking for a pisser?" "This place is fucking maze," grumbled Janko. "You two piss together, do you?" The guard narrowed his eyes at them. "Herpa here doesn't like the dark. Hasn't done it since we were kids. Gotta look out for your old friends, don't you?" Janko laughed as he pointed a thumb at Herpatik, who scowled in reply. "Hedesti lurks in the night, Jankit. You know that better than most," Herpatik replied. "I don't give a fuck what you do in the dark, but the latrines are back that way." The guard pointed back towards the edge of camp with the spear in his right hand. "That way?" asked Janko, stumbling as he turned and putting himself just beneath the spearhead. The guard growled and slammed the shaft of the spear down into Janko's shoulders. He did not get the response he expected. Janko must have burned a charge of enhancement. I'd enchanted those beads myself, so he had just become nearly twice as strong as he ought to be. The wood clacked on his shoulders, and he moved faster than should have been possible. One hand latched onto the shaft and pulled, throwing the guard off balance. His back foot flicked out in a blur to smack into the guard's stomach, doubling the man over and winding him. Herpatik stepped in smoothly and wrapped a wire around the man's throat, crossing his arms quickly to yank it tight and make it bite into the throat through the cartilage. He shifted his hip, forcing the guard back upright and stretching him out when all his body wanted to do was curl around the pain in his gut. "A little help?" Herpatic asked, as he struggled with the guard, who was scabbling at his throat and trying to throw his weight around so he could snatch a desperate breath. It was pointless. The initial tightening of the garrote had crushed his larynx. The man was dead. He just didn't know it yet. Yanko struck the guard in the chest, and the man stopped trying to pull the wire from his neck and curled his arms across himself. Yanko broke the victim's nose with his other fist, then stepped back to rub his shoulder. "You're going to have a rough time next, Herp. That situation still hurts. Not for much longer. If we survive, we'll get the bond and join the nobility." "Stop moving!" he shouted as the man struggled for air in his grip. "And then we'll be a powerful force for our own little kingdoms to rule in Mon's name. We could found our own tribes." Yanko yanked the guard back into the shadows of a nearby hut, letting his body fall to the ground while the rope tightened around his throat. "I admire your optimism." Yanko stepped forward and kicked the struggling guard in his leg. "How big are your lungs?" Glimpse gave a warning call, and a dagger quickly flashed toward the guard's chest to finish the fight. His body vanished into storage, and Janko assumed the guard's position as a group of enemy soldiers wandered past. Herpatic lurked in the shadow of the hut and seemed to fade from sight as far as Glimpse could tell. He'd used a trinket to create an illusion. I had no experience with the light, or maybe it was the darkness, affinity, but I could see the effects were impressive. He blurred out, blending into the background. It sparked a tickle of paranoia. Predator-stealthed assholes could be sneaking through our camp at any time. Note to self, figure out a countermeasure for those kinds of shenanigans. "Where'd Gruku go?" called one of them. "He's promised me a game of stones once he finishes his shift." "To the pisser! The bastard roped me in to cover for him," Janko called in a jovial voice, waving his snatched-up spear in the direction of the latrines. "Typical. Have fun standing there for the rest of the night for him, you dumbass."
"He won't be back!"
called one of the others as they moved away, laughing. "I don't like these shit-sitters," muttered Janko as Glimpse moved over to sit on the hut beside the assassins. "Me neither. Filthy fuckers. Arrests holy trousers. We need to get this done and get out. We can hit the other officers' stores tomorrow night. No point taking risks on our first run," said Herpatic as he emerged from the illusion he'd thrown up. "Yeah, what poison should we use? The horses are going to refuse water and die. What do we do to the captains? What did the dreamer call it? The shit-your-guts-out potions. Won't look like sabotage, just disease in the camp. This lot is so disgusting, they won't suspect a thing, but it does the job. If your patriarch is puking and shitting himself to death, he isn't making sure you're doing your job." The pair flinched as Glimpse let out a series of caws that sounded disturbingly close to human laughter. "The boss is amused, at least," muttered Janko. The pair moved quickly through the finer foods reserved for the commanders. Potions were pulled from storage and then added to casks of salted meat and grains. "Reckon we're done for the night?" Herpatic added as they went back past where they'd killed the guard, leaving the neatly piled stores infected and poisonous. The pair were walking along casually, a couple of locals moving around in the night. There was enough foot traffic between groups of soldiers wandering from fire to fire and the occasional more organized patrols that they weren't drawing any unwanted attention. "Yeah, let's get the fuck out of here for now. We swing east and hit the other end of the line tomorrow night. If the disease spreads inward, it would look normal, right? How long have these fuckers been camping here?" "A few weeks or more, I reckon. The latrines near the camp were overflowing," Herpatic replied. "Shit-sitters, brother.
How there are so many of the bastards escapes me."
The pair nodded amicably at a random soldier who looked up as they passed a campfire. "Hey, mate, how's the food in this part of camp?" called Janko, receiving a series of grumbled complaints in response from the men sitting around the fire. "It's gonna get fucking worse," chuckled Herpatic quietly. "You know, I think you've got a bit of a mean streak." "That's what we got picked for, Janko. That's why we're here." I snapped back to my own body and smiled. The training and the equipment were paying dividends. I was confident that whatever nightmarish, dysentery-inducing potions and herbs Krill had loaded them up with would do the intended job. I marked a series of faint skull and crossbone symbols over the storage areas they hit, and sketched a loose outline over the portion of the camp I expected to be affected. Despite the shit-tier levels of organization the human forces in Mortimer's army displayed, it was, at best, a guess. Logistics was clearly not a high priority for Morty, so while I was generous, I lowballed the estimates. A pessimist is often pleasantly surprised. When I was finished, I laid a piece of leather, soft side down, over the parchment to help it dry and hopefully avoid smudges. I looked over at my wife. Faye was laid out on her back like a corpse at a wake, but the steady rise and fall of her chest assured me she was still alive, despite her vampire-in-a-coffin pose. I took a sip of ched, the bitter tea now more familiar than any taste from Earth, and stripped down. I threw my underthings into a pile, laid the impervious tunic over a wooden chest, and slipped into the furs next to my wife. I gently pulled them up over her as I burrowed beneath the animal skins until our skin was touching. She sighed and leaned into me, leaving a long line of skin joining us from breast to toes. I liked my space in the night, enough room to move about and cool down, but I didn't pull back. Her hair tickled my nose, and I suppressed a sneeze. My hazel-eyed goddess, mother to my soon-to-be-born first child. She leaned in, raising her face for a kiss. Not asleep yet, then? I grinned as I leaned down to brush my lips against hers. Sleep now, love. I'm here. I'll always be here. We've got armies to organize tomorrow, and enemies to slay soon. How did the killers do? She murmured as she nuzzled into my neck. Well enough. Professional. I'm proud of them. They lived, she whispered casually. Oh yes. Going to do some more damage tomorrow night as well, from the sound of it. Good lads. We'll need to find good wives for the survivors, she muttered. Good night, love. What savage people. But I loved them almost as much as I loved the woman pressed against me. Good night, Faye. Chapter 42. War suited me. We left the wagons a few dozen miles north of the enemy fortifications. No point risking the non-combatants and the herds against the amalgams. We'd likely have to give ground while we whittled the monsters down enough to let the golems attack them from the inside. Fodder for the animals was getting scarce. Thousands of huskers and nomads consumed a substantial amount of food each day. We'd abused rapid growth as much as we could, but the lush grasslands of the north had given way to arid badlands, except along the river, and food was going to become an issue in the near future. The husker hadn't bothered setting up a fort this time. We were here to smash the enemy defenses and destroy their army, rather than engage in protracted trench warfare. Not that we weren't deploying siege engines. The enemy scouts had been swept aside by the nomads upon our arrival. Some of them had probably made it back to camp to report on us, but Glimpse hadn't noticed any sudden rush to form up among Mortimer's troops. Setting up trebuchets was not a simple process, nor was it fast under normal circumstances. However, from a huskar's perspective, the massive beams were more like twigs, and could be held in place by a couple of legionaries while bolts were hammered home and ropes were tightened. It took the big bastards a couple of hours to go from parts on a wagon to rock-flinging nightmares able to smash city walls. Fortunately, the walls they were aiming for beyond the next hill were only made of wood. Unfortunately, in the time it took to build them, the Urkash army figured out what was happening and got their shit together. Somewhat. The undead, a wild gaggle of corpses that stretched over a dozen miles from end to end, leapt into a frenzy and rushed towards our positions. "Clear the chaff from the wheat!" Bon called out as I nodded to him. A series of horn blasts rang out, and the nomads poised just below the lip of the hill trotted smartly to the crest and unleashed arrows and javelins, enchanted with firewall spells, down into the gray mass as the zombies struggled up the hill. Lines of fire ripped through the horde, reducing bandaged men and women to charred remnants that collapsed into ash as their bones cooked. I nodded at Bon again, and the horns rang out. From Glimpse's eyes, I watched as 3 lines of dust tore up the hill we were sheltering behind. 3 figures blurred across the slope, then flew into the air to slam down in the midst of the enemy's disposable troops. Blurs of violence spread out around them as my fangs finally got to have some fun. The nomads peeled away on their fast ponies, falling back to the sides of the 3 legions we'd planned to hold our center, as the giants marched steadfastly up the hill. They reached the peak before the zombies could recover from the sudden and extremely violent arrival of my 3 friends. Shields slammed down, locked together, and a colossal roar went up from the Huskar. Short swords poked through between the wall of laminated wood, as spears were leveled over the leading troopers' shoulders from their mates behind them. Beams of power ripped out across the enemy, as the 3 legions, barely 3,000 in number, unleashed the magic of their artifacts. Elemental beams cut through the horde, but with enough bodies you can soak any amount of damage, and the horde slowly drew closer to the thin line of giants holding the ridge of the hill. Wilson padded over to me, and I hopped up onto his shoulders. I looked up at Bon and nodded again, receiving a similar gesture in response, and then Wilson took off to my appointed position for the next phase of the fight. My target location was easy to find. 6 bronze humanoid shapes gleamed in the sun. "Raymond, we are ready," said Bob in Erisk's voice. I slipped off the wolf and walked to the top of the hill, my bare feet crushing the dry grass as I went. To my right, the sea of zombies was smashing against Legios 1, 4, and 7. What passed for short swords among the Huskar flashed out between their tall shields, and spears from the taller giants flickered forwards, turning zombies into clouds of rotten blood with each strike. I checked with Glimpse, and sure enough, the Coven and Krill were in position opposite the other amalgam, with their own coterie of golems. The human forces among Mortimer's army were responding very slowly. I shuddered at the thought of what their latrines must look like after a week of nightly raids from my assassins. Suffice it to say, they would be at less than peak performance today. I slipped down the slope towards the amalgam, skirting around the western edge of the horde. Both of the massive lumps of dead flesh had stirred and begun oozing towards the 3 legions currently deployed in the center. They rolled over the undead between them and their targets, moving slowly towards the center of the formation of bandaged men. I sent a command to Glimpse, and he stooped like the falcon he definitely wasn't. His blazing flight took him directly over Bon, and the bird let out 3 sharp caws before wheeling back into the sky to resume his overwatch. Horns rang out. A more complex pattern this time, long and short notes interspersed with each other to create a staccato pattern of noise that issued a specific set of orders. As the crow resumed his station, he sent me a message. "The nomads are moving to encircle them, Ray. You heard the order. Make me some snacks. Your desire for eyeballs is duly noted, bird. I'll try to only nuke their bodies," I sent back, and got an amused sense of hope and appreciation in reply. I stopped skulking and started sprinting towards the amalgam. The nearest wall of flesh suddenly grew eyes pointed my way, and the bulk pivoted in my direction. It sped up, rushing at me like a mobile building, then froze and skidded to a stop, throwing up a shower of dirt. Dozens of eyes formed and dissolved, some the size of my body, others as small as peas. 1,000 voices screamed in the distance, discordant, male and female, united in a wail of agony. The Coven had begun their task, raining elemental damage down on the other amalgam. The one barely 200 meters from me twitched, peristaltic movements echoing up its blob-like body.
Yeah, bloke, you know you fucked up, I called happily as the clouds above me thickened and turned blood red.
This was the first time I'd used my upgraded spell, and I was impressed with the changes. The area was massively increased. 50 by 50 had seemed massive, especially as it could be shaped as I wanted. Now it covered a vast area. The fireballs barely even registered to my senses. They simply appeared at ground level without seeming to cross the intervening space.
They weren't white anymore either.
They were almost colorless, balls of energy that evaporated everything within an area the size of a house. Ashrot would have been easy if I'd had this power level before. No chance to swat the fireballs from the sky with disposable pseudopods, just a rolling line of incineration. One cast was all it took. The amalgam started running. Well, it was more like sliding, away from me as fast as whatever it used for feet could move it. I had a nightmarish vision of tens of thousands of human legs flexing in unison behind the skirt of dead flesh that made up its exterior. Bronze blurs shot past me, flowing down the slope like liquid metal death to hurl themselves into the thing, burrowing in to seek out the shard of the god of death's power that animated the monster. Glimpse confirmed the other amalgam was falling back, having also received multiple bronze enemas. The coven was withdrawing back to the legions, as we had planned.
Oh shit,
Glimpse sent as he suddenly strove for altitude. Huge rocks, a couple of 100 kilograms apiece, were sailing through the air to smash into the crude fortifications, protecting the human element of the enemy. Release the Titans. Let them have a little fun, I sent. Glimpse swerved to the west to get out of the line of fire from the trebuchets, and dove down to caw at Bon as he passed. Brilliant light erupted from the ballistic masonry as it smashed into the wooden walls. They had enchanted them with the projectile version of the light affinity. It turned the already terrifying impacts into eyeball-melting explosions that blinded anyone nearby permanently, and even those further away would be partially blind and disoriented. The next two rocks smashed against a vast shield of ice thrown up by the soulbound and wizards among the enemy. Good. They were wasting their mana before we even closed to engagement range.
Mulius and Marbo stomped through the undead,
pausing occasionally to kick apart any of the lesser amalgams that might pose a threat to the legion behind them. The fangs fell in around them, cutting lines through the gray horde until they formed a trio, fighting back to back, covering each other's flanks and letting the zombies wash against them like waves against a cliff. I glanced at the badly mauled amalgam running away from me and briefly wondered what name the nightmare had taken for itself. Corpse grind? Decay blob? I shrugged. Who cared? The fucker was toast. I drew my sword and glanced down at the silvery blade and smiled faintly. It needed a name as well. All the best swords had names. I was sure I'd heard that before, back on Earth. Stabby McStabface? I could do better than that. The ground blurred beneath me, and I sliced a path through the fangs. Horns rang out again. My commitment to the main assault was the start of Phase 2.
On the hill behind us, the Legion stamped forwards, shields bashed forwards, and turned zombies to mist. Any parts that were left were ground to paste beneath their heels. The 1st, 4th, and 7th Legions began their advance. "Having fun, lads?" I asked as I dodged a whirling spear. "Easy, Jandak. Friendly coming through." "You're a bit gory to be able to identify easily, Mond. Maybe put your armor on. Faye will get cross if you don't," said Mune happily as he lunged and dodged, a steel dagger in each hand. I glanced down and realized I'd painted myself red in the mad dash across the battlefield. I pulled my armor from storage, and it appeared over me, midnight metal coating me from head to toe. "Good point. Mulius, Marbo, don't piss on them, put the fucking boot in! I want those walls taken in 10 minutes!" I yelled at the Titans, who glanced back, then lurched into motion, ignoring the lesser zombies they'd been picking at like fat men at an all-you-can-eat buffet.
We moved forward in their wake, like dolphins chasing a pair of ocean liners. None of the grey hordes could hurt us. The only elements of my army that were at risk of anything but dying from exhaustion while fighting these angry undead were mounted on sturdy ponies and circling around the enemy positions to chase them down when the bastards broke. Which they should be doing in about 20 minutes, give or take. Bolts of fire lashed out from the crude ramparts, but the Titans had learned from previous mistakes. They wore oversized rings loaded with defensive spells. Marbo opened spatial tears, sending the attacks flying back at the defenders as the cat-like Titan moved gracefully closer to the terrified defenders. Mulius loped along, his broken tusk catching the light, discs of ice appearing in front of him to take the worst of the damage in his place. One blast of ice slipped in low, and his left foot became caught in a 3-meter-wide ball of ice, making him stumble and slip. A cry of joy went up from the battlements that quickly fell silent as the oversized giant snarled and punched the ice until it broke free from his foot, and he charged on. Before they reached the flimsy wooden walls, I turned the sky dark once more and shaped the spell to match my wishes. A line of invisible fireballs landed along almost the entire length of the defenses. I'd made it 1 meter wide and long enough to run the gamut of the primitive fortifications. Wood dissolved to ash, humans were vaporized, and in one cast, I'd cleared away their defenses and killed most of their troops who weren't busy shitting themselves to death due to the poisons Janko and Herpatic had slipped into the food and water supplies. As the first 3 legions advanced behind us, the rest of my main force, another 4 legions, emerged and began tramping forward. 2 legions marched on each flank of the leading 3, who had fallen into a slight V formation as they pushed deeper into the horde.
Marbo sailed gracefully over the jagged remains of the walls and threw up a huge cloud of dust as he landed in the midst of the little fort. Something so huge should not be able to arc through the air like an Olympic pole vaulter. The sight was disturbing to me, and the big bastard was moving away from me. To be on the receiving end must have been terrifying. Mulius just kicked his way in and started stomping and punching at the relatively tiny beings. Spells flashed against his thick metallic fur, but he just bellowed and moved faster. We arrived on their heels, but the Titans were already crushing the humans ahead of them. Jandak shot ahead, spear a singing blur as he began cutting apart men who'd been lucky enough to avoid the passing Titans. I skidded to a stop and took a deep breath. The armor wasn't heavy for me, but I could notice the difference in my endurance while wearing it. Find the commanders. I marked their tents on the maps. Take them alive, if possible, I ordered.
What about him?
Cause waved a hand at Jandak's retreating form. Let him blow off some steam. Bring the commanders here if they survive. I sat down on a stump that had once been part of the wall and pulled off my helmet. They sped off in the right direction. The briefings had been very thorough. I watched through glimpse as the horde was crushed by the legions. Out of the flanks, the feral Huskar under Nook's command were hitting the human forces, while the nomads swept around to pincer in from both sides behind the lines. The amalgam the Coven had attacked was the first to collapse and dissolve, but its brother wasn't far behind. Dented bronze machines emerged from the gray gloop that was left when the animating shard was destroyed. We'd lost some, and broken humanoid forms emerged alongside relatively whole ones. I'd need to send another member of the Coven north to make more. Reanimated humanos times 8,430 slain. 126,450 souls harvested.
Nomalis humano, soulbound servant, times 279 slain. 5,580 souls harvested. Nomalis humano times 931 slain. 9,310 souls harvested.
just shy of 170,000 souls in the bank again. War suited me. Chapter 43. Sometimes right isn't enough. With a thought, I sent Glimpse winging south to catch up with my kill team. As he passed overhead, I watched as the slave soldiers of Urkash were being hunted down by whooping nomads. They were leaving a long trail of blood and bodies behind as they ran. I'd read somewhere that most of the killing in ancient battles took place after one side broke and ran. That truth was playing out before my eyes. Squadrons of lancers were pouncing on the larger groups and tearing them apart, while mounted archers herded the fleeing men and kept them from spreading out too much. Feral Huskar ran amok. They would kick or snatch up the fleeing soldiers and then squeeze, turning the poor bastards into empty toothpaste tubes. None of them were eating any of their victims, so I was confident that my orders regarding their diets were holding firm. Beyond the mass of beaten troops lay an arid wasteland. In the steppe, fleeing from a battle wouldn't necessarily mean you'd starve or die of thirst. There was always a stream or a small lake to drink from, and plenty of small game that could be caught with simple traps. This landscape was barren. Very few animals moved, and there were none of the larger creatures I was used to seeing in the north. Goats and skinny-looking sheep replaced aurochs herds, horses and deer. The long green grass was gone, and sandy expanses interspersed with straggly shrubs served as a poor substitute. It looked like hell to my eyes, long since used to the verdant growth of the steppe. Glimpse flew south, speeding ahead of the routed army until he found the killers.
That they had all survived thus far was a testament to their training, equipment, and the savage nature of all the tribesmen. A small camp with a remarkably smokeless fire, a Dakota-style fire with a small tunnel and an air intake, was covered by a pot of boiling water. One of the men was tossing meat and vegetables into it to make a stew. Glimpse landed in the branches above them and squawked to announce himself.
"Birdie's back," one man muttered. "Battle went well then," called Janko. "These silly fucks must have been shitting themselves before you even arrived." Glimpse hopped down and landed on the nondescript man's shoulder. He gave a quiet caw of approval before flapping over to the man chopping meat and giving him a beady look. A chunk was tossed his way and snatched out of the air. "These men know how to reward a bird. You didn't leave a single eyeball," the crow telepathically sent to me. "If you double back later today, there'll be shitloads of them. Don't be bitter, Ray." It was inevitable. What do you want this lot to do next? To you, a field of dead humans is a smorgasbord. To me, it's wrong, inefficient and unprofessional. Keep them moving south. There should be a couple of cities off to the side of our line of advance that need to be poisoned to keep the garrisons at home while we pass. The boys here will need resupply in that case. City stores are more complex to access and much larger than a field army, Glimpse replied. Fly back tonight, and Krill will have a storage ring for you to carry to them, stocked to the gills with dysentery and plague. I will! The crow hopped over to Pautu and began scratching lines in the dirt in front of the man. Finding literate tribesmen had been impossible, so we had compromised, and the men had spent some time with the coven to learn at least the basics of the written language. The ladies had also trained them in the use of the spells bound to the beads around their necks.
Glimpse knew what needed to be conveyed, and when Pautu stumbled, he received a sharp peck on the hand to let him know he'd made a mistake. I focused on my surroundings and slipped my helmet back on, becoming the Black Knight once again. "'Tis but a scratch." The thought set me chuckling as I felt Koss and Mune's threads coming back towards me. They were kicking half a dozen men in various states of disarray ahead of them. The poor bastards were wearing loincloths and not much else. The suspicious brown color of the clothes was a good sign. In terms of how effective Krill's poisons were, they certainly weren't a good sign for these soldiers. Red letters hovered over each of their heads. They had stats in the C and B range.
These blokes were bugger all threat to me or the Fangs.
As requested, Mond. You might want to keep your distance. The smell isn't so good.
What the fuck kind of potions did Krill give the assassins? Asked Cause as he kicked the last man into position, fallen to his knees and clutching his guts. Bad ones, I grimly chuckled. Gentlemen, I'm afraid I require some information from you, and I know you can't just share it, even though you know what's coming your way if you don't. That soul-bound compulsion prevents you from being of much use to us, right? Well, it's a curious thing. We've discovered that a little pain, or a lot of pain if I'm being honest, can help your mind slip those chains for a little while. Long enough for you to be useful at any rate. I crouched down in front of them and raised the visor of my helmet. 5 bolts of power shot towards me and coursed over my armor. Crackles of electricity writhed across the black surface as the fire and ice attacks essentially canceled each other out. I closed the visor, unaffected. I really liked my new armor. Blind them and take them to Krill, I ordered. Mune grinned and drew his daggers to do the honors. Don't tell Glimpse we destroyed so many eyeballs. He's already in a bad mood with me. I am not in a bad mood with you, Raymond, the crow sent. You blokes are in for a world of hurt for a while. Once we know everything you know about Mortimer's armies and empire, we'll put you out of our misery. Don't give them to the women and boys. Just kill them. Mune had already blinded half of them, quick slices that cut into the bridge of their noses as he pierced both eyes. The man at the end of the line glanced to his side and vomited noisily. I turned and headed back out into the battlefield to meet the legions. They weren't far off at this point, a few hundred meters from the ruined walls at most. I waved as I approached, and a series of barked orders and trumpets rang out to signal the halt. They stopped in perfect formation, and shields were lowered to the ground, the ranks leaning on them as the Huskar began chatting and joking among themselves. "Where's Bon?" I called. "Back with the signifiers, Legate. You want me to call him forward?" called a centurion. "No worries, bloke. I'll find him. You guys can fall out. They've routed, and we're all clear for the time being. Good work today. Glory to the 1st, the 4th, and the 7th. The rest of you can go first next time." "No thanks, Legate," chuckled one of the soldiers from the second wave. "Glory is all well and good, but it's better to live." A centurion clouted the Huskar on the back of the head and began yelling in his ear, but I walked on with a laugh and smiled at the hard-done-to soldier as I passed. The signifiers, our horn section, were where I'd left them, just behind the crest of the hill we'd used to cover our initial approach. They'd fallen out. Horns were being carefully wrapped in waxed linen sheets and made ready for storage. "Bon!" I called as I approached. A Huskar appeared from nowhere next to me and fell into step, marching along like an oversized shadow. His dull gray armor was markedly different from the gleaming steel of the other troops. "Good job, Umbrati. Glad to know you're keeping an eye on the command team." "We're always watching, Legate," the stealthy Huskar rumbled. "Any problems I should know about?" "No, Legate." So he wasn't a conversationalist. Probably an advantage in his line of work. "Legate!" Bon slammed a fist against his chest, then crouched down to converse more normally. I was not going to get stilts so I could look the giants in the eye while we talked, so they would have to kneel. I briefly worried that power was going to my head. I'd just casually ordered the blinding of 6 men so we could torture them without them flinging spells around. We'd have butchered tens of thousands of humans, setting aside the poor shits turned into bandaged men, before sunset this evening. And none of it bothered me. I was concerned about our losses, about my kill teams hitting the flanking cities fast enough for us just to leave token forces to guard their garrisons, about where we would find enough fodder to feed the vast herds or aurochs and mammoths we were dragging south behind us to feed the army. Dozens of things swirled in my mind, but I felt nothing for the ones we'd killed this morning. The trebuchets are great, but they're fucking pointless for a field engagement. Same with the other artillery. Thoughts? I asked. I agree. Why lob rocks when you can incinerate several miles of walls and defenders with a thought? Bon replied. I think they will have a place in a proper siege, but even then, it will mostly be to support the casters. Did you harvest many souls? I did. The golems got the amalgams, so it wasn't a huge haul, but it's enough for another couple of squads of high-level mage husker. Any better ideas for what to do with them? Lord Mond, you should raise more of the nomads. It will quell any complaints of favoritism, the giant rumbled. I glanced around. There were a few nomads nearby, a handful of chiefs standing next to scythe chariots, and a few dozen messengers waiting on their mounts for orders to pass on. It's not efficient, I said quietly. Husker's starting stats make them the logical choice. Bon chuckled, a gentle booming sound that drew all eyes our way. I appreciate your admiration for the handiwork of your predecessor. We are a superior species, but sometimes the best choice is not the wisest one. You need to continue to bond the tribes and kings to you. His voice was almost a whisper, and for one of the giants, it was impressively discreet. After today, they won't have anything to complain about. Victory is its own reward. It's hard to complain about the man who just led you to smash a force 5 times your number, I replied. There's truth in that, Legate, but not enough. I strongly advise you to share some souls with the nomads this evening. There were victory feasts planned for that night. The legions had their arrangements, and a mammoth cull was underway somewhere to the north of us. The chiefs of the nearby tribes had come together as well. After the food was served and the yawk was making its way round the warriors, I stood and called out for silence. It is time for me to reward the brave warriors of the steppes. I want 5,000 warriors brought to me 2 days from now, when they're done hunting down the shit-sitters, and they'll all receive magic. A cheer went up at the words, and I began to sit down, hoping this foolish allocation of resources wouldn't bite me in the ass in the future. The nomads weren't meant to get close to the enemy, and arming them with enchanted weapons made by highly leveled people made far more sense to me. Faye had explained a little of it. What pride I had in the old world came from my dedication to doing the job well, the first time. The only one I needed to recognize that was me. It wasn't as though I could discuss my work casually, and even if I could, I wouldn't have cared. I was my own worst critic. The formerly Stone Age tribesmen had a very different view of pride and self-worth. External validation was a vital part of it. About time, Calpactor called to widespread approval. How are you finding life as a cavalryman? I snapped back without thinking. But the old warrior laughed and raised his flask of fermented mare's milk before taking a long swig. Oh, it's not so bad, King Mond. Easier on my feet. He locked eyes with me, and I fought the urge to yank on his soul bond. I grinned back instead. Good! More yawk, I called, and this earned a louder cheer. You did the right thing, love. I know. I heard your arguments, and you're right, but sometimes right isn't enough, she said softly. You sound like Bon, I grumbled as I settled back in my chair. You've refreshed the bond, Ray, she whispered. They need to know you value them, and giving them power maintains that sense of belonging, of being loved. They are... I started to reply, then stumbled to silence. I did love the ornery, primitive, savage bastards. They were my people now, and the atomized dissociation that was all I'd known on Earth felt like a distant memory. I surged back to my feet.
Warriors of the steppes, we've won a mighty victory thanks to you, I called, and cups were emptied as a cheer went up. We, are tied together. A weapon forged in the grasslands, designed to smash the shit-sitters. Another roar of approval echoed around the camp. "Mond!" called out a voice.
Another picked it up, and soon enough, it was a chant. I moved among them, exchanging forearm clasps and bear hugs. When I got to Kalpakter, he grinned and stuck out his forearm. I gripped it, and he pivoted at his hips to try and throw me over his shoulder, but all he did was end up in a pile at my feet. I'd have thought you'd have learned the first time you tried that. It's never going to work, brother. He smirked as I hauled him back to his feet, then slapped me on the left shoulder with one hand. Can't blame a king for trying. Got to keep you on your toes. I thought we'd lost you to those bloody giants, Mond. Chapter 44. We need more buckets! Janko and Herpatik were infiltrating a city by night. Glimpse was watching over them, keeping low but occasionally rising up to give me a bird's-eye view of the city. Like most ancient cities that didn't have a coastal port, it was built along a river. It was likely a tributary of the Jarul that joined the main flow after it passed Settle. The city itself was much the same as Settle, albeit slightly smaller. A multi-story keep rose by the bank of the murky water, jetties and pontoons extending out from the nearby dock district. The houses had stone lower floors and wooden upper levels, giving them a rustic look to my modern tastes. The rest of the kill team had gone to the other city, under Pautu's watchful eyes. The two who had proven themselves against the army in the north had been trusted to take on the smaller city alone. The pair was skulking through the taller grass along the river as they made their way closer. Janko tapped Herpatik on the shoulder and pointed up at the flaming torches the guards carried as they patrolled the walls. He covered his eyes for a moment, then grinned savagely. Herpatik snorted softly and nodded. Stupid guards only made their job easier. It was late into the night, or early in the morning, depending on your perspective, when the pair arrived at the foot of the wall. They'd gradually work their way to a point equidistant between the nearest towers. Herpatik crept away from the wall and looked up at the crenellations. He waited until the glow of the guards was as far as possible from their planned point of entry, then waved a hand at his companion. A tear in reality opened up, faintly outlined in purple-pink light. Herpatik sprinted over and dived through just after Janko strolled through and to one side. They emerged in a quiet street lined with simple houses. The road ran around the inside of the wall, a great ring of rough cobbles that would allow rapid redeployment of troops from one side of the city to the other. Glimpse landed on a nearby thatched roof and cawed quietly. The two men slipped into the shadows of a nearby building and took stock of their situation. "West, then," whispered Janko as they stripped off their dark cloaks and donned rough-spun peasant garb. "Granary is in the center of the city. Hit there first, then move against the Lord." Herpatik glanced down at his boots and grimaced. "Fucking shit-sitters." "Birdie, keep an eye out for us," called Janko softly, earning another quiet caw in confirmation. "Right, let's go. Getting out might be easier than getting in." "Don't beggar fate, you idiot!" The pair moved towards the center of town, creeping and slipping from shadow to shadow. The moon was gibbous, but it was low in the sky. Despite the lack of clouds to soften the night, they had no trouble passing unnoticed through the sleeping city. The granary was a large, tower-like building nearly 4 stories tall and made entirely of stone. Fire was always a danger when you stored grains. The dust would build up, and it was highly combustible, even explosive under the right conditions. Far to the north, I smiled to myself and tried to shuffle Faye's head off my shoulder as the pressure had made my arm go to sleep before the rest of me. The pair of assassin saboteurs stopped as they came to the street that led out into the plaza outside the granary. Over the last couple of days, while Glimpse was performing reconnaissance, I'd seen this place bustle during the day. Stalls would be set up with weights and scales, and measures would be shared out. It was the center of the city's fragile system of food distribution. Simple tread cranes were positioned on the roof, used to haul heavy sacks of grain up high where they could be poured into the main storage areas. 3 guards watched from the main door to the granary. Watched would perhaps be a little generous. One was almost certainly asleep, while the other 2 were playing a game that involved tossing small wooden sticks and gambling on the outcome. If they worked for me, they'd be digging latrines until they figured out that slacking off on guard duty was a very stupid idea. The sleeping man might be a problem. Glimpse could see red letters floating over his head. Only D ranked in body and F in mind, but that made him a significant threat to my pet killers. A complicated series of caws, some long and some short, echoed out, as Glimpse used the limited codes he had to communicate with the men to explain the danger. They backed off down the street and ducked into a dark alley to confer. Glimpse landed on Janko's shoulder, and the man absently raised a hand to pet the bird. "Birdie says there's a soulbound there. Unless he's the sleepy one, we're fucked," whispered Janko. "Is it the sleeper?" asked Herpatic, and Glimpse nodded. "We can do it. We need to blow the doors anyway." "No, we fucking don't." Use a portal spell instead? Janko, we've still got to hit the keep, and that will be a lot better guarded than the granary. Something's off. They can't be this stupid, can they? They know the warriors are coming, right? Why are they so lax? They're shit-sitters, fat, dumb, and happy behind their walls, snapped Herpatic. How many times did we just walk into those camps and poison their supplies? The city air makes them stupid. Glimpse hopped over from Janko with a brief flap of midnight wings and pecked Herpatic on the ear. "Damn it! Fine. Don't underestimate the enemy. I hadn't forgotten what the Lord told me." "So we sneak in then? Ignore the guards?" Janko asked, and Herpatic nodded in reply. They moved away from the granary and circled to approach the granary from a different angle. The stone was poorly cut and fitted, rough-hewn and badly mortared together, but it still presented a solid obstacle to the 2 men. There was no point climbing. The windows higher up were all too narrow for them to squeeze through. Another portal of pink and purple appeared, and the pair hurried through, only to find themselves in pitch darkness as reality healed itself. "Feel like a rat in a trap?" asked Janko. He pulled a pebble from his pocket and activated a light spell. It glowed faintly, and they moved through the storeroom to the main space. A series of chutes and trap doors lined one end of the hall, thick wooden floorboards supporting the weight of the grain above them. "I feel like I'm staring up at a rock falling on my head. How do these people live like this? It's not natural. Please give me a thick felt tent any day. It's never going to crush me if it breaks. Here, let's chuck these and get the hell out of this cave." Herpatic passed Janko 3 small pebbles and kept 3 for himself. They spread out, whispering about the best places to throw them, and when they made up their minds, they retreated back to the door to the storeroom. 3 quick throws, and walls of incandescent white fire erupted and spread out randomly across the lower floor. The 2 men dived through a portal and ran west, keeping to the shadows. Glimpse watched them emerge and cast his own firewall spell on the grains that had been dumped into the top of the granary during the day, but hadn't been shoveled into the subchambers for long-term storage. The crow flew off after the men as they headed towards the keep. A few shouts quickly grew into a number of frantic screams behind them. The city grew a little brighter as the dried food in the granary caught fire, and flames reached into the sky from the top of the building. My killers slipped into an alley and turned to watch.
glimpse flapping down to land on Janko's shoulder as they observed the mayhem they'd caused.
Now that's a bonfire. A Resk's hairy back. Look at it burn, muttered Herpatic gleefully. They won't be able to get that under control. Job 1, done. How do you want to play the keep? Same way we did the army. Use the distraction of the fire to sneak in, poison the shit out of the best-looking grub we can see, then bugger off. Sounds good? Yanko nodded to his friend in reply, and the pair moved off through the now flickering shadows. A massive explosion shook the night as the dust at the base of the granary caught and the burning wood of the roof and the cranes was blasted out across the nice, dry thatch of the surrounding buildings. Glimpse circled over to check it had caught, and, sure enough, the wildfire was spreading merrily as it consumed the brittle roofs of nearby buildings. That'll have woken everyone up, muttered Yanko. They'll be panicking. Makes our lives easier. Sure enough, people were boiling out into the streets as a result of the granary going off like a firework.
Fire was terrifying in these kinds of cramped and primitive conditions, but it wasn't unknown. It was also a threat to everyone, so the entire town would rally to form bucket chains and do their best to contain it. "Over here! We need more buckets!" a man called out as people began to form lines from the river. "Quickly! Half the bloody town'll burn!" My assassins hurried along as though they were heading to help at the head of the lines. They weren't the only ones. Most people were happy to help, as long as they stayed as far away from the fire as possible. The keep's gates had been thrown open, and sleepy-eyed soldiers were boiling out into the streets to help organize the mass of citizens trying to douse nearby buildings. Hooks on ropes were being thrown onto buildings to tear the thatch away, attempting to create a firebreak. Yanko and Herpatic slipped into the keep after a large squad of half-dressed troops had stumbled out, the men staring in shock at the inferno that dominated the center of town. "I'll go deal with the well. Go see if you can find the kitchens," hissed Herpatic, and Yanko skulked off to peer in through narrow windows and swing doors open gently to peer quickly inside. Herpatic ran over and muttered a quick prayer of thanks to Aresk that the river was the logical point to organize a bucket chain from. The well was stone-lined and deep. A broad wooden structure kept the rain off, and there were 4 crossbars extending out over the black pit, each with a handle and rope attached. He opened his storage and pulled out 6 vials of something noxious, tipping them into the well before tossing the bottles in after them. After a moment's thought, he opened another storage bay and held his hand out below the cranks for the buckets. Half of a dead and rotten vilecat appeared and fell into the well with a splash. "I was wondering why you picked that thing up," muttered Janko as he jogged over, keeping a careful eye on the dark windows. "Glimpse found the stores. Come on." He padded away, and Herpatic wiped his hands on his tunic, then followed quickly. The kitchen had a banked fire in the long hearth that lay along the wall furthest from the door. The constant heat probably helped supplement the lesser fires in important rooms during the winter. Despite the arid climate, I was only too aware of how cold desert nights could get. Glimpse cawed and landed in front of a door, then pecked at it. Janko moved the bar, and the door swung open. Back in the north, I made a note to have a chat with Sulk about inventing simple locks. Not that we needed to worry about them much. Our homes were simple felt tents, after all. Glimpse hopped through first and began poking around. Sacks of freshly milled flour lined one wall, baskets of vegetables another, and along the far wall, furthest from the fire in the other room, hung various game animals. They were mostly wild fowl, pheasants and such, with a couple of bunnies at the end. I sent an order to Glimpse not to peck at the meat. They'd be unlikely to eat it if it looked like a pest had been at it. "I am not a pest," the bird sent back, with overtones of annoyance behind the thought. The vegetables and unground grains all received quick sprays of poison as Herpatic shook a series of small bottles over them. Janko looked into the open sacks of flour and began shoveling handfuls of the powder into his storage space. Then he topped them up very carefully from a clay pot he pulled from another bead. He stirred the potent poison carefully with a dagger. "Hopefully it won't kill the cooks before they can serve this stuff to the Lord," he whispered, as the pot vanished again.
Get the meat!
"How do you know that flour was for the Lord?" asked Herpatic. "Fine white flour? That's only for fancy shit-sitters, Herpa. Did you sleep through all the training?" Herpatic was carefully pouring something horrific from another vial over the hanged meat. "I'm more of an improviser than a planner, Janko. It works, doesn't it? Bet you thought I was weird for picking up that vile cat carcass." "I still think you're fucking weird, brother. Let's get the fuck out of here. Birdie, want to check out if the exit is clear?" Glimpse nodded and flew back out to leave the men to finish their dastardly deeds. As he soared upwards, the extent of the fire surprised me. Nearly a quarter of the city's roofs were ablaze, or starting to smoke. The thick smoke was spreading, blown west by the steady breeze, and the far end of the city was lost in its murky depths. A quick sweep, and Glimpse headed back down.
He cawed quietly. 2 quick notes, and the killers jogged out and rushed towards the keep's entrance.
"You two! What the fuck are you doing?" called a stern voice as they emerged onto the street. "What unit are you with?" "Lord, we aren't. We just collect the night soil," Janko said apologetically. "Sometimes Houndmaster lets us kip in the stable, Lord." Herpatic sounded like he was about to cry. The pair moved closer to the soldier who'd spotted them. To my eyes, it looked like they were predators moving to surround a lamb, but they had hunched their shoulders and moved as though terrified. "Can't you see the city's burning, you fools? Head to the river and lend a hand with the— You! Look up at me. Let me see your face." He drew his short sword and pointed it at Janko. They were only a few feet apart now. I could feel Glimpse's happiness. He was expecting a new source of eyeballs in his future. Whatever it was that had raised his suspicion, it was too late.
Janko grinned and blurred forward to snatch the guard off his feet by the poor bastard's throat, then yank him back into the keep, away from the street. Herpatic followed quickly. A dagger flashed out and buried itself into the man's neck, angled upwards to pierce the skull for an instant kill. The body vanished as Herpatic waved a hand in its direction. "Bet you don't think I'm weird for storing that body," he chuckled. "You're still fucking weird. Let's get the hell out of here," Janko replied. "You're too ugly for this work. He could see you weren't a local from a mile off." "Shut up, Herpa." The friendly, low-level bickering continued as they ran through the streets towards the nearest wall, and with another rip of pink and purple light, they were outside and safely jogging away into the night, a burning city and a hopefully soon-to-be poisoned set of lords in their wake. I rolled over, almost hugging Faye, then carefully eased her off my arm and settled in to sleep. I was starting to think I wouldn't need the army for much.
A handful of psychos with borrowed power could easily ruin any city we came up against. Chapter 45. No worries or anxiety. Pautu had dealt with the other city, flanking our axis of advance, in a similar fashion to Janko and Herpatic. They had lost one trooper when the man stumbled into a high-level soulbound, but the rest had set fires, poisoned food, and dropped horrific things into the wells. 2 legions, the 6th and the 9th, had been dispatched to lay a half-hearted siege, and 1,000 nomads accompanied each legion. This was just enough to keep the bastards penned up behind their walls and pose a threat, not so many that it significantly weakened our main force. "Mond, I don't like leaving the herds behind," grumbled Jandak as we walked along at the front of the army. Everywhere around us was dry scrubland. Summer had come, and all the spring growth had shriveled and turned a golden brown in the heat. Fast ponies and a rider equipped with storage rings solve that problem. We've got a constant flow back and forth now, but the further south we go, the more riders we need. Kaz muttered before taking a long drink from a water skin. That's the other problem. We will have to leave the river behind when we push east. Where's the bird? Krill asked. He's guiding the kill team onto Urkash and doing a little spying while he waits for them to catch up, I answered. Urkash was a mess. It had once been a mighty city with a population in the hundreds of thousands. Now it was an empty shell, filled with undead and guarded by the biggest damn amalgam I'd yet to see. Rings or stones stuffed with meat are fine, but water? We need more barrels, Jandak said. Need wood for barrels. Any of you lugging lumber along? I asked half-jokingly. Why would we bother? Rapid growth can solve that issue, snapped Krill. Then why were you bitching about it? Go set it up. It has to be cured wood.
We have to wax or tar the insides as well, Mond. It's not so simple. What we've got is about all we have to work with, Krill replied, then spat to one side. It's going to be tight. It's only a 4-day march for the Legion. We can cover that distance a lot faster, said Mune, deciding to start paying attention. Gods, it's hot. The sun continued to beat down on us. It wasn't even noon, and the world had become an oven. The legions in their heavy armor must be suffering tremendously. It doesn't need to be cured wood. Green wood will work for a while, but the barrels will warp and leak sooner or later, offered Mune. And what would you know about it? Snapped Krill, glaring at the younger man. My wife's family makes them, Mune replied, glaring at the dreamer. Well, I won't argue with that. We still need a plan before we strike towards Urkash. 4 or 5 days is fine, but if we get bogged down in a siege, we'll need to have our shit together, I muttered. What about the kill team? Asked Kaz. They'll soften them up before we even get there. Getting in is going to be tricky. They'll have to infiltrate as peasants bringing in farm goods. They've got another wall-spanning amalgam defending the place. No way to hop through the walls. That's stupid, said Krill. I didn't pick how Mortimer laid out his fucking troops, Krill. Not that, foolish boy. Have them store themselves in a bead and let Glimpse carry them in. Krill emitted his signature cackle. That's not as insane as it sounds. You might just be a genius, Krill. I laughed as I sent the idea to Gimps. The bird approved, but a thread of fear ran through him as well. He knew there'd be a lot of soulbound who could see the red letters over the bird's head, where I was thinking to send him. I sent him a flood of reassurance, but I felt a tinge of worry. Wilson! I exclaimed as the thought hit me. I felt the wolf perk up in my mind and head towards me, but I sent him the idea of continuing his business. He was happy slaughtering goats in the wilderness. The fucking golems! All we need is someone to load barrels of water into rings, and the golems of Wilson can run them across the steppe, Badlands, to the army. We can move tons of the stuff in hours rather than days. Filling the bloody things and getting empties back to the river will be the problem. Golems can do that? Offered Kaz. They'll be busy, and we'll need most of them at the siege. That's a big fucker of an amalgam, I muttered as my thoughts whirled. He'll have something else. Something we've not seen before, Krill said. I can feel it in my water. The water the golems will be carrying? Laughed Mune. What did you get out of the army commanders? I asked, changing the subject. Mune glanced at Kaz, then back at me. Not much that we didn't already suspect. 2 more field armies to match the one we crushed. They're dispersed, though. Unlikely to get back in time to break the siege. They're weeks away at best, Kaz supplied. Figures. So, 1 shot, or we have to deal with the defenses and a field army. We fell into silence as we trudged along. Behind us, the dust rose in a cloud that reached for the sky. Thousands of feet, especially those of the Husker, stirred up a column of dust that threatened to block the sun. The river was still running to our left, a ribbon of blue lined with green, even in the summer heat. I checked with the Crow and noted the kill team was only a day's journey from Urkash.
We'll have a better idea about what's going on in Urkosh tomorrow, I said. Are we going to get to have some fun? Demanded Jandak. Oh, there'll be too much fun all around. We won't be able to steamroll Urkosh, especially as Mortimer is probably there. You think? Mond, that coward, would have run south a week ago. Not a chance he's hanging around. He'll have run to a field army, said Cause.
I'm not going to bet all our lives on that. None of us has the death affinity. The stuff I got from leveling up. He'll have something nasty up his sleeve when we get there, I complained. We trudged on south during the day. The sun was merciless. Anyone who spends much time outside knows there are two suns, even if there's only one in the sky. One of them warms your skin, makes the crops grow. The other is a vicious bastard who would drive you mad with thirst. We were dealing with the second type. When the army finally staggered to a halt, the nomads pitched their tents, while the Legion hastily constructed a fort. Everyone was exhausted. The next few days will be rough, Faye, I said, once we were alone in our tent. The night air was blessedly cool, and I was grateful for the drop in temperature. Why are you telling me this as though I don't already know, Ray? She asked, with a raised eyebrow. Shit. Overplayed my hand there, didn't I?
I got undressed and moved over to help her settle onto our bed, shuffling a cushion behind her head as she lay back. Well, it might be best if you— Enough. You need me. You need the coven, Ray. I won't be going back up north. Her voice was firm. No argument would be tolerated. What about the baby? This weather isn't right for our people. You aren't even from this world, Ray. You're from some crazy place where wagons don't need aurochs or horses, and machines fly through the air on metal wings. I am fine, husband. I knew I'd pushed as far as I dared when I heard the honorific. I slipped in beside her and wrapped an arm behind her head. I could deal with some temporary blood loss in a single limb under the circumstances. How far off are you? I asked quietly. Any day now. I've had all the early signs. Soon our son will be born, and you can stop all this fussing. And what then, love? Will you go north with the baby? Of course not. He'll stay with Halen, back from the front lines, but he'll grow up a warrior. He'll know what it's like to be on Coriolis from birth. It will build character, she said confidently, leaning into my side. Kids shouldn't see war up close. We both want him to grow up normal. I wouldn't go into how our definitions of normal in this context were very different. You don't want him to get souls too early, right? She craned her head around and narrowed her pretty eyes at me. Making sure he can't snap a nursemaid's neck in a fit of pique and keeping him away from us are very different things. What if he didn't have to be away from us? Just me, for a while. You do want to send me away, she accused. Not away, just somewhere safe. And why do you think being away from you is safer than having someone with your stats on hand to defend me if needed? Her voice was icy. I felt I'd already lost this discussion, but I was determined to plow on anyway. Faye, what if Mortimer has something like burning skies, but from the death affinity? Some cloud of disease or miasma of rot, or something fucking crazy that we can't have seen yet. Do you think I'm special? I demanded. Yes, you're special. Her voice held a certainty that scared me. But I know what you were saying, Ray. She sighed. He likely has something just as powerful that we haven't seen yet and won't be able to defend against. At least the first time he uses it. So you'll go north? Idiot. When our boy is born, I'll take him north, but only as far as the herder camps. But I'm not happy. I expect to wake up with your arm around my shoulders tomorrow. No more of this rolling me off in the night.
I agreed readily. Getting Faye and my soon-to-be-born son away from whatever bullshit Mortimer had waiting for us was worth irritating my wife. As her breathing settled into the steady rhythm of sleep, I smiled. It impressed me how easily she dropped off.
No worries or anxiety kept her from the sweet embrace of the Sandman. Out like a fucking light as soon as her head hit the pillow. I turned my attention away from my immediate concerns and surroundings, sending my thoughts down the link to Glimpse. And I found a whole new set of worries when I looked down from his eyes. Urkash was an ancient city, even by the standards of this world. Whether the gods threw it together for every game and just edited things to suit the current paradigm or not, I couldn't be sure. Where were the ancient artifacts from previous games outside the cache we captured at the first hearth? There should be magic swords that could slice through stone, armor that could weather any blow, and rings imbued with powerful magic. But I'd seen none of them. It was as though this world sprang into existence, complete with a history and flourishing societies, when the fish-tits murdered us exiles. Was any of the history here more than a figment of some god's imagination?
Urkash certainly looked as though it had a history. It was Settle on steroids. The walls were taller and thicker. Instead of a riverside keep, the main castle rose over an ocean dockyard, and beyond the vast city, the first sea I'd seen in this world stretched away. The streets were wider in many cases, but the narrow ones formed a webwork like veins in a body. They were made of cobblestones or dirt, but a few were covered in thick paving slabs that made me think of Roman roads. Perhaps this was another leftover from Narbo. My assassins were still half a day away from the walls, and Glimpse had flown ahead after confirming there were no nearby enemy patrols. Gray flesh oozed slowly along the walls, an amalgam even larger than Ashrot having been left as a guardian. Swarms of the undead roamed the surrounding hills, enough that I wasn't confident my kill team would be able to infiltrate the place without somehow convincing the warriors to hide in a ring to be transported over the walls by Glimpse. I was pretty confident they'd do it. They were crazy bastards. There was no reason why I couldn't deploy other troops in the same manner as well. A squad of mage huskers packed away in stasis, suddenly appearing behind an enemy's lines or walls. We could go air mobile with some of my most potent forces. My mind spun and turned as I guided the crow in a slow orbit of our target. I kept him far enough up that no one would notice. I was concerned that a soulbound might be looking in the wrong direction at the wrong time, dooming the plans forming in my mind. Chapter 46. Mostly for your own good. "Get out of my way," I growled. The rest of the army had marched on. Only a handful of yurts and a single legion remained with us.
Having 1,000 giants and a few hundred nomads around me felt strangely lonely on the blistering hot plain. A pained scream came from within the nearest tent, and I clenched my fists. "It's not done, Mond. That place is for women only now. You'll doom the boy if you stick your head in now," snapped Cause. "My nephew will not be cursed from birth." Jandak and Moon each held one of my arms, trying to drag me away from the tent where Faye was giving birth to our child. Cause had his hands pressed against my chest to hold me back. For the first time in a long while, I cursed the primitive culture of my adoptive people. "Let me go." My voice was flat and cold. Cause flinched backwards. "Time for the worst plan, boys," he said, and I narrowed my eyes at him. "This is going to be shit," grumbled Jandak, and before I could even turn my head, the pair at my sides moved. They dropped their grips on my arms, and each grabbed a leg. I found myself spitting out dust and dry grass as they charged away from the tent, dragging me along, my face bouncing off every rock and thistle as they rushed me out of the camp. My fingers dug into the arid ground, but the soil crumbled and broke, stopping me from getting a proper grip and breaking their momentum. I left twin lines of torn-up grass and dirt as I scrabbled to regain control of the situation. As soon as the tents began to recede in my vision, we were outside the camp. Everything went sideways. The bastards spun in a tight circle, and then there was a blessed lack of pressure on my ankles. The consequence of this was that I went spinning hundreds of meters through the air. I slammed down into the ground and skidded, rolled, and bounced. As I struggled to my feet, disoriented and angry, a fist smashed into my ribs on my right. I lashed out without thinking, a hand blurring through the air, but hit nothing. Someone threw a handful of dust into my eyes, and I blinked back tears as the world went blurry. Another fist, this time into my left thigh, that sent a wave of numbness through the limb. Again I lashed out, and this time my fist connected. One of the shadowy shapes assaulting me tumbled away. I took a step forward just as something slammed into the back of my knees. It wasn't a fist. This was a staff, maybe a spear. I needed to end this and deal with the coven. I had to be there for the birth of my son. I folded backwards, trapping the weapon by bending my knees to lock it in place. As I rolled, I reached out with one hand and snapped the wood in the middle by closing my fist around it. I came back to my feet with a fragment of broken staff in one hand and kicked the other half into Jandak's gut. He gasped as he was winded, but lunged for me anyway, launching a blistering series of attacks aimed at disabling my arms. Joints and muscles took a battering for a few moments before my improvised weapon cracked into his skull and he fell away dazed. Mune took his place. My man had some kind of brass knuckles, clearly made from some of the fancy metal Salk was producing, that hurt like hell and made my bones ache with each blow he landed. Someone, I assume it was Kaz, leapt onto my back and wiry arms lined with ropey muscle clamped down around my throat. As a big fan of the garrote as a quiet way to dispose of an opponent, I had something of a fear of being choked out. I caught Mune's arm as it blurred forward to slam into my temple, a blow that would potentially kill a baseline human, and squeezed. There was a loud crack, and my friend fell away, clutching his broken wrist. I rolled forward, crushing Kaz beneath me and breaking free of his chokehold. I kicked him hard in the side, heard his ribs creak, and backed away. Jandak had regained his senses by this point, and was slowly advancing on me, far more cautious now that he was temporarily alone. You see why this was the worst plan? Fighting you is like trying to swallow an aurochs in one go, he said with a bloody grin. Enough! I activated Shape Earth, and the dirt around my friends flowed up, encasing their limbs first, then it spread across their torsos. They ended up looking like stone snowmen, with a pissed-off face in the center. Not fair, coughed Mune. We didn't use magic. You were all boosting throughout the whole fight, I ground out. I'll come back and let you out later. I need to be there when my son is born. Footsteps approached from behind me, and I spun, expecting another attack. Krill raised both hands and moved steadily closer. Easy, Mond. I'm not a fighter like that lot. I'm here as your spiritual advisor.
And you're going to at least listen to my advice before you do something rash. I glared at my mentor, but nodded and lowered my fists. You have to stay away from the birth, Mond. Did anyone ever tell you the story of Garbadil? No. I inched closer towards the remains of the army's camp, where Faye was struggling through her labor without me. Krill backed up a little, but kept himself between me and my goal. I growled without realizing. Garbadil was a mighty chief. Oh, I don't know how far back. Hundreds of generations, according to the songs. A bit like you, but not a Shikrakin. Krill put his hands behind his back and moved a step away every time I advanced. He had a dozen tribes sworn to serve him. Called himself the Lord of the Steppes, if you can believe it. Hubris, man. He defied tradition. He had 6 wives at one point. You know how that works." "I imagine it's a lot of stress," I muttered, taking another step forward. "No doubt."
Not only did he break tradition by taking multiple wives, but he also made the worst mistake a man can make. He had a favorite. A bead of sweat trickled down Kree's forehead, and he blinked it away as it ran into his eye. Christ, this place was hot. He loved them all, apparently. But when a Kendu went into labor, he paced outside the tent for hours. As her screams intensified, he brushed past the women standing guard and stormed in just as the boy was born. The child was monstrous. He had flippers for arms like a fish, and his face was on the top of his head. Krill continued. He had stopped backing away, and I was now looming over him. That's not how that shit works. That kind of mutation is something that would have started at conception, if it's even possible, and that's some bullshit myth the women put about to keep the men away from the birth. In my world, having a dad there is normal. I never got that chance in my first life. I won't miss this one. I reached out to move Krill aside, and he brought his hands around and threw powder in my face. I blinked for a moment, the world fading away. "I've never heard that legend before, Krill," said Mune. "Did you just pull all of that out of your arse? Being a dreamer means you've got to be able to think fast. If your prophecy is wrong, you've got to find a way to move their focus gently away from the cock-up." I fell backwards onto my back as the pair talked. "What was the dust?" asked Jandak. "Get me out of here, will you? I need to piss." "Dream spice. The only thing I could be sure would work on the aurochs-brained monster," Krill replied happily. I watched him move past me from the corner of my eye to try to help the fangs break free. Good luck. That dust turned into granite. They'll be stuck there as long as I'm unconscious. They won't. Aresk was sitting on his throne of spears and shields, looking down at me. I was back in his god world, arms and armor spinning on marble plinths all around me. "Send me back." "I can't." "Well, I can, but I won't." The god of war chuckled as my face went red with rage. "Don't get pissy with me, little mortal. You aren't a god killer. Yet. That's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. Take your mind off becoming a father for the first time. Send me back." I wasn't in the mood for the god's bullshit right now. "I won't. Now listen up, kid. You're doing pretty well so far. I have to ask, though, what are your long-term goals?" I was taken aback enough to snap out of my irrational rage at being denied access to Fae. What the hell were my goals? Did I still want to go back to Earth? Assuming I kept my levels and magic, I'd be no threat to Poseidon. Yep, no threat at all over there on your own. But on Earth? With some friends at your back? You could do something that hasn't happened since Jesus stabbed Mithras in the back. I shifted uncomfortably. Jesus killed who? I was wearing my black tunic, the one I'd bought from the shop, and it felt itchy here. It had felt like silk in the real world. Don't worry about the brother wars we fight back on Earth, Ray. They don't matter anymore. It's all interfaith this and tolerance that. There's no blood and fury anymore. His countenance shifted for less than a second, but I caught the briefly revealed image. A blood-red being, clad in obsidian armor much like my own. Crimson, pupilless eyes glaring at the world, demanding more. Always more. "What do you want me to say so you'll send me home?" I said, suddenly cautious of the avatar of war I'd come to think of as something of a friend, as far as that was possible. "Better!" He flashed me a smile, and his teeth were sharp points like those of the Koprig tribe. "You see, we're mutable, frail, subject to entropy. All of us, except Kronos. The rest of us? We fail, As our sphere of influence comes and goes out of fashion, we wax and wane.
I loved the 20th century. I've got high hopes for the 21st as well. Those of us who are left, we embody something timeless. Man's natural urge to conquer, in my case. The capricious waters are Poseidon's realm. Hades, well, you can figure out the themes. The point is that the only way to kill one of us with true immortality lies on Earth. I told you there were stakes for playing the game. Why would we bother if there was nothing at risk? We need some spice to make things interesting. My mind spun. I didn't have to go back to Earth to get my revenge? At this point, I wasn't that concerned about going home. My people were the nomads and the legions. I belonged here. You've found a place where you aren't a dangerous monster. You are still a dangerous monster, but you've found a world where that's an advantage rather than something to hide. I'm not a monster, and stop reading my fucking thoughts, I snapped. He grinned down at me, straight bronze teeth flashing in the light. You can be whatever you want to be, Ray. You can take your revenge and eat your cake. I'm mixing my metaphors. Marie Antoinette was one of Aphrodite's pets. The point being, I've got plans for you, kid. Do you know why war hates the ocean? I shook my head. Because that bitch would swallow my armies for fun. I had to bargain with her so the Aegeans could land at Troy. Then she fucked me over on the return trip. Imagine if Achilles and Agamemnon had just drowned at sea on their way to the fight. She's got no soul. It's great to know that the gods are basically a bunch of bitter high school kids with thousands of years of resentment stored up. Why the fuck are you keeping me here? Mostly for your own good. The kid wouldn't be a mutant if you were there when he was born, but you'd lose the respect of the tribe. Your heir would be considered illegitimate. Stone Age perspective, little dude. Gotta work within the paradigm. Anyway, have a think. Thee and me, mortal, we could kill a true god or two if we get lucky. She's done, by the way. A healthy baby boy. Congrats. Name him after me, eh? Now hang on. The god world faded away, and I blinked my eyes at a cloudy sky. I sat up and found that Krill was nowhere to be seen. I'd have words with him later. Any chance you could let us out now? Called Cause. I glanced over, and the three of them were all still entombed in stone, only their faces showing. Nah, I just became a dad. I'll be back in a bit. Probably less than a day or so. A column of dust rose behind me as I shot back into the camp. Their cries of anger faded quickly. A brassy cry, new lungs stretching themselves for the first time, echoed out around the tent Faye was in as I approached the three members of the coven who'd been glaring at me before, who moved aside with broad smiles. Faye was a mess, but in a good way. Giving birth isn't precisely a photogenic moment. Her hair was plastered to her head with sweat, and the bed around her groin was painted red and slick with amniotic fluid. Pressed against her breast was a tiny human. The first one I ever made. My heart stuttered and my breath caught. She smiled up at me, smeared with sweat, knackered looking, but somehow radiant. Her hair hung lank around her face, but her hazel eyes were bright and focused on the little being who was wrapped in linen on her chest. Say hello to your firstborn, husband. Her voice was full of warmth and weariness. She offered me the bundle of rags and dampness, like Simba being held aloft over Pride Rock. I reached out to take him from her, my face locked in a stupid grin. Screw you, Erisk. I name him. A fist slammed into the side of my head at the same time as a foot landed on my kidney from the other side. Why the hell was I getting beaten up now? You don't name a child until their third birthday, savage. It's bad luck, Halen hissed into my ear as she released the arm lock she had on my right side. Infant mortality was a bitch back in the day. Chapter 47. Brother, that's a war crime. I'm going to let you out now. I trust we won't have a repeat of yesterday? I glared at my friends, whom I'd left entombed in stone overnight. It was petty and mean, but I couldn't help but feel somewhat bitter at them. We did what we had to do, Jandak said stoically. You didn't curse my nephew, Kaz added happily. I really need to scratch my ass, brother. Care to let us out now? I moved between them and cast Shape Earth again. The foot-thick stone that had turned them into blobby statues dissolved back into the dirt I'd formed it from, and the three of them stretched and grumbled. Dick move leaving us out here all night, Mond, Mune complained. But we need to know, what happened to Krill? He ran to the army after he drugged me. I'll speak to him soon, I laughed. I have a son! The three of them, my closest friends in this new world, came forward and slapped me on the back and shoulders, offering their congratulations and a certain amount of teasing that would make most sailors on Earth blush. A new prince of the steppe, Mune muttered, but I cut him off. A prince of the empire! The nomads aren't going to be the same as they were before, brothers. We've taken control of Setal, Holtak, Garin, and half a dozen other cities. Where Mortimer has left a weak garrison, they revolt and throw the heads of his captains over the walls when a dozen riders approach. We don't even need to fight half the time, I exclaimed. True enough, Mond. But whatever we can take easily can also be easily lost. They fear us more than him now, but that will only last until they hate us more than they fear us. I looked at Jandak in surprise, then nodded. You're right. The primary issue we face is the amalgams and the bandaged men. Those bastards are scary as hell.
That's the level of fear we have to beat, without becoming monsters ourselves, I replied.
So we burn the shit-sitters out. Kill enough of them and the rest will bend the knee, snapped Kaz. Brother, that's a war crime. What the fuck does the law have to do with war? He snapped in response. There is only one law of war. Win or die. There are better ways, I countered, but all three snorted in disgust. This is your old world poisoning you. I've listened to your stories of your weird world, and I am not impressed, said Mune. When the hell, I began. When you're 14 jars of yalk in, Mond. You have a strange affection for a place that follows such an unnatural order, Jandak interrupted. He laughed and slapped me on the back, earning a glare. Land rights was the funniest. The steppe will still be here 1,000 generations from now. How can we claim to own it? If another tribe drove us out, what claim could we have? Laughed Kaz. That could never happen. They'd have to kill us first, snarled Jandak fiercely. I could believe him. The tribes would never appeal to any authority beyond themselves. They would take matters into their own hands and die trying. I'm not fucking arguing about this with you. When we take a settlement, we ship the best crafters, scholars, and artisans to Riverwheel to serve for a few years and benefit the tribes. We leave a tribal governor to hold the town and take a cut of their taxes. Taxes are another fucked up thing, muttered Mune. As someone whose income was, of necessity, off the books, I didn't have a dog in this fight. Sure. Look, let's get our shit together. Kaz, I want you to stay back with Faye. You want me to miss out on the fun to keep an eye on your wife? He glowered at me. I want you with your sister and your nephew, my son, to ensure I have someone who can kill any fucking thing that might come after them before anything bad happens. Jandak, what about you?
Are you willing to arrive a few days late at the front to ensure the future of our tribe?
Arask's bollocks, Mond. I didn't say I wouldn't. Just leave some of the fuckers for me to kill when we catch up, okay? Kaz cut off Jandak before he had half opened his mouth. Good. This won't be an easy siege,
We're going to be here for weeks, at least. Ashrot looks like a baby compared to whatever the fuck they call the thing infesting Urkash's walls. It's that much bigger? Asked Mune in a worried voice. When I released them, he raked a hand back through his hair to shake out the last bits of dirt and stone that hadn't fallen away. And meaner looking. I hadn't described the appearance of the bloody thing to anyone other than Faye. It was grayer, more rancid. The previous amalgams had oozed across the ground when they attacked. This thing looked slimy. I was confident this was the first of Mortimer's monsters. Based on the size and the importance of guarding his capital, I felt it was a reasonable assumption that this monster would be the worst we would face. Famous last words, but I wasn't too worried about jinxing myself at the moment. We're going to take the thing apart, piece by piece, until the golems can run in and liquidize the fucker from the inside, I continued. If it comes off the walls like Ashrot did, we'll fall back. The Legion and Nomad forces are aware of the plans. The next few weeks will be more like a normal war. Long stretches of boredom interspersed with short bouts of terror. I laughed as they all grinned. You don't understand war at all, Mond. The quiet parts are the best bits, chuckled Mune. Veterans. Got to love them. We had reached the edge of the camp. We threaded through the tents until we reached my tent, which was being guarded by half a dozen mage husker and 2/3 of the coven. They glared at everyone who approached, so I didn't take it personally. Are you well? I asked Faye after I had negotiated my way past Halen. She smiled radiantly and hitched the linen bundle that housed our son up her chest. Better than that. But you're going to spoil my mood, aren't you? She asked. I need to ride on. If the amalgam at Urkash attacks while so much of our magical strength is here, it could destroy the army. I know. I'm going to keep Halen and Grable nearby. Leave me a couple of the magic Urviles and a few squadrons of cavalry. That's all we'll need. She nuzzled her face into the opening at the top of the swaddling. Koss is staying as well. I expected an outburst, but she just nodded at me. That's a good idea. My brother is going to be training the boy anyway. This was news to me. I made a mental note to up my own training of Koss. I had plenty of nasty tricks I hadn't passed on to the others yet. We kissed, and then I kissed my son's brow. He had fierce blue eyes. He looked like every other baby I'd ever seen. Part bulldog, part Churchill, part pug. His oversized eyes looked around, almost glazed. But as I brushed a finger down his cheek, his right hand moved and latched onto my digit. He'll be strong, I laughed, as he clamped down on my index finger with his tiny hand. Like his mother. She laughed at the face. I made, Go on, love. We won't be far behind. The boy doesn't come near the front. The nomads will camp well back if the amalgam attacks. He will stay with the camp. As do you, she scowled at me. I didn't care. Keeping that little bundle of helplessness and his mother safe was more important than anything else. I could hunt Mortimer down solo if I had to. Whether it was the mark affecting my feelings, or simply the natural human impulse of a new father, I wouldn't be able to carry on if anything happened to this pair. Perhaps Faye read some of my feelings from my face. Maybe she knew me better than I'd care to admit, but she nodded with pursed lips. Go on then, Ray. Go take the greatest city in the north for our son. Another kiss, and I was out of the tent, glaring at all those nearby. Let's move. We've got an army to catch and a city to take. Halen, Grable, Koss will be staying with you to watch out for Faye. You there. I pointed at a mage husker. Name? Bardic, Legate. He snapped to attention and slammed an armored fist against an armored chest. I felt around in my mind until I found his thread and gently flicked it. He winced. Pick another good man, husker, and join the guard. The rest of you will follow me, I called. The legionaries fell out in good order,
Bardic dragging one of his colleagues over and standing on either side of the tent's entrance.
Wilson was busy running storage devices full of water back and forth from the river, a task he had made plain he didn't enjoy by peeing around my tent whenever he was in camp. So Jandak, Moon, and I fell into a loping run once I was happy the nomads and legionaries would be on the road soon. Running across this barren place was miserable in comparison to the steppe. The long grass and vast herds of large mammals were missing. It felt like running on the surface of the moon. The wind stirred the scrub and desiccated plants, but nothing living seemed to move. The animals probably hid from the sun, sleeping through the day's heat. The three of us could easily maintain speeds the cavalry couldn't match, and that would test the stamina of most of the Huskars. As the sun set and night fell, I insisted we keep running. "Why not take a break, Mond?" gasped Jandak in an annoyed voice. "We won't reach the army tonight." "I need to have a chat with someone before we get there," I growled. I was starting to tire a little, but not so much that it would be a problem. A spot of fire appeared on the horizon. I knew where it would be. I wasn't following any physical trace. I was running down a thread that led from my soul to someone else's. As we arrived, Krill looked up and pointed to the pot over the fire. "Help yourselves," he said, spooning broth into his mouth. "Here, congratulations." He tossed me a stoppered skin. I opened the top and took a sniff. This was the strong stuff. And it wasn't made from blood or mare's milk. "Where'd you get this?" I asked, before taking a fake sip and passing it to Jandak. Jandak took a generous drink and threw the flask to Mune. "Ha! Don't trust me anymore?" Krill cackled. "Not that. But once bitten, twice shy. You drugged me and sent me to Arisk. I'm still a bit miffed about that." He sniffed and scooped up more stew. "Had to. Couldn't let you fuck everything up."
We're going to need the boy after you're gone.
For all we know, this world gets destroyed and remade every time the fucking gods decide to play their games, I snapped. When the last of us exiles dies or goes home, that's probably it for you. This had been bothering me, and I finally started venting about it. There have been games with firearms in the past. Probably fucking cyberpunk augmented humans running around with lasers and shit. The gods are fucking with us all. I'll stay here until I die, even if I have to keep one of the others in a fucking cage for the rest of his life so we don't trigger the win condition. It's not like that, Mond. Krill sounded remarkably sure of himself. Some things change with a new game. Some don't. Aresk says it's about quantum wave modifications and the energy required to change how they fold, collapse, or something like that. He said you'd understand? Beady eyes looked up at me. Not a fucking clue.
I was a hitman, not a physicist.
This place exists in its own right. We exist independently. The gods change it and shift our history, but your lot being here didn't snap it into being. It will go on without you. Your son is part of my long-term plans for the tribes, for after all of us are dead in battle. The wiry old man was fierce. His gaze passed over the two fangs and locked on me. I didn't flinch, but I wanted to. His eyes burned with a passion I'd never seen before. A cackling loon, well-educated for a nomad, was the character Krill played. He had the battle lust of all the nomads, colored by a broader perspective. But he was more than that. The dreamers were the spiritual guardians of their people, serving as intermediaries between the living and the ancestors in a culture that lacked a written language. I fixed him with a stern look and accepted the bowl of stew that was offered to me. It smelled rich and well-seasoned.
The quality of the tribe's food had risen significantly since Krill had discovered rapid growth.
You need to fill me in on your plans. Ray, I'm about to deploy the team. Urkash is crawling with soulbound. It's dangerous for me to be here. Glimpse sent to me through our bond.
But right now I need to eat and see what the kill teams are up to. I glared at Krill. I still owe you for that blast of dream spice, bloke. But we can let it slide for now. Chapter 48. Give them the bird. Glimpse was orbiting above Urkash. The city was on a whole different scale from any that I'd seen before. There were 2 sets of walls. The outer walls towered a good 15 meters tall and must have been 4 meters thick at the base. Huge blocks of stone, irregular in shape, had been laid together so carefully that I doubted I'd be able to find a single handhold if I wanted to try and scale them.
Behind those walls lay long streets that ran straight and intersected regularly, giving the city a surprisingly well-organized, grid-like layout. It appeared to have been recently rebuilt. Many of the buildings were cut off, either half demolished or completely torn down, to make way for the efficient road network. The workers had built piles of rubble and transported them outside the main walls, piling them up into a crude bulwark, making it almost impossible to move siege engines up to the wall. The inner city, which hadn't been remodeled, lay within a 5-meter-tall wall made of red bricks, probably baked mud unless I missed my guess. The buildings within this sector were of much higher quality construction than those beyond the red wall. They were about the same size, but each had at least a small plot of land to call their own. Some had decently sized grounds that included fountains and ornate gardens. At the center of this noble's district lay a palace. Another wall guarded it, but this one was more for keeping out the riffraff than serving as a defensive bulwark. It was only 3 meters tall and was thin enough that one of the fangs could simply punch his way through the thing. Away to the south and east, an ocean stretched into the distance. The sunlight sparkled on waves as they rolled in and out. An arm of stone, possibly artificial, or at least a partially enhanced natural formation, curled around to create a safe harbor against storms. Glimpse could see dozens of ships at anchor, and half a dozen moving slowly under sail in the distance. In one claw, my crow held a single stone bead. Within that bead, my kill team were all in whatever strange stasis living people entered when inside a storage space. Glimpse was looking for a good place to put down and let the boys out to play. The city seemed underpopulated to me. Some sections were bustling, like any city, with thousands of people flowing from place to place. They looked like ants from up in the sky, but the seemingly random movements clearly showed some patterns of behavior. The market districts around the granaries were the busiest. Still, the industrial area, which was choked with clouds of smoke from the forges that partially obscured my bird's-eye view, also seemed to be a focus of the citizens' activities. The docks stretched out into the water, small skiffs moving back and forth to the ocean-going vessels. The smaller boats were filled with goods, either being loaded onto the ships or offloaded onto the shore. That was going to be a problem. I had no navy for a blockade. I made a note to check with Pertabon to see if the Legion was capable of seafaring. We'd still have to build a fleet from scratch. Shit. The amalgam guarding the outer wall was ashrot on steroids. Or fertilizer. I still wasn't sure what the right way to think of the huge constructs was. They seemed almost fungal in their ability to grow and move, but were closer to a mammal than a plant. The thing dwarfed all the amalgams we'd faced before. It was large enough to encompass the much larger walls of Urkash. Its body pulsed and shifted as whatever internal processes that fueled the thing took place. "What do you think?" Glimpse sent. "Plenty of empty spaces to let them out," I grumbled, while the scale of the amalgam absorbed me. "Not about that. About the defenses." I scowled, and Krill winced, spilling the refill of stew he was passing me into my lap. "Bad news?" he asked, before moving back to the pot hanging from a tripod over the fire. "Urkash is not going to be fun," I growled, as I swept the mess off my impenetrable tunic.
I switched back to glimpse and phased out the quiet conversation of my friends. Where are the bandaged men? There's no zombie horde.
I can see the guards, and I'm assuming that complex just to the east of the palace is Mortimer's academy for his soulbound. The smaller palace couldn't be classified as anything else. It was a rival to the main palace, but lacked the ostentatious outer wall. It was lined by a waist-high wall instead, but no one went near the place. All the normal citizens passed by on the other side of the road, and within the grounds, I could see people flinging spells at targets in the grounds. I don't know, Ray. You can see what I see. Where should I let out the kill team? Find an abandoned building somewhere in one of the depopulated areas. You'll need a base well away from the academy, I sent. What are our primary targets? I thought for a few seconds, spooning stew into my mouth on autopilot, hundreds of miles away from where my attention was focused. The granaries had been built before Mortimer culled the city and turned everyone into zombies.
I'm guessing a lot of these people are now permanently dead. Undead, scattered across the steppe and the Badlands. We'd need to take them all out quickly. If we don't, they'll guard the ones left so heavily the blokes won't stand a chance of getting to them. Then there's the fucking docks. They'll be bringing in food every day. Not enough to support the city if we cut them off from the harvest, but enough to stretch out their reserves for months. I can deal with the boats. Glimpse sent with the equivalent of a bird's grin. He sent me an image of dive-bombing the ships out to sea and unleashing fireballs from the sky on them as he swept past unharmed. I didn't have a navy. Maybe having an air force made ships unnecessary for now. Okay, let the guys out somewhere discreet, and we can have fun playing a game of battleship. A happy caw came back to me, and Glimpse began to circle lower, making sure to stay away from the patrols on the walls, as well as keeping clear of the academy. He flew from roof to roof, moving steadily into the more desolate parts of town. This section wasn't as uninhabited as I'd assumed from on high. The bird's keen ears picked up quiet conversations from within some of the buildings where he stopped to perch. From the snippets of conversation we caught, the people were terrified. Squads of ascendants, I assumed it was the moniker that the soulbound servants had been given, or picked for themselves, would sweep through and select people, either for training with trinkets or to be fed to the thing on the walls. Neither option seemed popular. Despite being given access to trinkets and the power to cast spells, none of the people left in the abandoned, slum-like sections of the city were enthusiastic. It meant another member of their family would be taken hostage by the servants at the academy, and the unlucky bastard who got picked would be sent off to one of the front lines in the wars. The partially demolished buildings turned out to be our safest option for letting my dogs out of their cage. Glimpse found one on the edge of a new road that the demolition teams had more or less sliced in half. The section that connected to the rest of the terraced construction seemed solid as far as we could make out. It had easy access to the rooftops, although I suspected that would be less valuable than in other cities. Jumping the wide roads would be challenging for a baseline human, even if they used the enhancement trinkets I had crafted myself. Glimpse flapped down to land on the floor of a room littered with broken furniture. Someone had smashed apart the tables and chairs, and the shelves were broken, left scattered on the floor. It was perfect. I sent Glimpse a mental nod, and the bird rolled the stone bead away from him and looked at it for a moment. "They won't survive this, Ray," he sent, as we both stared at the bead through his eyes. "They might." "I don't fancy their odds, my friend." I sighed. The bird was right. It was no different before. They knew what they were getting into. "They live for this shit," I replied. "I can feel your mind, Ray. You know that's a lie. Not that they didn't know what they agreed to, but this is different from before. Getting out of here won't be possible unless they get back into the bead. That option will remain open to them. What had to be done wouldn't be pretty. It would be barbaric, even by my standards. We needed to sabotage, kill, poison, and cripple this city. Most of the people here weren't Mortimer aficionados.
The team knew what they had to do. Feeling my resolution, Glimpse leant forward and rested his beak against the bead. A moment later, 12 men appeared in a group around the bird and the bead. They didn't speak, merely exchanging a series of nods and looks.
3 moved to the doors and windows, checking outside before making quick hand gestures back to Pautu, who had remained where he appeared and watched his team fan out around him. "We're clear," whispered the man who checked the windows. Pautu waited stoically until the guy who ran up the stairs came back and nodded to him. "Right. Bird, we're in a safe area?" Pautu asked, once he had confirmation that the immediate surroundings were clear of threats. A single, quiet caw was his reply. "Easy to move about?" Another single screech came from Glimpse. "The chief is watching?" Caw. "What's the plan, Lord?" Pautu said, nodding his head to Glimpse. I fired over a series of rapid instructions that Glimpse scratched into the brittle floorboards, creating simple, rune-like writing that Pautu was able to read. "Boys, you're going to school. I think that's what," he spelt out the letters, "means." Glimpse cawed in confirmation. "Yanko, Herpatic, you two can go take a look at the granaries."
"Don't get too close. We all need to switch to shit-sitter garb, Kraten. Have a spy out the window and find some gear in your storage spaces that matches what the peasants wear here." Glimpse flew onto Pautu's shoulder and pecked him gently on the cheek. "You're leaving us?" he asked. My vision was filled with a close-up of his brown eyes, and I could smell his musty breath. A single caw came out in response. He nodded. "We'll do you proud, Lord." Glimpse took to his wings and shot out of the abandoned house, striving for height as quickly as possible to avoid accidentally being spotted by another soul-bound servant. Once he was several hundred meters into the air, he turned south. Our bond became smug with anticipation. "Time to have some fun?" "Yes, Glimpse. Time to have some fun." "Just be careful," I replied. I made him wait until we were comfortably out of sight of the city, and then we started hunting. The ships of this age had single masts and banks of oars to move them. They could move quickly for short periods under oars, or steadily if the wind was behind them. The crow's eyes were far superior to the human norm. He picked out specks on the sea that I'd assumed were flotsam and zeroed in on them like he was radar-guided. Ancient ships were highly flammable. The tar and caulking used to make them watertight made them little better than oil-soaked tinder if a fire were to get out of control. Glimpse maintained a decent altitude as he passed over his first target. Then he released a bolt of fire that fell like a seagull crapping on a tourist. It slammed into the base of the mast. Blue flames erupted as the detonation removed the mast, sending the upper half spinning out to sea before the tangled lines pulled it up short with a splash. The boat heeled over, now missing a considerable portion of its midsection. Screams rang out as the rowers, trapped below decks, saw the creeping fire and struggled to escape their chains. "Next!" the bird and I thought simultaneously. I grinned, and Glimpse let out a cackling caw of laughter. We hunted ships together for a few hours. Any vessel we could find heading towards or away from Urkash was destroyed. Sailors threw themselves into the depths to escape our fire. We left dozens of ships as burning hulks. The thrill of stooping on defenseless prey and obliterating them with a single cast of fireball ran through my veins like fine wine. "Mond, are you well?" I heard Jandak ask. He sounded worried. "Of course." I blinked as I opened my eyes. "Glimpse and I were just dealing with some enemy shipping. I don't think we need to worry about a navy anytime soon." "You won't have one, Mond. The Sikaraskan don't build ships, and the Huskar are too heavy," Krill said cautiously. He was still scared of my upcoming revenge for the involuntary dream spice. I wasn't going to be a dick about it. He'd done what he thought was best.
and while I was angry, punishing him would be like cutting off my hand. I grinned at him, and he flinched in response, looking away. "Never fear, wise old sensei. We'll just give them the bird." "What the fuck is a sensei?" the old man snapped, followed by his signature cackle. Chapter 49. You stay the hell away from me. I appeared inside a dungeon cell. The air was rank with rot and filth. I looked up and nodded to Glimpse, who cawed quietly. "I don't like this plan, Raymond. It is too risky," he sent telepathically, pulling back the metal band I'd have been stored in for our flight. "It'll be fine, bloke. I'm hardly alone," I whispered back. The kill team had taken a beating over the last few weeks. They'd had to switch hideouts a dozen times. After the first few nights of mayhem, destroying food supplies, poisoning water sources, and assassinating Mortimer's soulbound, the locals had cottoned on.
The local soulbound had actively hunted my men, to the point that less than half of them remained. "Go get Powtu and the ones that are left. Get them out of the city. Krill knows what to do. They'll get their souls when I'm done with this little job. Then get back here and be ready to pull us out if shit goes sideways," I said softly, reaching up to rub Glimpse's forehead through the metal bars of the cell. He gave me a beady-eyed glare and flew off without further comment. It had been Krill who'd figured out we could stack storage spaces. We could store a bead or ring chock full of food or water within another ring. It had revolutionized our supply chains from the river and the herds in the north. Naturally, my rings weren't full of food. I held out a hand and began pulling out my warband. "That's fucking weird," hissed Jandak as he moved to inspect the heavy wooden door. It was bound with iron and looked capable of holding even one of the fangs if it had to. Moon and Koss both moved over to join him, Koss peering through the narrow slit at the top. "It's quiet out there," he muttered. "Too quiet." "Infiltration successful. No worthy targets within sensor range," said Bob, as a pair of other golems appeared beside him. "Keep it down, bloke," I hissed. I made my way over to the door and snorted. I activated Shape Earth, and the stone to the right of the heavily built portal flowed and melted into a passage even Bob could fit through without squeezing. I stuck my head out and listened carefully. I couldn't hear anyone, or, more importantly, anything moving nearby. "Stealth not required. No nearby targets of note," the godly golem replied in Arask's voice. "If there are any fucking targets nearby, shut the fuck up. Once the killing starts, it won't stop till we're away from here, so let's delay it as long as possible," Moon snapped quietly. "We need to split up to cover more ground. The source is down here somewhere, but Jenko couldn't find out where before he died. Koz, Moon, take your bots and head left. The rest of us will go right. If you find the thing, send a bot to find us and hold tight. I'll deal with Hidesti's pearl, okay? Do not attempt to access it yourselves." I reiterated their orders once more and got eye rolls in return. "Yes, Father. We'll be good little warriors and won't try to steal your fun," chuckled Koz. "Taking the locus of the god of death's presence in this world is not going to be fun, you ass. Just trust me on that." My mind flashed back to my struggle to get to Poseidon's pearl at the source of the Violeth River in the north. Fun was not the word I would use to describe the experience. "We know, Mond, don't worry so much." Moon grinned, and with a nod to Koz, the pair slipped away silently into the dungeon complex below Mortimer's palace in Urkash, followed by their golems. Jandak and I went in the other direction, followed by our golems. I peered through the slits in the cell doors and caught glimpses of emaciated bodies, lounging dejectedly in a corner of their room, through a few of them. "Not as many as I'd have thought," muttered Jandak. "Shit-sitters love to lock each other in boxes." "He's probably used most of the criminals to make whatever he calls the monster on the walls. I expect these people are valuable in some way," I muttered. We neared an intersection, and I waved my friend and the golems back as I went forward.
I paused before looking out, held my breath, and listened. The quiet and steady beat of my heart was all I could hear, so I took a quick glance in both directions. Lights flickered to the right, and the left led into darkness. "Into the light or the dark," I whispered. "We're hunting for the god of death, Mond. Darkness," Jandak whispered firmly. I shrugged. It was a coin flip anyway, and headed to the left. We found a set of narrow stone stairs and slipped down them silently.
I was impressed by how quietly the golems could move when they wanted to. Their metal-tipped legs made no sound as we went deeper into the dungeon complex. The next floor was below ground level and was lit only by a handful of torches at intersections. We moved from darkness to brief light. Then we had to pause to let our eyes readjust to the gloom. "How many people do they keep locked up like this?" muttered Jandak. "So many tiny boxes to lock free humans away in." We had paused just past a torch, having moved back into the shadows with the light behind us to wait until we could see properly again. "This is pretty extensive for a prison, mate," I whispered. We explored the rest of this level and found that all the cells were empty. We discovered another staircase and headed down to find the same on the next level. I checked in with Glimpse for a moment. He had successfully extracted Pautu and his men, and was just dropping them off within our siege lines. Krill was in the process of bollocking them for something, but I came back to my more urgent reality and switched back to my own senses.
What's the fucking point? We're ascending demigods, and the city is surrounded by nomad rabble. We shouldn't be fucking stuck down here, cursed a voice in the distance. The stairs were too long for each floor to be only a few feet below the one above. We were at least 100 feet below the surface now, and the layers of stone between each floor must have been thick. I didn't want to waste the mana on Shape Earth just to check, but I was confident we were now deep underground. "The champion told us to guard her," came another voice from the shadows around a corner. "We ain't been told to guard her, just to kill her if that one comes anywhere near us." A third voice, harsher than the rest. "You know that ain't right. She's nursing a baby. Juliper will curse you for murdering a nursing mother," the first speaker argued back. As I crept closer to the voices, I motioned for Jandak and the bots to stay behind me. I began to creep closer to the guards, whose voices came from around a corner ahead of me. Not watching the stairs was unprofessional, so I had no qualms about killing these amateurs. "We're gods in our right now, Laston. Soon we'll parley with the deities on an equal footing, like King Mortimer." Number 3 again. Morty had been fibbing to his minions about how he interacts with the gods. Last time I saw him at the Conclave of the Gods, he'd looked like he was about to shit himself. Naughty Morty. I would have to disabuse them of this notion. I made to move forward, slipping my dagger into my right hand when I felt a poke on my arm. I glanced back, and Jandak flashed a series of hand signs in the tribal raiding language. The literal translation of the gesture was, "Try to steal the female aurochs." But I took his meaning. I shrugged and shook my head. There was no chance I was trying to escort a woman and a young baby out of here before I had found the source. "Later," I replied with flickering fingers. He shook his head at me angrily and pointed at a ring on his finger. "Okay, we could stash this woman and her kid in a pocket dimension while we got on with the mission and figure out why this champion they'd mentioned was important enough to take his loved ones hostage. He must be someone worth controlling. No, I wasn't going to ransom his wife and child. I'm not that evil. Sometimes, even in my line of work, doing a good deed and paying it forward pays dividends in the long run. Even if rescuing this damsel in distress brought me no benefit, it would still be the right thing to do." I thought for a moment of Faye and my as-yet unnamed son. Jandak was right. I nodded and slunk closer to the corner. I had no mirror or miniature camera to let me sneak a peek around the corner, so I waited for a moment,
then cast Fire Spirit in the middle of the passage ahead of me. The conjuration spun and lunged towards where I'd heard the voices a moment before. Startled shrieks rang out as I ran round the corner and threw myself at the nearest man. My dagger flashed, burying itself in his throat. As the blood spurted out over my fist, I snatched it back, causing a torrent of crimson to flow down his chest with every beat of his heart. I pivoted, swaying my body aside in anticipation of an attack from my victim's companions, but Jandak and the golems had rushed them and put them down quickly. Bob dropped his target's severed arms to the sides and assumed an innocent position of parade rest. Soulbound servant slain ×1. 20 souls harvested.
"Oh my God!"
cried a woman's voice from the cell that overlooked the table and chairs the guards had been using.
Easy, woman. We won't harm you, Jandak said, raising his hands defensively as he moved to examine the door. You stay the hell away from me and little James, she snapped, and I heard her shuffle away from the door. Jandak looked at the door and glanced at me. I moved forward and then paused. Bob, I'd rather not waste the mana. Can you get the door out of the way? I asked. The golem looked it over with its multiple glowing blue eyes. His shoulder tentacles swung over and dug into the wood by the hinges. Splinters flew, and his more human arms buried their fingers in the lock and handle. He leaned back and tore the door from its frame with a loud crunch that made me wince. They're dead, Mond. Doesn't matter if they hear us. Jandak moved into the cell and spoke quietly to the woman, but she became increasingly hysterical. No, stay the hell away. My husband will kill you if you lay a hand on me. Her baby started bawling, loud infant sobs ringing out as it responded to the mother's fear.
I heard Jandak sigh. A slap rang out, and then the sound of the baby crying cut off. I raised an eyebrow as he emerged from the cell alone. He tapped the ring on his finger and shrugged. With our kidnapped innocents safely stored away, we explored the rest of the floor and found nothing. None of the other cells were in use. The next set of stairs led to a much rougher-looking set of corridors. Whereas above, the walls were lined with cleanly cut stones, this floor was rough-hewn, seemingly from the very bedrock of the city above. Wooden supports lined the walls, and the thick beams reinforced the ceiling to prevent a collapse. It felt newer than the previous floors. The only lighting down here was from faintly luminescent fungus beginning to populate the walls and Bob's glowing eyes. We moved down the single passageway in the eerie blue light of the golem's gaze. It twisted and turned, winding ever deeper underground. I had no idea how far down we were now, but the sense of tons of rock hanging over my head, barely propped up by flimsy wooden supports, made the place feel claustrophobic. Finally, the tunnel opened into a large chamber, at the far end of which was a portal of complete darkness. No light entered or escaped that darkness. I think this is it. Bob, go find the others and bring them back here, I said over my shoulder as I strode forward and stretched out a hand to touch the void. Chapter 50. A river breaking a dam. The void gave out into a well-appointed living room that might be found in any middle-class home on Earth. Settees, a big TV on the wall, bookshelves, everything you might expect in a typical home. I stumbled forward as the resistance of the barrier finally gave way and spat me out into death's domain. Ah, Ray. I've been expecting you, but then again, I expect everyone sooner or later. The man sat in an armchair at the end of a mahogany coffee table, sipping from a porcelain teacup. Hadasti? I asked, moving very slowly towards him. I reached for my sword, only to find it was missing, as well as my knife and impervious tunic. I wore jeans and a t-shirt, like I used to when I wasn't working. The very same. You can call me Death, if you prefer. He tipped his glass at me. He had short, neatly cropped black hair and dark eyes, His eyes completely lacked sclera, appearing as midnight orbs. I threw myself at him, right fist cocked back, and at the same time I reached for my magic. It wasn't there. As I sailed through the air, he smiled and winked at me, as a force took hold of my body and gently sat me down on the sofa, locking me in place. Tea? He reached for the pot in front of him and poured another cup that he held out for me to take.
I found I could move again, and took the offered drink, sniffing it cautiously.
Now, Raymond, if I wanted you dead, you already would be. I do like to play little games with mortals, though, but that would be too cliché, don't you think? His voice was deep and smooth. So not chess, then? I would have argued for Yahtzee anyway if it was going to be games, I replied. He laughed, the booming noise making the pictures on the walls shake. Ha! No, not chess or games of chance. I am often portrayed as having other functions in human cultures, so I thought we might make this interesting. Death reached out and picked up the remote for the TV. He clicked a button, and the device came to life. I wonder what's on the telly box, he said with a sly chuckle. My head craned round, the teacup out of reach of my lips. I couldn't look away from the screen. An image of me appeared. I was arguing with the tribal and legion leadership.
I couldn't make out the words, but that there was a profound disagreement between me and the chiefs and kings of the nomads was clear.
Eventually, I threw up my hands and stormed away, accompanied by Faye and the Fangs. It cut to Krill joining us later on, and an argument with the Fangs. Mond, we cannot retreat now. The other tribes won't stop, and without you, without the Mondin and the legions, they'll be slaughtered, Krill yelled at the simulacrum of me on the TV. I could see myself looking down at my son in Faye's arms, and I noticed that she was pregnant again. Is this meant to be the future or something? I asked Hadesti sharply. I could move again, and took a careful sip of tea as I glanced at Death. A possible, perhaps even probable future, Death replied as my head was forced back to face the screen. I got my way in the end. My tribe withdrew to Riverwheel. The nomads gradually became more civilized, and with the legions constantly on the march in the south to secure the steppe, we lived a long life of peace. I saw the naming ceremony for my first son, whom we called Arismond, and watched 8 more children grow up to become powerful tribal leaders. Over the first few years, stragglers from the other tribes filtered in. Without us and the Legion, the other nomads were reduced to raiding parties, a mere nuisance to Urkash, and gradually hunted down by the undead and Mortimer's regular forces. The Sikareskin became a tame people, no longer wild, full of vigor and danger. New trade routes were established to the west and east, and long caravans of wagons carried goods and magical trinkets where once they would have carried warriors on raids. I watched myself grow old, surrounded by my family and friends. We burned Krill when he died, and I performed the simple rites of the funeral, the same way he had for Gedrick all those months before.
After many decades, I became sick and died as well.
A mighty funeral pyre was built, nearly 10 meters tall. My body was laid on it, and Erismond used summon fire to set it alight. Faye wept, comforted by our children. The scene panned back to reveal a vast and successful tribe of skilled traders and artisans, secure from enemies and at peace with those who meant them no harm. Riverwheel had grown to become one of the premier cities in the world, revered for its libraries and craftwork. Beautiful, isn't it? You could truly be a force for good in this world, Death said with a faux sniff. Imagine how much better life would be for so many people if you walked away from your war with the other 5. They would be happy to leave you in peace. Poseidon did you no favors when she sacrificed you to the game. They all fear you. But if you were to back off, live a peaceful life, and raise your people up to be civilized, rather than the savage barbarians they are today, you would be remembered as one of the finest leaders this world had ever seen.
Why are you showing me this? I ground out. Seeing Faye mourn me had been brutal. Despite, or perhaps because of, the many years the video had shown us living happily together, the sight of those tears had cut me to my core. I come for all things, so eventually I see all things. Sometimes things that don't come to pass, sadly. Perhaps that wasn't to your taste? Another one might be more to your liking. My head was forced around to stare at the screen. This time the camera was watching from over Urkash, set at the present time as far as I could work out.
My forces were massed in a ring around the coastal city, and the Legion's trebuchets were raining down enchanted blocks of stone on the amalgam guarding the walls, and occasionally inside the city. For some reason, the camera's POV was particularly interested in the rocks that missed the wall. Tiny figures ran around, pulling at people buried in the collapsed houses. Women wept as they cradled their partially crushed children. I fought down my rising gorge as it showed gruesome injuries inflicted on civilians, both young and old. Then the amalgam, large enough to make Ashrot seem like a baby, dissolved into gray goop and dripped down the walls. A cry rose, a barrage of spells flew at the suddenly vulnerable defenders, and my horde rushed forward. The Legion beat the nomads to it. Half a dozen of the mage husker got to the gates first and simply kicked them out of the way. A river of horsemen and huskers flooded in, killing their way across the city. Very few were spared, mostly the women and children. Fighting-age men were slaughtered out of hand. They usually had some trinkets to throw spells, or were soulbound themselves. Fire and death washed over Urkash, leaving ruin behind. I flinched as my troops stormed the palace, cutting through the terrified nobles hiding within its walls. They found Mortimer's harem, and what I presume were his children, all younger than 2. Half a dozen men from Kalpakter's tribe, recognizable by their mohawks, murdered the babies by dashing their brains out against the floor and walls. I did vomit this time. Death didn't let me move my head, so I launched a stream of bile and semi-digested food across his lovely coffee table. Ha! The puke vanished as soon as it touched the wood. "Not so easy to watch what happens in your name, is it, Ray?" Hadesti said in a solemn voice. "This isn't certain either," I forced out, even though he was still refusing to let my jaw move. The words pushed more spittle and stomach juices out to dribble down my chin. Oh, but this is much closer to happening than the first story. It's a lot easier to predict this version of events. Are you sure you want to walk the second path? My head was freed, and I turned to look at Hadesti. His black orbs were fixed on me, a faint smile lifting one corner of his mouth. How about you show me what Mortimer has done to make those monsters with shards of your source? I snarled. You think what I've done is bad? That what I might do is terrible? What happens if he gets to continue feeding people into his monsters? Hadesti shrugged and set his teacup on the table before speaking. Darjeeling. So much better than Ched, no? To answer your question, I don't care, Raymond. Mortals are always being foolish and cruel, but they all step into my parlor, whether noble or vile. I am inevitable. You, however, are not. After what you've seen, do you still wish to walk your chosen path? Or will you reconsider? The sight of a long and happy life with Faye ran through my mind at the same time as the slaughter of Mortimer's children. My heart felt torn in two. Should I, could I, just walk away and live a long life as a normal man? I choose the second path. I won't leave Mortimer alive after what he's done to the people of Earth. Death smiled, and his human form flowed away. I was no longer seated on a finely upholstered settee. I was perched on a pulsating mushroom, and the living room descended into a fungal amalgamation of rot and decay. The skin on his face melted and ran as dark robes replaced his neat suit. A learning skull glared down at me as the god floated into the air and swept towards me. He stopped a few feet away, and a cold, bony hand raised my chin and forced me to look into his black eyes. "You have passed my trial, little mortal." His voice was tombstones slamming together now, and I flinched at the sound of it. His other hand lifted a black orb, a mirror of his eyes, and extended the source of death for me to claim. I reached out and brushed a hand against it. It fell to the ground as Hidesti and his world disappeared. I found myself back in a rough-hewn dungeon, cold stone replacing the cloying mycelium and stench of death. I snatched up the orb and tried to store it away in a ring, but it could not be hidden away, so I clutched it in my left hand as I headed back to my friends. "Took your time," muttered Jandak. The rest of our party had come back together, although Mune and his golem were currently fighting a rearguard action against a pair of Subblebound who were not happy about our intrusion below the palace. "You brought friends?" I asked Koss. "They just keep coming, Mond. Tell me we don't need to hold this place?" Koss snapped at me. "No, let's get the fuck out of here." I waved the source at him. "I've got what I came for." "Raymond, you must see this. Glimpse sent to me, panic and delight coloring his telepathic message." I switched to looking down from his eyes and saw the amalgam that had guarded the walls melting away into gray slime. A roar of victory went up from my troops, even reaching the birds' ears high in the sky. The nomad horde charged forward, but the Legion beat them to the gates, covered by a hail of spellfire. Mage Husker kicked the thick wooden planks into splinters, and my army burst into the city like a river breaking a dam. "Glimpse, meet me where you dropped us off. I need to stop them." Chapter 51. Bad Company. Normalis Humano times 14 slain. 140 souls harvested. "Get in the stone," I ordered. The Fangs and our golems rushed to let Glimpse snatch them out of the world and into storage. I collapsed the corridor behind us with shape earth, burying half a dozen more of Mortimer's minions. Soulbound servants slain times 7. 140 souls harvested. "Glimpse, let us out at the entrance to the palace," I said, as I reached out to enter his range so I could enter stasis as well. "There are powerful guards there," Glimpse replied. "Not powerful enough." I vanished. The next moment, from my perspective, Glimpse let us out on the broad stone steps that led up to the palace entrance. The compound walls were bristling with archers and casters. A hail of arrows flew towards me, and I threw up a fire shield while I chugged a mana potion to get back to full. The arrows flashed into ash, and most of the spells were stopped. A couple of fireballs came through, but I let them hit me in the chest to cover Glimpse and the newly released Fangs. I was blown backwards, unharmed by the fire, but unable to ignore the concussive blasts from the low-level spells. I rolled to my feet and released a stream of fireballs to annihilate the archers and the casters, who seemed to have assumed I was dead, as they were now taking aim at my friends. Incandescent balls of almost colorless fire from my rings deleted them, and a series of sections of the wall as I threw fireballs at them. Soulbound servants slain times 24. 480 souls harvested. Normalis Humano times 41 slain. 410 souls harvested. The Fangs leapt into action, running to engage the guards at the gates in close combat. They launched blasts of fire and ice, but the defenders threw up their own shields, walls of ice and lightning intercepting the bolts. The Fangs just battered through them, and spears flashed as the armored men met my battle-mad friends. Shit. The idea had been to stop the nomads from committing atrocities in the palace, but when I looked back behind me, I saw smoke starting to rise across the city.
The vision of the babies being broken against walls had fucked up my priorities.
"Jandak!" I yelled, but he was busy dueling a man wielding a flail and dagger. I charged over and snatched his opponent up by the neck. I clenched my fist, causing a loud crack and my victim's head to loll to one side. I threw the corpse to the ground. Soulbound servant ×1 slain. 20 souls harvested. "Jandak, go and intercept the nomads. They're slaughtering innocents. Get them to turn back. I want them back outside the city." "Hey, he was a worthy foe. That would have been a good fight." "Why, we've broken the walls. Whatever happened to the amalgam, now is the time to run wild." His eyes flashed with something that bordered on madness. "Killing soldiers is fine. Anyone who fights back can die. But they are just killing. Do as I say." I yanked the thread connecting our souls, and he grimaced. "Very well, warlord. You said you'd never do that." Jandak spoke bitterly as he turned to do my bidding.
"Why not use the threads to the nomads and legion?" he called back angrily as he sped off.
God damn it. I assessed the spiderweb of thousands of links that flowed out of my soul and mind. I started plucking the closest ones, excluding the fangs, compelling them to turn back. I moved in concentric circles, as far as I could tell, sending more and more of the army back towards the gates via the soul-bound link. Each time, I sent a compulsion to leave the non-combatants alone, while leaving them free to attack any armed resistance as they liked. Glimpse had resumed his oversight, and I could see that the troops were falling back to the wall. The fires they had started were spreading rapidly, but there was nothing I could do about that. The usual rapid response to fires in a city in this world was impossible, while terrified by the marauding armies cutting through.
The fact that those troops were now falling back wasn't something the locals were aware of, so they didn't start trying to organize a firefighting effort. But I'd already broken free of Hadesti's vision. The troops weren't going to storm the palace and murder babies in my name. I'd escaped that future.
"Mond!" yelled Mune as he threw himself past me and summoned another ice shield between us and the palace. Cause slid under it and shook off his spear, which was black with blood, as he rose to his feet. "We've got company, Mond. Bad company," Cause hissed as his badly burned arm glowed green for a moment. I leapt to snatch a glance over the top of Mune's shield, which was now ringing and cracking as blasts of magic slammed into it. The fuckers had got themselves organized quickly. 3 groups of casters were moving as a group around a central formation of soul-bound servants wearing heavy armor.
It was closer to the medieval style, as opposed to the metal dresses the northern elements of Mortimer's forces had favored.
"Glimpse, need some close air support, bloke. Nuke the casters." A sense of confirmation came back down our link, and I backed away from the shield. "Danger close, blokes. I'll deal with this lot." I charged forward and leapt, soaring through the air to land 15 meters beyond the rapidly failing ice shield. I summoned a pair of fire elementals as distractions, and they flanked me as I ran towards the group of armored fighters. I moved too fast for the casters to react, and before I reached my own targets, blasts of fire fell on the casters, blowing them into red mist or reducing them to ash as Glimpse barraged them from above. My sword cleaved out, slicing through 2 men in one swing. Then we fell into the dance of death.
The 24 fighters were at best A-ranked in the body stats,
and this felt a bit like a grown-up fighting a swarm of heavily armed toddlers. They were potentially dangerous. They had things with which to stab me, after all, and there were a lot of them. But individually, they were no threat. I ducked a slash and punched out with my free fist, the armor cratering as my assailant was launched backwards to skitter across the stone in a shower of sparks. I took another man's head with a backslash as I spun to drive back the mob. Then Mune and Cause slammed into their flanks while they were focused on me, and we took them apart.
Within seconds, the three of us were panting, surrounded by scattered and broken bodies. Soul-bound servant slain times 17. 340 souls harvested. "Well, that was refreshing," said Mune. "I don't think I need many more workouts today, Mond." I tossed him one of my dwindling supply of mana potions as I slipped 3 more into my belt pouch.
As long as we hold here, we're fine. Jandak is pulling the army back. We can probably negotiate with the civvies. It's just Mortimer we need to kill. And his slaves, I added bitterly. Was I any better? I scanned around, and we were clear for now. No new formations were rushing towards us. I'd abused my power over my friend and pissed him off. I had been desperate to avert the kind of shit I'd seen in Death's second vision, and I had done one of my oldest friends on Earth a disservice. Damn it. "Where's Jandak?" asked Cause, still cradling his badly burned left arm. I threw a heal other at him. "I sent him to call off the army, get them back outside the walls." "Well, that's fucking stupid. We've broken through, why pull back?" snapped Mune from where he leant with his hands on his knees. "We can do this with a decapitation strike. No need for indiscriminate killing. It's fucking unprofessional," I snarled. I knew they were right on some level, but targeted violence made sense to me. A bad person, with bad enemies who were willing to pay, needed to be removed. I'm okay with that. If someone pays me to kill my former employers, that's also fine. In fact, every new client had been a new target. It had been a fantastic business model. But it was always precise, always neat, with no collateral damage. Killing civvies and randos accidentally? That shit was for the artillery and the Air Force. The burgeoning mass slaughter had offended something fundamental in my psyche. Death didn't know me. He didn't know my fucking future. I had his source now, and when I had a moment, I'd figure out what I could use it for. To serve me and my people. I wasn't the monster he showed me in his domain, but I couldn't be the man of peace he claimed was a possibility either. Mortimer had fed hundreds of thousands of people into his amalgams. All the cities we'd taken had been severely depopulated. Anyone who wasn't useful had been turned into bandaged men, or worse. Whatever evil I had done, and would probably still do, I would never compare to that shitbag, and I'd see that fuck 6 feet under before I stopped. Mune exploded into a cloud of red mist. His head, still attached to part of his right shoulder, flew high into the air. I snapped back to focus and threw myself between the place that Mune had been a moment ago and where Kaz was currently standing. Something slammed into my chest, and I felt my bones crack as I was thrown backwards into my brother-in-law. I pushed aside a wash of grief from Mune. Getting attached was always a bad idea. And pulled Kaz into my storage ring before he was crushed between me and the wall I slammed into. As I landed on my feet, I summoned my armor and pauldron from storage. They appeared around me as I cast heal, and my health ticked up. I chugged another mana potion to top me off. "Mr. Cobbler, you shouldn't have come here." He was a tall, muscular man, wearing simple iron plates over his vitals that were held in place with gleaming leather straps. He had a pair of short swords on his hips. I quickly scanned his appearance and equipment and realized I knew this man. "The fighter," I snarled. "Why the fuck have you thrown in with that zombie-loving twat?" I paced slowly to one side as I slid my helm closed and drew my sword. He watched me impassively. "I have my reasons, cunt. You and your hordes are just as bad," he said slowly. "You killed my friend." I began inching closer to him, blade held ready at my side for a rising slash. His stats were worrying me. While his mind and soul stats told me his magic wouldn't be powerful, and that he didn't have a reserve of souls available to suddenly power up,
His body stat was SS, a single rank beyond myself, and I had no idea what kind of magic he had chosen. If I were a gambling man, I'd say life and time were solid bets. As to the third, I had no fucking clue. Gallagher, if you hadn't killed my friend, I'd have let you walk. My beef is with Mortimer, but now you're right at the top of my shit list. Chapter 52. A Worthy Enemy. We stood and stared each other down. His body stat was SS, a hair higher than mine. He was a professional fighter who had spent years of his life building muscle memory and reflexes intended to let him win in melee combat. That was a disadvantage in a way. Killing a man in the octagon was frowned upon, to put it mildly. He was trained to win, but I was trained to kill and get away with it. Mune. Shit. Rage boiled through me as the stain that had until recently been my friend caught my eye. Mune's golem didn't appreciate this bullshit Western-style standoff. There was a horrific screeching noise as it tore its way out of a building, throwing bricks and dust ahead of it as it charged its master's killer. Gallagher pivoted with inhuman grace to keep me in sight, while presenting a defense to the enraged bot. No one ever accused me of fighting fair, so I activated enhancement and blurred to his left, forcing him to split his attention further, and then rushed forward to attack at the same time as the mad robot. Bronze fists flicked out as the machine engaged him. He twisted and dodged, moving too fast for the bot, and launched an open-palmed slap to wipe away Mune's golem like he'd wiped away my friend. I caught his hand. The bot struck him in the face, and he whirled, taking me off my feet and using me to swat away Mune's former companion. He didn't let go of my arm after he used me as a bot swatter. He swung me to the ground with a thud that knocked the wind out of my lungs, and there was a blur that made my head ring. My helm was faintly dented over my nose, and the eye slits had deformed slightly. My sword swept round and he leapt back, deftly avoiding the awkward cut. I clanked back to my feet and faced him again. He was loose and relaxed, oozing confidence that I intended to disabuse him of. He looked at me blankly and drew his blades. Very well. A worthy foe. It's been a while. His swords blurred through a complex swirling pattern for a moment, and while he was showboating for a crowd that wasn't present, I kicked a cloud of dust into his face and rushed him. I grew to nearly twice my normal size, using double the mana to shift my armor at the same time. My sword went from a bastard sword to an oversized dagger in my right mitt. It didn't matter. I was leading with my left foot anyway. He snapped his swords into a crossed guard as my giant foot slammed towards his chest, but the blow still sent him skittering away from me, bouncing across the dirt. I chased, looking to stab him while he was still lying on his arse, but he recovered his feet in a fluid, serpentine motion and rushed back towards me with a grin on his face. We dueled. His blades couldn't pierce my armor, but he knew his stuff. I was constantly forced to block and dodge as a point reached out from my armpit or groin. He sped up again, and a blade nicked through and caught me under the left armpit. Despite his sudden speed and weight, he must have taken the space affinity as well. I managed to parry his left-hand blade slicing towards my danglies, and then I burst into fire. Wildfire spread out around me, catching his legs, and he threw himself away to roll across the ground as he tried to put the flames out. My wildfire didn't give up easily, though. He dropped his swords and began patting at his smoking legs as the flesh began to bubble and burst. His fat and muscles were cooking. His entire body glowed green for a moment, and his legs were healed. Fucking healers. He was still on fire, but before he could cast another heal, I swept my blade at his knees. I'd like to see him grow his fucking legs back quickly enough to stop me from ending him. He grabbed one of his swords off the ground and it grew to 3 times its former size as he sank the tip into the ground to anchor it. My own blade bounced off with a loud clang, and while he had saved his legs this time, I wasn't fighting fair. My free hand flicked my impossibly sharp dagger towards his heart as my back foot swung through to scramble his eggs. His other short sword flicked across and knocked my rising foot to the side. It clanged against the blade he had planted in the ground. As a result, my dagger didn't slice through his ribs and pierce his heart as I'd intended. It sank up to the hilt in his left bicep, the point stabbing through to cut into his ribs. He lurched backwards, but I was already spinning the other way, pirouetting like a deadly butch ballerina. My sword blurred as I used a charge from the haste bead Krill had made for me all those months ago. Gallagher loomed over me. He went from 6 feet tall to nearly 15 in an instant, and instead of removing his left arm as I'd planned, my blade just left a deep gash across his thigh. As soon as the cut landed, the injury glowed green and knit itself shut. Fucking healers. Then a massive foot swept forward, and I went bowling away across the flagstones. I rolled back to my feet, blade held out to my right-hand side, and grinned behind my visor. Bob had arrived, and taking down the big bastards was very much in his wheelhouse. He scrambled up Gallagher's back, whirring tentacles and angle grinder hands ripping divots out of my enemy, while pointed spider legs dug into his flesh with every step. The warrior from Earth screamed and spun, trying to swat Bob away, but a bronze tentacle snaked around his face and stabbed into his left eye. When he did manage to cast my golem off his back, there was a wet, sucking sound as his left eye was pulled free. Bob flew through the air, clutching his prize in a metal fist. Moon's bot reappeared, battered and barely functional, seeking to use Bob as a distraction. It lurched like a bad stop-motion animation as it jerked its way to embrace the giant's knee. The thing went from a dull, battered and blood-splattered bronze to a red glow. In less than a second, the light shining from it ran all the way up the rainbow until it was pulsing with an intense, faintly purple light. The bot was melting its way into Gallagher's leg. Burning metal closed tight, fat liquefied and trickled towards his ankle, blue flames licking up as lipids turned to a gas, and the blood sizzled as it hit the red-hot golem. Bob slammed into me and bowled me away from Gallagher just as the world went white. Fire no longer damaged me at all, and my armor's magical absorption combined with the resistance I'd gained from the life affinity made almost all magical damage negligible. It still hurt, though. As I blinked my eyes and began to get a clear view of the dirt pressed against my visor, I fought down a curse and rolled back to my feet. A plaintive wail rang out. A gigantic human foot, still clad in the charred remains of a leather sandal, stood forlorn and alone. Behind it, Gallagher rolled back and forth, screaming like a hungry baby. I took a step forward, but had to yank my foot from the ground. The armor was hot enough to melt its way into the stone flags. I plodded slowly closer, pausing to pick up my sword that had fallen to the side as I was thrown backwards by Mune's golem's suicidal revenge. Bits of glowing bronze were scattered around me. Gallagher shrank back to his normal size, but his leg didn't grow back. The bot had crippled him, and I limped forward to finish the job. Mune's death lurked in the back of my mind, like the furnaces that used to be the beating heart of the old dreadnoughts. My friend. His wife. Any sympathy I had for Gallagher vanished, and I flicked a trio of fireballs at him. He bounced and rolled across the grounds from the concussive blasts, but the damage was nothing compared to the achievement of the golem. My magic had scooped semicircular sections of the ground out of existence, but had done little more than inconvenience Gallagher. He was glowing green almost constantly, spending mana like water to try and...
What the fuck? His goddamn leg was regrowing as I limped closer. Skin and muscle boiled as the limb began to reform. He looked at me, and I became heavy enough to sag to one knee. I used enhancement, rose carefully to my feet as the stone flags cracked beneath me, and took a step towards him. My sword swung back, ready to flash over and cut him in half. "Don't!" he cried out. I'd broken him. "Let me go. You'll never see me again." He dragged himself away from my vengeance as his leg slowly regrew. It had been severed at the knee, but he already had most of his shin back. Another 30 seconds and he'd be back on his feet. Plural. How high was his level? I didn't have anything that would let me regrow limbs like a gecko that lost its tail. "Why are you fighting for that shit?" I snarled as I limped closer in my red-hot armor. "He forced me. I didn't have a fucking choice, you fucking psycho." Fun fact, I'm not psychotic. Maybe sociopathic, but nowadays I'm not so sure. I think I've grown as a person, you know? I'm not the cold-hearted bastard that green-eyed bitch stabbed back in England. But he's still in here, you know? Still staring out from behind my eyes. I released Koss and the woman we'd kidnapped earlier from my storage space. I shoved the lady and her once more crying child towards Koss. "I've got this, brother. Get her out of here. I'll avenge Mune." "Make it slow," my brother-in-law snapped as he dragged the woman away. "James!" she screamed, and Gallagher lurched to his knees and bounded towards us like a three-legged dog, his face a venomous mask. Koz lifted her off the ground with one hand, and she cried out in pain. He was careful to make sure the baby was supported, using his free hand to press it gently against her chest. "Makelin," Gallagher grunted. Koz sagged, letting the woman drop to the ground. She ran over to throw herself on top of Gallagher, then spun, holding her child in front of her like a shield. Perhaps I was being unfair, but I couldn't help but notice that the crying baby stayed between me and my fellow exile from Earth. Koz grunted as he sank to his knees, his bones audibly creaking. I threw a heel other at him and rushed towards Gallagher. I'd lost my sword somewhere in the fight, but my dagger, the partner to my wedding gift to Faye, was protruding from a flagstone. I snatched the blade out of the rock as I passed.
"Fuck off, you savage!"
snarled Nakelin, using her free hand to pick up and wave one of Gallagher's blades at me. "I won't hurt you, woman, but you need to get out of my way," I growled. "Go fuck a horse, you fucking—" she began, but Gallagher pulled her round and put his hand on her arm. Whatever she was to him, he shoved her round behind his body and raised his free hand in my direction. "Leave them, cobbler. They've done you no harm, man. Call it the last request of a worthy enemy." "You killed my friend." I moved forward slowly as the woman's screams rang out across the entrance to Mortimer's palace. Chapter 53. I can't control you.
"Stop! He was only here because that asshole was holding me hostage!"
Nakelin yelled at me, as Gallagher struggled to stop her from moving back around to interpose herself between us. "Damn it!" Koz snarled from behind me. I glanced back at my brother-in-law. A high body stat clearly didn't do much to stop getting kicked in the nuts from hurting. I slid my visor back so the woman could see my face. She was scrambling to break free from Gallagher's hold. I cast Shape Earth, and the stone rose up around the woman, carefully shaped to avoid harming her or her baby, but it curled around her and pulled her away from my enemy. Gallagher went insane. His leg had regrown down to the ankle, but the missing foot didn't seem to slow him as he surged to his remaining foot and lunged at me. I had triggered my haste amulet the instant he moved. He flashed forward, growing in size once more, reaching out to me with fingers curled into claws. I danced sideways, and my dagger flashed, leaving his right hand dangling, only held onto his arm by scraps of muscle and tendons. Something blurred past my left side,
Then a spear sprouted from his overgrown shoulder. It had sunk into the gap between his collarbone and his neck. He reached up to yank it out as the wound glowed green.
I hurled myself into the path the spear had taken and barged Koss out of the way. Even crippled, one hit from Gallagher would send him to join Mune on the moon Hellas, where good warriors go when they die. I'd lost one friend. I wasn't about to lose another so soon. "Leave him," I growled as I threw Koss away from the man. "The nomads have a code," I said as I stalked around him just out of reach. "The shit-sitters don't understand us. Stupid savages, what's to understand? But we take vendettas very seriously." "Us? You've gone native as well, then. Figures." He coughed a scarlet lump up and spat it onto the floor. "Let them go and I won't fight," Gallagher said. I glanced at the woman and child. She was trying to break free of the stone, but wasn't strong enough. "You took someone precious from me, bloke," I growled. "So fucking kill me, you moron! Don't kill them!" The pain of losing Mune was boiling inside me. I wanted to make this man suffer for what he'd done. My code, my shitty, annoying code, overrode my impulse to take something precious from him out of spite. "Koss, get the woman and child out of here. Find Krill and tell him to get his ass over here." "Mond, you can't," Koss began. "I can. Go find Faye and your nephew. Keep them safe," I growled. He glared at me, but did as I asked. I used Shape Earth to move the stone covering the woman, setting her free, and then I sculpted a prison for Gallagher, locking him in place. "Don't hurt her!" he shouted at me. "The nomads aren't the savages in this world. That title belongs to my feral huskar." "Where is your boss, asshole?" I replied, in an amicable tone that offset the harshness of my words. "He's not my fucking boss! Why do you think Nakelin was in his dungeon, you ass?" "If I could get that deep into the dungeon, you could have." "I was being watched, you prick. If I so much as looked sideways at the guards, they'd have iced them." "I won't lose a child!" "You just robbed a wife of her husband and tried to leave my child without a father. Koss, take the woman away. Make sure she's treated well." He snarled and tried to break free from the stone prison I'd shaped around his limbs. He failed. Koss dragged the shrieking woman and her child away. "It will be fine, love. Focus on little Petra. I love you," Gallagher called as he sagged, finally accepting that he was trapped. "How did you end up under Mortimer's power?" I asked. I wasn't willing to remove my armor quite yet. He could be faking not being able to break free, but as there hadn't been any further reinforcements from the palace, I was starting to relax. Koss was dragging the woman away, ignoring her hysterical screams and her attempts to hit him with another low blow. He was being careful to make sure the kid was safe as well, which softened my attitude towards him a little. Gallagher looked up at me and grimaced. I was painfully conscious, although the pain was metaphorical in my case, of his hand knitting itself back onto his arm, and his missing foot was almost regrown. "I watched you beat the shit out of Greg McConnor in the octagon," I said. "You and 10 million others. So fucking what? Just don't hurt my wife and son," he spat. "Wife, eh? I'm not the only one who's gone native," I growled as I circled him. "I started in some fucked up version of ancient Rome, cobbler. I fought my way to the top of the gladiator ranks without taking a single fucking level. I earned my place on skill alone. And then that cunt Mortimer caught up with me," he finished bitterly. "The bitch that killed us warned us about you. Everyone is waiting for you, cobbler. We've all been building our strength, preparing for the psycho to make a run at us. If you've an ounce of humanity left in your black fucking soul, just kill me and spare my family." He sagged as he finished speaking,
his head hanging down as far as it could within the stone bonds I'd sculpted around him. What the hell was I feeling? Anger burned, an urgent desire to avenge Mune, but something akin to pity, to sympathy lurked at the back of my mind as well. I can't control you. You're a danger to me and my friends, I ground out through clenched teeth. Friends! Ha! Good one, he sneered. Mune, the man you turned to fucking paste, had been with me since I joined the Nomads. I was there at his wedding. I taught him how to fight. Not well enough. I kicked him in the face before he could finish that sentence. Maybe not. Do you know what the Nomads do with prisoners? I asked, forcing myself to jump to a jovial tone of voice. Make them fuck sheep? Oh, I know. They have to dance the Macarena. I fought down the urge to kick him again. Not so much. The men will blind you and cripple you. They're more than happy to cut anything off as and when it regrows. Then the women will take your rod and your stones. And skin. The Nomads are not fucking Care Bears. Makes sense you'd fall in with savages. What the hell are you waiting for? Just kill me already, he muttered. Why should I began, but he cut me off. Cobbler, quit fucking around. You think you're a proper roadman, a gangster, but you're just a fucking thug who got into the dark side of life. I've seen your like before. You don't scare me, cunt. Kill me, or give me back my wife, my son, and fuck off. His words threw me for a loop. I was never what he seemed to think I had been back on Earth. A quiet professional with a career that had to be built in the shadows, sure, I'd accept that. I didn't throw my weight around. I wasn't dug in with the criminal elements back home unless they had the money and connections to hire me. I hadn't been an evil man. I'd been a kind of garbage collector, a human recycling facility, to return to the worms that which was theirs. I wasn't what she told you, I muttered. Not a killer? Tell that to the empty cities from here to Crathan, he sneered. This shithole is the furthest south me and my forces have been. I called my troops back when they broke into the city, for fuck's sake. I came here for Mortimer's head and that thing. I stalked over and scooped up Death's source from where it had rolled to one side. This is the key to his fucking monsters. When I took it, the amalgams died. All of them. Without the shard of Hedesti, those fuckers melted away. And now, wherever that twat is, his army just lost its most powerful weapons. Those things were the mushed-together remains of all the dead people you think I've killed. Does he have some kind of psychic power to turn people into fucking idiots? I snapped. You're the dangerous one, he said slowly. After you. You were a champion, I barked in reply. He fought against his bonds for a second, then grinned at me. He swelled, and the stone broke away from his body. Well, that wasn't a smart thing to do, was it? I chuckled as he rolled around with broken limbs. He'd snapped free of the bonds, but done himself some serious injuries in the process. A green glow surrounded him, and I scowled. I moved forward to finish him off, but he held up one hand. No, stop! I don't want to go home, he pleaded. Stop fucking about. I can't send you home, I snapped, weighing the dagger in my hand. What do you think happens when we die here? We're dead already, you ass. Kronos spilled the beans. Father Time isn't quite as limited as the others. Thoughts of Faye, Kos, Krill, Jandak, and my as-yet unnamed son flashed through my mind. All I'd ever had to do to go home was die? Aresk couldn't tell me anything like that, you lying shit. He's one of the bound gods. Kronos, Hedesti, and Aphrodite. Who can question time, death, and beauty? He spat to one side and tried to push himself into a sitting position. You've been played, you fool. Who can question war? I'm not the one about to be iced, Gallagher. You watched my fights. You mentioned it before. So? That doesn't mean you can know that. Kronos told me. I'm not wrong, am I? He snarled. No, I admitted reluctantly. My mind was whirling. I could have just gone home. Not been tortured on the back of that wagon. Not cut that guy's fingers off. Not built an army that was hell-bent on burning down every shit-sitter city. He held them hostage, Cobbler. He was going to turn them into one of his monsters if I didn't serve. I fucking hated him. I do hate him. Maybe the green-eyed woman was wrong. Maybe you aren't a monster. Prove it. You've got my wife and son. I won't act against you. Would he, though? He could. That much I was sure of.
I had a beaten tiger in front of me, spread out on the flagstones of Mortimer's palace. If I let the beast get back up, I wasn't sure I could put it down again. He'd know my tricks. Sure, I'd know his, but I got the feeling he had more tricks I hadn't seen yet. Shit. I couldn't hold his wife and kid hostage. I really want to kill you. You turned Mune into a fucking street pizza. My knuckles cracked as my fists clenched. I'll go. Give me Naklin and my boy. You don't want to go home, neither do I. I've got no beef with you. His eyes looked up at me, full of sincerity and desperation. We can just go our own ways. You won't be going anywhere for a while. Bob, cuff him, I called. My murder bot rattled over, trailing a wounded tentacle. Raymond, I'm not sure I'm capable of restraining him. Take a leg off at the knee. It'll slow him down for now. Bronze met flesh, and Gallagher grunted. You fucking twat, he snarled. That'll do, Bob. That'll do. Chapter 54. Shikrkin slain, ×1. He'll never drive the herds again, Krill intoned solemnly. The old man made no gesture, but a series of flames rose up along Mune's pyre. The dry wood quickly caught, and soon a fire was roaring to carry my friend to the warrior's moon. He needs to die, Ray, Faye said quietly. If you don't want to, I will do it. We will have to tell the tribes that you did it. She had a hand resting on my shoulder. My face was stone, unmoving. The other chiefs and Legion staff who had gathered to say farewell to the first of my fangs to fall flinched whenever they met my eyes. I know. Gallagher was locked in a dungeon cell, bound to the wall by shape earth, and 4 golems were constantly watching him. He lost a limb every time it grew back. His screams rang out every hour or so, giving the palace a nightmarish soundtrack. It's been 3 days, love. It would be a mercy to give him to the women. I know. I'll do it when the pyre is burned down. Knife to the brain. What's happened to his woman? She's being watched by Halen. I winced at her words. Not the guardian I'd have picked for her. Ouch, that will only make a bad situation worse. She needs to be taken care of properly. I want her gone. To kill a nursing mother? Not gone, Faye. She's going to hold a grudge. I need her away from you and our boy. I can break her like dry grass, Faye snapped. Sure, but poison? A hit on the bairn? Not worth the risk. She goes somewhere else. An escort to Crathen or something, with enough valuables to live a good life. Can you set that up for me, please? She turned and looked up at my face. I was still focused on the fire, but I saw her expression in my peripheral vision. She didn't look pleased. Why not? No love. I won't make her a slave. Faye harumphed at my response, but turned back to the fire.
I stood silently for over an hour as I watched the pyre burn. We'd gathered up as much of Mune's body as we could. Most of his torso had simply exploded when he was hit. But his head and legs had been recovered, carefully wrapped, and placed atop the timber. Kaz and Jandak stood on the other side, flanking Krill, and they joined me in my vigil. Most of the others drifted away. In the end, it was just my remaining Fangs, Krill, and Faye who stayed to the end. As the wood finally collapsed into embers, I sent a short prayer to Haydesti, asking for special treatment for my friend. There was no crashing aura of rot or whatever the hell death's presence felt like, but I hoped it was received.
"Let me do it, Mond,"
Jandak snarled as we walked away.
"Moon was one of us."
"I would like the honor of avenging him as well, if it's an option," Kaz added. A scream rang out from the dungeon complex below the palace as another limb was removed from our prisoner. "You'd think he'd stop trying to grow them back," Kaz said with an evil chuckle.
"I'm not sure what kind of spells he got, but I reckon it's some boon or something," Krill muttered.
"You're going to do it now?"
"Yeah."
"How are the nobles taking their loss of power?" I asked, as we made our way towards the side of the palace that led to the dungeon through the barracks. The structure was intact, the long wings of the palace, ornately decorated with bright paint and intricate designs, stretched out around us. "Not well," Krill cackled. It felt good to hear the mad old bastard let rip with his signature noise. Mune had laughed a lot as well. Always brave, always loyal. We passed down the edge of the gardens. The plants were looking a bit worse for wear. They required constant watering at this time of year in the semi-arid climate of Urkash, and the gardeners had seemingly chosen to retire and seek other work elsewhere, all at the same time. They're too scared to do anything at the moment, but Mortimer knew his shit.
Their heirs and daughters are all with his main army that went southwest.
They know they're fucked if we take a dislike to them, and they know they're fucked if we don't. So they're a little torn at the moment. Another cackle rang out from my mentor. "The scouts have gone out to find him?" I asked. "Aye. What about the bird?" Jandak asked. He was still pissed at me for abusing our thread, but he had calmed a little after we scraped Mune up off the flagstones. "Glimpse is going to head out that way soon. The kill team, or what's left of it, needs a break. In a couple of days, they'll load up into a storage bead and be flown south to make more mischief. Bon is prepping a unit of Umbrati to go as well. I'm going to throw some souls at them, give the boys some proper backup in case things go sideways for them like it did in this shithole." I shoved aside the door to the dungeon, and a dozen leveled nomads all pointed spears at me. "Easy, guys.
"I'm going to make you sitting here in this stone coffin
unnecessary."
"Thank Eresk. Warlord, we're a hard people, but I've had to dispose of that bastard's legs 15 times,
one of them complained. "It ends now." I brushed past them and moved through the barracks area into the dungeon proper. "Wait here," I ordered.
"Brother, you need guards around that monster,"
Kaz argued. "He's been disarmed, literally and repeatedly. There are 4 golems in there as well. He's from my world. I want to do this alone." They didn't look happy, but they nodded reluctantly. Krill just leant against the wall, but the Fangs moved to flank the door to Gallagher's cell as I stepped within.
"There he is," Gallagher gasped. "The monster in human skin."
The man was braced to the floor with flowing stone that I had conjured to wrap him in place. He had exhausted his mana after the first few amputations. There was a pile of bloody limbs in one corner of the dank cell, and Bob and his friends were each standing to watch the limbs slowly regrow. In the end, it was as easy as any other killing. Humans are such fragile bags of blood delicately strung over bones. Thoughts of my friend's demise flashed before my eyes, his chest vanishing into a pink mist, his startled face and shoulder launching into the air. But they weren't what drove me to slide my dagger into Gallagher's brain and twist it back and forth. He was too dangerous, too much of a threat to those I'd come to love to risk sparing. I stepped back and wiped my dagger off on my tunic before slipping it into the sheath on my belt. Sorry, bloke. You were a good fighter. Too good. For a resk! One of the 6 has fallen. Raymond Cobbler has killed James Gallagher, the first player to make a real kill. Raymond will have access to a curated selection of rewards for taking the first step on his true path. Shikrakin slain, ×1. No souls harvested. Choose one of the following rewards. Stolen power. You will inherit James Gallagher's regeneration boon. Efficient soul transfer. Loss of souls on transfer reduced to 10%. Hunter's gaze. You will know roughly where the other 4 exiles are at all times. The closer they are to you, the clearer your sense of them will be. Make your choice. I hadn't even had a chance to ponder the options before a cry rang up, all across the city. Nomad ululations echoed in through the tiny barred window of Gallagher's cell. "What did you get?" demanded Krill, as he shoved Cause out of the way to burst into the room first. The Fangs followed him and offered their congratulations. "You saw that notification?" I asked. "Sounds like everyone did. There's going to be a party tonight." Krill grinned at me. "So what did you get?" the irascible old man asked. I wasn't happy about this notification being some kind of universal ping. I briefly prayed that it wouldn't be for everyone, only those I had given souls to. It isn't. Everyone with stats saw that notification. "I'm proud of you, boy," Aresk's voice echoed in my mind. Shit. "Maybe we can help with the choice?" Krill offered with a gleam in his eye. "I already know what you'd pick, you old rascal." "No, give me a minute. Soul transfer would undoubtedly be the best option in terms of making the most of my souls. Stolen power would make me as tough as Gallagher had been. As long as I was literally disarmed, I'd be unstoppable. Hunter's gaze would let me find the other 4 easily, or see them coming if they came after me. Think, Ray. Do you need more powerful followers, more survivability, or an easy option to hunt down the rest of them? Gallagher had made it pretty clear what Poseidon's poisoning of the well had done to my chances of living to let live. I clicked on Hunter's gaze and screamed as my head felt like it was fracturing into pieces. I knew where they were. One was 100 miles or so southeast, a clear beacon in my mind. Way off to the southwest was another, their location much vaguer. I could point to them, but it could be 10 or 15 degrees either way. Far in the east, the other 2 sat there, amorphous blobs in the perception of this skill. Too far away to be an immediate threat. Mortimer must be the closest. Aresk only knew who the one at the southeast was. I do know, and so do all the other gods. Suddenly he's a chatty Cathy. I liked it better when he was quiet. I've taken the power that lets me know where the other Shikrakin are. I need to speak to the scouts. Actually, I need to get some letters written for the ones already on. They're fucking illiterate, aren't they? Damn it. Well, they're just gonna wander around for a week or 2 while the main army moves. I'm going to leave the Legion in charge here. Urkash is too big, despite Mortimer feeding so many poor bastards to amalgams, to leave it to a tribe. And if more than one tribe is in charge, they'll just fight for power and fuck everything up. How far? Krill asked excitedly. Maybe 100 miles or so. Less than a week's march for the army. So 2 or 3 days. We'll be marching towards them at the same speed, Mond, Jandak interjected. Yeah, we need to march now. Go get the tribunes and the chiefs. We're going to end this war. Chapter 55. And not die myself. It's hot. Damn hot.
I muttered. Is the boy okay? Faye looked up from the baby wrapped in fine, and most importantly, thin linen sheets. She gave me a broad smile and winked. He's of the steppes. We aren't a soft people, Ray. Even our newborns are tougher than most shit-sitters, she laughed. Faye shifted the baby from her hip and held him out to me. I took him and held him up in front of me to peer into his face. The odd eyes babies seem to have when they're born, the darkened iris, had faded and been replaced with my own brilliant blue color. He still looked like a fat Winston Churchill, but I knew enough that even she understood the reference. Women rarely liked the comparison. I pulled him in close and held him against my chest as we walked south behind the army. I don't like it, husband. Uh-oh. Husband was usually a bad sign, especially when we were alone. You'll be alone and separated from the army. I'm taking half a legion and about the same number of leveled-up warriors, as well as Wilson, the Fangs, and Krill. I'm really not going to be alone, love. And that sick bastard will have his entire army around him, she snapped. The baby stirred at the anger in his mother's voice, then settled his head against my chest with a burbling noise. One tiny hand clamped surprisingly strong fingers around one of my thumbs. But he's no fighter. If I'd seen Gallagher coming, I could have... What's happened with the woman? I asked. I'd left the arrangements for Nakelin and her kid to Faye and the Coven. She has gone east. A small escort and far more wealth than you should have given here went as well. You can't be frivolous with money, Ray. We need to support our herds. I owed her that much at least, I muttered. She's got a baby, like you. So, because you're a new father, you go all soft in the head? Are all men from Earth so deranged? That woman will hate you and your sons until the day she dies. She should have been put down and the child fostered. She nodded her head firmly in my peripheral vision. No, I was the worst of the men from back home. Glimpse is going to be busy for the next couple of days, deploying the advanced parties, so I won't be able to watch over you while I'm gone. Stay close to Halen, please. Operation Change the Subject had begun. How big is his army? Faye asked quietly. Operation failed. Abort! Was this really what had been worrying her? It's not small, I hedged, and got a slap on the arm that prompted the baby to roll his head around and burp loudly. Okay, it's fairly sizable? Another arm slap. It's fucking huge, Faye, but it's a few casts of burning skies away from being ashes, so don't worry. The others are all far away. Once I deal with Mortimer, we'll have some peace for a while. They will move against you, sooner rather than later. I would. You were the first to claim a Shikarakan life. They will all be after you now. They were before. I bumped my shoulder against hers. Poseidon guaranteed that when she gave them a truncated version of my life story before she killed us. Were you such a threat to them? Mortimer is a shit-sitter parasite, a rent-seeking leech. But Gallagher was a fighter. What of the rest of them? An academic, scholar, I guess, a high-ranking soldier, and a social media influencer are all that will be left once Morty is feeding worms. What's a social media influencer? She asked. Kind of like... The nomads had no concept I could compare it to other than dreamers, but they were more akin to priests. Like someone who makes money by telling people what they want to hear, in a way that they find entertaining, I think. You guys don't really have the equivalent. Do the shit-sitters have bards, skalds, or troubadours? Singers? We have singers, Ray, she said acerbically. They don't always sing back home, or have any real talent, if I'm honest. I'd like to see this world of yours one day, Faye said softly. When you go back, I don't think I will. I'm not going anywhere. She reached up and kissed my cheek,
her hand stroking our son's hair just beneath my chin as she did so. "But that means," she prompted me like she was Aresk reading my thoughts.
"That means I need to keep at least one of the others alive. And not die myself," I chuckled.
"What about accidents?" she asked in a worried voice.
"I'm not going to have an accident, love," I reassured her. Another arm slap that made the baby gurgle.
"Not you, idiot! What if the last one of them falls off a roof or gets trampled by stampeding aurochs?"
Huh. I honestly don't know. Next time Captain Brass Bollocks summons me to his lair, I'll ask him. I'm guessing I need to make sure nothing happens to them. Damn it. That won't be easy to arrange. Perhaps a job for the kill team after the war is done. Not like that, but spies who are constantly watching out for one of the other Shikrikin, keeping them safe. I had raised an eyebrow at her initial suggestion, but I could see some sense to it. It would make sure I didn't have to be anywhere near the others and run the risk of a lethal misunderstanding. We talked quietly as we approached the rear of the army, and I passed the boy back to Faye, who settled him against her breasts. They had stopped to make camp for the night. Seagulls circled overhead, coming inland from the coast and trailing behind my forces, looking to snatch up any scraps that got dropped on the march. This was the end of the first day's march south. Mortimer's army was hurrying towards us, hugging the coastline as it hurried to retake his capital. We would intercept him and offer battle, while portions of the army were deployed behind his troops via glimpse, so we could hammer his rear and flanks if he chose not to run. I guided us to where my bird was waiting, 1,000 troops standing in front of where he was perched on the end of a wagon. The legionaries were in neat lines, holding formation like automatons while they waited, while the nomads lounged about in untidy groups, most of them stretched out on the ground and passing jugs back and forth. "Legate!" "It's done," Pertobon said as soon as he saw me. He pulled what looked like a steel twig from the back of his belt and passed it down to me. I took the 5-foot-long shaft of silver metal and examined how they had seated the black orb at one end. Bands of metal held Hadesti's source in place, turning it into the head of a very heavy mace. The other sources we'd found had all had fairly obvious uses or benefits. Converting the Huskar to my side and beginning the Legion on board, the God Forge and the Golem cores were all easy to take advantage of. I'd had no idea how to benefit from the God of Death's pearl, but the Huskars had come to my rescue with their ancient knowledge. Using it the same way that Mortimer had done was out of the question, not only for ethical reasons, but practical ones as well. I wasn't a necromancer. But if wielded as a weapon, it would inflict terrible effects on anyone it struck, if it didn't simply kill them outright. So Legion crafters had forged my new death mace quickly, using the enhanced metals Salk regularly sent south. I spun it in my hands, leaving a blur in the air as it twirled fast enough to hum. It was weighty, even with my strength stat. It would be a good weapon. "Are you ready?" I asked Bon, as I leaned on my new short staff.
"We await your command, Legate,"
Bon replied with a booming laugh. I nodded and grinned up at him. "Mages in first, Umbrati next, then the line troops," he bellowed at the Huskar soldiers around us. Glimpse flapped down to settle on my shoulder and draped a necklace made of stone beads over my shoulder that he carried in one claw. It must have made for quite a sight. Long lines of giants walked towards me and vanished into one of the 50-odd beads slung on the bird's necklace. Then the nomads followed suit, joking and grumbling as they steadily vanished. "See you on the other side," laughed Kaz, as he and Jandak vanished as well. Krill just cracked as he stepped into the blank state of the dimensional pockets. "Be careful, love." Faye kissed me long and passionately, then turned and walked away without looking back. They weren't a sentimental people, that was for sure. I looked around for the final member of our party and realized he was hiding. I reached out via a particular soul thread and sent a gentle nudge to come and join me.
There was a yip from behind a nearby wagon, and I moved to find my errant wolf. Wilson peered up at me from under the cart he was hiding beneath. "Come on, boy, time to go." He whined and slipped further back behind the nearest wheel. "What's got into you? You're usually all up for ripping some zombies' throats out." Another whine and a headshake. He sent me a mental image of darkness, fear, and urinating. Charming. "Look, Wilson, it's only for a couple of hours. We'll be let out before you know it."
I don't experience anything while I'm in storage. Another yip, and the wolf began shuffling along on his belly towards the far side of the wagon. I leapt over the 3-meter-tall vehicle and landed facing where I started on the other side. Wilson jumped, and his back made the whole wagon bounce. "Shit! Sorry, bloke. Look, I won't force you. You could stay and guard Faye and the baby instead." His tongue lolled out, and he inched towards me, close enough that I could ruffle the fur between his ears. He inched his way out and shook violently once he was back on his feet. His nose came down to my face, and I got a lick of gratitude. I patted his shoulder. "I'll miss you, big guy. I could really use another friend to watch my back. But if you're scared of going into storage, I guess I'll just have to manage without you." I sighed dramatically as Glimpse landed on the wolf's head and let out a cackling caw of derision. Wilson shook the bird off and snapped half-heartedly at Glimpse as he jumped over to my shoulder. Big amber eyes looked at me from his bronze-furred face, and he chuffed unhappily. He glanced from the crow peering up at him with its head cocked on one side, and my face, which was desperately trying to suppress a smile. "It's fine, pup. Go find Faye. Make sure nothing happens to her." He wagged his tail and took off at a loping sprint in the direction she'd gone. "And then they were two," I muttered. "Never. Tens of thousands are praying for your success. I'll deploy the kill team first, then let the advance team out a little further away. Thanks, Glimpse. Maybe we will get a little peace after this is done." I looked around the army, troops bustling around as they ran errands or sat around cooking fires, working on their weapons and armor. I couldn't see it myself. This wasn't a force that could just retire. Endless conquest was what the nomads wanted. Revenge for all the slights the shit-sitters had given over the centuries. "Let's go," I said, and Glimpse hopped to my other shoulder. Then the world vanished. Right and proper. As agreed, Glimpse pulled me out of storage first. I scanned around quickly. From my perspective, it had been late afternoon a moment ago. Now the sun had set, and only a few rays of light lent the sky a purple tinge in the west. "We're clear?" I asked. "Yes, Ray. No one within 3 miles, and their scouts passed through here an hour ago on their way north. They won't be back." Glimpse sent. "Outstanding. Spit them out and let's get settled in while we wait for the main forces to sight each other." Men and Husker began to pour out of the necklace in Glimpse's claws. Blinking at the change in light for a second, they quickly began to form a perimeter, troopers spreading out to surround us as more emerged. "Lord, that's everyone. Can the bird scout for us now?" asked Pertabon. He was crouched down, like all Husker, as there wasn't much in the way of cover in this arid land. We'd been dropped off in a shallow depression, but the gently rising slopes around us didn't provide proper cover for the Husker, some of whom were nearly 8 meters tall. Watching the Husker do that awkward crouching walk to try to reduce their height by half made me smile for a moment. And then Krill arrived. "You need the kills, Ray," he said without preamble. "You lead the charge and nuke them with burning skies. How many mana potions do you have left?" I'd acquired a few more since the last time I checked, as the weekly refresh came round. I checked my personal pocket dimensions and grimaced. 49 left. "Use 'em and share 'em," he ordered me. I scowled at him in response. "This isn't going to be our last battle. I know where the others are now." I could feel Mortimer like a bubo in my mind. I could sprint to him in less than half an hour.
He was gradually creeping away from me to the north, so if they'd noticed us, the man himself would not be paying us a visit anytime soon.
Fuck them. This is the big high necromancer. How close are the others? Krill snapped. Not close. But that reserve of potions is 3/4 gone, and I won't be able to restock. The rest will have had more time to get stronger. I won't waste them just to save the lives of your warriors, Krill hissed at me. Mond, you'll need the strength of your warriors when the others come for you. Shut up, Krill. Warriors are born to die in battle, Jandak interrupted. Perimeter scouts are in place. Where's Glimpse? Just dropping off the kill team, I said absently, as I checked in on the bird. They were pissed, chuckled Jandak, and Kaz nodded in agreement. They wanted souls already, but they're good lads, despite their oddities, my brother-in-law added.
We're not hitting them until the main army engages, so we'll have surprise on our side. I glanced around. No fires. It's a cold camp tonight, I barked. The main Legion forces will draw fire while we eat them from the flanks. It's a good old hammer and anvil scenario. Krill grumbled and complained, but went off to join the mage husker and discuss plans with them. I pulled a pile of furs out of my storage and spread them out on the ground. Kos and Jandak did the same, setting themselves up on either side of me, spears and blades close at hand. Mond, thanks, Jandak spoke in a quiet and uncertain voice. I looked over as I snuggled deeper into my bed for the night. He had been angry at me, pissed off about Mune, furious that I'd abused my control over him. I'd hardly had a polite word from him since it happened. No worries, bloke. I wasn't going to push. I was angry, blunt as ever. I noticed, mate. I'm sorry I used the bond to send you away. Gah, this was getting uncomfortable. We were battle brothers. Feelings were not discussed. If you hadn't, I would have died against Gallagher. You couldn't have saved Kaz and me, so one of us would have died. And I'm faster than Kaz. I'd have attacked first.
Faster to reach the stew pot, Kaz joked. I'm glad you survived, brother. But I want revenge for Mune, Jandak snarled from his bed furs. The fighter is dead. The necromancer won't be much of a battle, and he was in charge of Gallagher, Kaz offered. Don't count that fuck Mortimer out yet, I said gently. Without his giant beasts, he's goat feed. We've got the Legion, the Coven, the tribes, and we've got us. Kaz chuckled. Mond, Raymond. Jandak never used my proper name. I looked over at him. He was curled tight in a ball, the long back hair of his mullet sticking out of the nest of animal furs he was wrapped in. What? I asked. Let me lead the charge tomorrow.
You and the casters need to soften them up and deal with the dross, but let me face his champions.
You've got a kid, bloke. My son will be ashamed of me as I am. I need to cut through our enemies, to win back my honor. I could almost feel the words, that you took from me, hanging in the air. Bloody crazy Stone Age assholes. Why couldn't I find normal friends in a new world? It's that important. Yes. His voice was flat and cold. You can lead the Legion troopers after the mages burn their mana. It will come down to the cut and thrust after that, I offered. Thank you, Mond. He settled deeper into his bedding, and his breathing became quieter. Is he asleep? Whispered Kaz. No, Jandak snapped. Shut up, Kaz. My brother by marriage snorted and rolled over. Tomorrow was the day. All these months, the horrors of the bandaged men, the ambush at Helath, the revelation of the amalgams,
and the genocide involved in their creation.
I slipped into sleep with visions of horror and grey melting flesh in my mind. I awoke in a bronze temple, with a smirking Erisk looking down at me.
Great job, Ray! First kill accomplishment goes to us!
To me. He shouldn't have had to die, I replied, looking behind me. A chair rose from the plaza, and I sat down to face my god.
I thoroughly approve of your choice of perk. Now we can hunt the others down and win this for sure. You've robbed Fish Tits of her power, some of it anyway. Death is on your side, as is Vulcan. We're building quite a little coalition with me at the head of it. The bronze statue paced back and forth, gesticulating happily as he spoke. You and me, kiddo, we're going places in this version of the game.
We, me, I snapped back. You can't lead a coalition of the gods. You're just a mortal, a mote, a speck of existence. Ray, I am the only one the others will treat with real respect. I wasn't sure about that. Death had been courteous enough while I was in his domain, and Velkit had lent me his aura a few times when dealing with Sulk and Clip.
Pah! They saw we were on the rise. They weren't acting to support you, but us. Aresk chuckled. And I know you don't like it when I read your thoughts, but you've reached the point where they practically scream at anyone with divine senses. Senses you now possess in some small degree. I thought for a minute, and watched the smile playing at the edges of my patron's mouth. The gaze thing, I guessed. Yes, that was a canny choice, boyo. The trash Mortimer sold demigodhood to were gullible fools, but you've taken the first step towards leaving mortality behind and joining the Celestial Brotherhood. What the fuck? I know. It's been so long since anyone has gotten this close. Who was the last? Not Narbo. He was a tinkerer. He liked to play with material things. Fucking atheist. What was his name? Targetaos. That was him.
He went back to Earth and became a proper hero. Had to give up most of his power, though. But you don't want to go home anymore, do you? No more homesick, revenge-obsessed Raymond Cobbler. I've never heard of the bloke. The armor and weapons on their bronze plinths seemed to spin a little faster as Eresk became more excitable. A happy god was arguably worse than an angry one. Oh, don't be a baby. I'm not going to hurt you, am I? You heard of Hercules? Yeah, Kevin Sorbet, right? I snapped. Close enough. Targeteos is the bloke the Greeks nicked the idea from. One of ours who won the game. All I had to do to go home was die. Gallagher knew. He didn't know shit. Kronos is a tricky fucker, as you'd expect from old Father Time. Trust me, boy. I have no idea what it would be like to have a real hero on Earth in the modern age. Imagine what you could do. Get ganked by corporate assassins or government kidnappers? I said wryly. Ha! Maybe, but I think you'd do a bit better than that. You'd retain a portion of your power, especially now you've partially departed the realm of mortality. So I can live forever? The bronze statue burst into laughter and slapped his thigh with a loud clang that made my ears ring. Not even close, lad. But you'll live longer than most men. And if you can win the game, anything is possible. I can keep my life here and take my revenge on Poseidon? I asked. A wash of power went out from my patron, and my chair keeled over backwards. I was pressed into the ground. Dick, move, I grunted. I've got plans, human. I'm not a mere thug, no simple berserker, although both of those archetypes are among my favorites. You'll get what you want, after I get what I want. The pressure vanished, and my chair righted itself, so I was once again sitting facing a smiling metal golem. What plans? I asked. Ray, don't be a dickhead. If I can read your mind,
Mortals.
Suffice it to say that you'll get most of what you want, as long as I get most of what I want. Deal? Do I have a choice?
Honestly? Nope. If you say no, I'll withdraw my support. The tattoo won't work anymore, your army will fracture, and you and your tiny band of nomads will be hunted down. You could probably run for a long time. You're sneaky. I like that about you. But it won't just be you on the run, will it? Think of your spawn, of Fae, and your friends. You'd be killing them all. Gods are dicks. Ha! We certainly are, at least from the point of view of little mortals. I'm sorry, Ray, but it's very much a you-scratch-my-back first kind of a deal when it comes to us Celestials. It's only right and proper. What should I expect tomorrow? I snapped. Oh, the usual. Swarms of undead, miasmic clouds of disease and death. Haven't you ever read any books about evil necromancers? No, I had a life. Did you now? A life of hiding who you were, never trusting anyone.
Always alone, except for dear old Freddy, who you could barely stand to be around for longer than strictly necessary. Now you have a life, my boy. A son, a wife, mighty warriors by your side, and a host at your back. Your life is a song for the ages now. Before, you were just a petty killer. Now you're a titan, bestriding the world. The statue swelled to gigantic proportions, leaving me staring upwards at a face suddenly far away. It was what I'd built, I snarled. There's my boy. Go on back to real world now, and do what you were made to do. The plaza faded out, and my eyes snapped open to the pink light of dawn. Chapter 57. Outnumbered. Up! I roared. Get your shit together. We're moving out. I threw off my bedfurs and snatched them back into a storage ring. The camp was badly lit by the first hint of dawn, but the sentries jumped at my yell and began to hurry about, waking the rest of the force. Mond? What the hell? The army won't engage them for another 6 hours.
We've got loads of time to get into position, Kaz grumbled.
We're the anvil, not the hammer. We'll pull their attention. The main army can smash them in the flank. Get your shit together, I yelled again. We're moving out in half an hour. Legate, this is perhaps ill-advised, offered Bon as he crouch-walked over to me. Why? I snapped. Pritiban settled onto his heels and gave me a serious expression. He had somehow already been fully armed and armored when I woke up with a fire in my belly. The guy must have slept in his war gear. We are but a small force. The other groups are in position, I trust? I checked with Glimpse. Yes, Ray, the third flanking team has been deployed, and the birds sent back. Yeah, they're good to go. No point pissing about. I want Mortimer's head before sunset, I said firmly. Yes, said Jandak as he threw a fist in the air. See me, Erisk. I'll win glory today. I exchanged an exasperated look with Kaz before we both grinned. Yep.
Fangs, go light a fire under the nomads. Bon, I want the legionnaires ready to move in half an hour. Kick everyone awake, shove some food in their hands, and get them ready to march. We need to catch up to the bastards first. They spread out to follow my instructions. Anyone who was still in their bedfurs got a kick as they passed, and harsh orders cracked through the air. With the Fangs and an irate tribune acting as the spurs, it wasn't long before my small band was moving out. I'd grown accustomed to having tens of thousands of warriors around me. Now, with barely 1,000 at my back, I felt somewhat vulnerable, especially as I borrowed Glimpse's senses to survey the enemy. There was a knot of brightness at the heart of Mortimer's formation. Colorful banners waved from spears, and the normal humans acted as the nucleus of an undead cell while it oozed across the scrubland. Around this band of merry brothers was a sea of gray.
The arid landscape looked like a gray swamp, undulating towards Rukash. Trying to count them was a futile endeavor. I had them pegged at around 300,000 undead, but I was probably off by at least 10%. That was what Burning Skies was for, though. My entire force was outnumbered at least 10-1. I could see them maybe a dozen miles away from the horde of undeath as my little band ran towards the enemy. Scouts from both sides were already skirmishing, nomads and shit-sitter cavalry trading blows. The nomads tended to win out. They were born to ride. But enough of the enemy were escaping back towards Mortimer's army that they'd know soon enough the legions and the nomads were coming. This might work to my advantage. Aresk had pissed me off. I'd acted without thinking to roust the troops and hit the bastards as soon as possible. Once King Dickhead was in the ground, I'd have some peace for a while to work out what to do with the others. But the lead elements of both sides were already tangling with each other, so we might not be the anvil after all. We ran like wolves, a steady lope eating up the ground between us and our prey. The rattle and clank of armor from the Legion and the susurration of the leather-clad nomads marked our passage as we rushed towards battle. I crested a low hill and skidded to a halt. My armor appeared over my body at the same time as I pulled half a dozen of my dwindling supply of mana potions from a storage ring. I dropped all bar one into a belt pouch and drew my sword. Acres of dead men and women moved in the plain below me, a silent mass of animate flesh that ought to be in the ground or have been atop a pyre. Well, I could fix that easily enough. As the legionnaires stopped, in almost perfect formation around me, and the nomads spread out to cover their flanks, I made the sky go dark. The last set of upgrades had turned Burning Skies into an apocalyptic weapon. It had to start within my casting range, but I could shape it how I liked. And I was only limited by the maximum area of the spell. The edge of the enemy army was perhaps half a kilometer away. My range was perhaps a fifth of that, but I could extend a centimeter-wide line of the spell, allowing me to use the bulk of it across a vast area. I sent the spell out like spider webs, half a meter wide, spreading out from my launch point to the mass of the foe. The fireballs that flashed from the sky eradicated everything in a 33-meter radius when they hit, turning most organic matter directly into gas and trace elements. I cast again, and the red sky darkened once more. Then again. I sent threads of boiling skyfire down in an intricate web. I'd never tried to use the spell like this before, and it was absorbing all of my attention. Spheres of impossible heat exploded without warning among the zombies, butting lines through them that reached almost to the bead of color that lay at the heart of the army. Near Mortimer. I could feel him like a cyst in my mind. I knew exactly where he was. But whenever I tried to send a thread of Burning Skies in his direction, dozens of shields leapt up to absorb the falling fire. Reanimated Humanos X33705 slain. 505,575 souls harvested. Well, that worked. But it was barely 10% of the undead. I swung my visor up and chugged 2 of my precious mana potions. While I did so, the Legion mages opened up, elemental bolts slamming across a battlefield that was now pockmarked, with demi-globes of dirt incinerated from existence. Lances of light cut through the mob as it tried to coalesce and turned to face the threat we presented. The lines of blazing glory from the Legion's spears slammed into more hasty shields before they could hit the human core of Mortimer's forces. I watched via glimpse from the sky as another of the 3 forward-deployed units arrived on the scene. 1,000 soldiers emerged from a scraggly forest to the south of us and unleashed another barrage, further disrupting the horde. My mana ticked back up, and I threw myself forward into the ashy wasteland I'd created, leaping over the divots I'd burned out of the earth until I was close enough for another barrage of burning skies. "Jandak, go!" I yelled over the detonations that were racing away from me as the crimson clouds unleashed their fury on my enemies. My friend blurred past me and ran towards the humans at the heart of Mortimer's army. I followed suit, making sure to let him keep a slight lead. I could feel Koss behind me, and the threads leading to the rest of my unit followed closely behind him.
A ululating cry went up from the nomads. Eriskin, Mondin, Jagapin, whatever the hell Kalpaker's tribe was called, they all charged forward with screams of rage and fury. The dead were nothing to us now, but there were so many of them. Jandak cut a path, 100 meters of spraying gore and limbs. Then the mob began to slow him down. I ran behind, blade flicking left and right as the swarm tried to close in behind my friend. Interspersed in the mob were the lesser amalgams, 3 or 4 poor bastards melted together by Mortimer's necromancy. They were the pebbles in the stream that bounced off Jandak as he carved a path towards glory. I leapt into the air and threw fireballs to both sides at the peak of my arc, making sure they landed far enough away that they weren't a threat to my friends. The Huskar kicked and stomped their way through the gray mob, not even bothering with weapons. 4-foot-long feet, clad in iron-studded boots, made short work of any zombie that got too close.
The nomads worked in trios, fighting back to back with elegant, swirling spearwork. Jandak had clearly trained them well based on the principles I'd passed on to him from Earth. My friend vanished in a pile of gray flesh for a moment, before surging out, scattering his attackers and driving closer to the real enemy. The enemy that was even now turning their full attention on the threat we represented. I rushed to join him and threw up a fire shield as bolts of power flew over the heads of the undead. I don't know whether it was Jandak or Koss, but one of them was on the ball and created spatial tears to swallow the magical attacks and send them back to their origins. Enemy shields sprang up to block their own attacks. All to the good. We needed to waste their mana and exhaust their trinkets. Once magic was removed from the equation, we could deal with the fighters easily enough. Even my troops, who'd only gotten a couple of levels, were more than a match for the bandaged men, and the Huskar could slam through heavily leveled enemies with ease if they didn't get blown apart before they could close. Glimpse pecked at my mind, and I grinned behind my visor. It seemed that my Titans had decided to charge rather than advance with the rest of the army, and had arrived early. Mulius and Marbo steamrolled through the northern elements of Mortimer's forces. His human mages were forced to split their attention between the advanced teams and the monstrous Huskar. The flashes of magic were largely ignored by Mulius, who trusted his shaggy metallic fur and vast health pool to handle the damage. Marbo threw up shields and spatial tears whenever his feline form could slip around them. For such a large being, Marbo was extremely adept at avoiding attacks, and his 2-foot-long claws rarely paused from scything through the dead while he did so. I sent Glimpse winging back towards the other advance teams as I continued to slice my way after Jandak. They had charged as well. From above, Mortimer's army looked like a rotten cake with 3 large wedges cut out of it. Without his massive amalgams, my fellow exile was massively outclassed. The wedges began pushing deeper into the gray mass, carving into the center of the fetid army he'd amassed. I cast Burning Skies again and focused it on the nearest sections of the human elements. As soon as the clouds changed color, dozens of shields flickered into being above the human forces. They stopped the worst of the barrage. Barely a handful of fireballs landed. Reanimated Humanos times 1,074 slain. 16,110 souls harvested. Normalis Humanos times 430 slain. 4,300 souls harvested. Soulbound servant slain times 123 slain.
460 souls harvested.
It was only a fraction of the human troops, but I had opened up a gap in their defenses. They were now focused on 4 directions. The Titans stomping towards them were probably the most terrifying threat, judging by the blasts of magic being fired at them. Then there were our expeditionary forces, enjoying a brief reprieve from the ranged attacks and taking advantage of the opportunity to whittle down the horde some more. Finally, they were clearly watching the sky in fear, waiting for the clouds to change color. I waved my sword over my head as I followed in Jandak's wake, and we charged to close with the people controlling the mass of the shambling dead. Chapter 58. High Ground. There wasn't any posturing or pontificating from the human elements of Mortimer's army. They saw we had broken through, and a barrage of spells was launched at us. Most of them were blocked by shields, but I felt dozens of threads snap in my soul from behind me. Jandak was a blur, leaping from side to side as bolts of elemental fury blew past him, and he closed the distance to smash into the first line of physically gifted soulbound. The first one caught a spear to the knee. He used the man's leg as a pivot, driving the pinned leg into the ground with a sickening, crunching sound that was audible over the din of battle. He pole vaulted, throwing himself nearly 20 meters over the heads of the first ranks of the enemy and taking his spear with him. His first victim screamed as the tip came free and almost severed the man's leg. We were too close for fireballs now, but I summoned 6 fire spirits. They burned so hot that they were almost invisible, wavering shapes of solar heat that melted anything they touched. I flipped my visor open and chugged another mana potion, then slammed it down and closed with the badly shaken mortals. I no longer required any finesse to deal with this kind of foe. I realized that parrying and dodging were largely a waste of time. My sword could cut through theirs, and any lucky blow that made it through simply bounced off my armor. I'm my left hand. I carried the mace with death's source at the tip. When it slammed into people, the damage was catastrophic. The lucky ones were turned into red mist, reduced to splashes with a few surviving limbs scattered about. The unlucky ones were launched away from me in one piece, screaming in agony as their flesh melted where the buboes burst across their skin and acidic pus sprayed out. After the first one had been unlucky enough to avoid the insta-mist effect, I stopped in shock and stared at the thing in my hand. 6 blows slammed into me and snapped me out of my horrified reverie. A spin with sword and mace extended dealt with the nearby attackers, and I rushed forward to reach that bloody fool. Judging from the sprays of gore and the screams, Jandak was having a great time. When I burst through into the clear space around him, I threw a heal other at him, and his tattered skin began to knit back together. His weapon didn't just cut through iron armor or blades. He had to fight with skill and ferocity, qualities he possessed in abundant quantities. I stepped over the pile of corpses that formed a bulwark around my friend just as Koss arrived and started circling to the left. He was fighting with 2 short daggers crafted by Salk back at the pass. Where Jandak favored a swirling, flowing spear style, my brother-in-law was more than happy to duck and dive to get in close and slip a point between a chink in an opponent's armor. Armpits, groins, and throats were his primary targets, and I nodded in approval. It was very professional knife work. I used size on myself, my armor, and my weapons. I was now a mini Huskar, and I stomped in the opposite direction to Koss, working to clear more space for the wounded Jandak. I sent another heal his way, as I kicked people into pulp. Between Koss and me, the piles of corpses Jandak had made, and the roar of the rest of our teams catching up, the enemy began to back away slowly. No army on Earth could stand against a Shikrikin without one of their own, or some nightmare like the amalgams summoned with the borrowed power of a god's source. As I returned out my normal size, I opened the storage rings where I'd stashed our golem forces and released a swarm of bronze death, whirring mechanical terminators, bizarre constructs, and finally, Bob appeared on the battlefield. "Go have fun, Bob. Just watch out for their casters." "Understood, Raymond." The spider-legged gave me a mock salute with one of his killing tentacles and spun at the waist to rattle out into the mob around us, now clearly close to breaking. The first one tossed down his weapons, but was stabbed in the stomach by the man next to him, who roared a battle cry and charged towards the golems.
"That probably deserves a Darwin Award," I muttered.
"How's it going, big guy? Feel like you've got your honor back?" I asked Jandak, as I knelt beside him on one knee. He reached up and pulled an arrow or bolt from his shoulder and snapped it by clenching his fist. He glowed green for a moment, wounds knitting closed. "That was fun, but I could use another heal." I pulled out a pair of mana potions and passed one to him as I cast Heal Other again. I drank mine as he did likewise. I reached out to Glimpse and borrowed his senses. He'd been bombarding the main formations of living humans, perhaps 20,000 strong, an hour ago, but now happily reduced, with fireballs from the sky. We had devastated the enemy army. We had hit them from the southwest. The other advance team had hit them from the southeast. Both groups had cut paths deep into what had once been an orderly force, surrounded by a sea of undeath.
Marbo and Mulia seemed to have eaten their fill of zombies for now, and were focused on killing in the north. Quality also has a quantity of its own, to invert the old saying from Earth. I could see dead Huskar and nomads scattered about. We hadn't had this one all our own way. My main army was hurrying in from the north. The nomad cavalry was barely 20 minutes from joining the fight, and the legions weren't far behind them. In the south, the third advance team was hurrying to cut their way into the section we had missed when we launched our flanking maneuvers. We had them surrounded and outclassed. The human forces facing us directly were breaking and starting to bolt. The units to the rear that still had discipline were falling back towards the sea to the east. They didn't look like dolphins, so this was probably a bad move on their part. By the time they had their backs to the water, the main army would arrive and shatter whatever fragile morale they would be clinging to at that point. I sheathed my sword and helped Jandak back to his feet. He nodded his thanks and went scrabbling through the corpse piles to find his spear. "Just use another one," I called. "That one was my favorite," he grumbled as he began flipping bodies over. The rest of our unit had caught up with us and was streaming past us, driving the enemy towards their watery graves. "You know what he's like, Mond. No one loves his own spear as much as Jandak. Except maybe Halin," Koz yelled. "I'm going to keep pace with the others, and they might bump into a captain or a champion. No need to take heavier losses than we have to." He turned and broke into a loping run to catch up to the forward elements, who were slaughtering the routers and beginning to encounter knots of unbroken resistance.
Glimp settled on my shoulder, and I pulled out a mana potion from my little dive bomber. His beak dipped into the bottle, and he drank half of it greedily, then launched back into the sky. I looked at the remainder in the glass vial, shrugged with an armored clank, and knocked it back myself. I crushed the vial in my fist, slammed my visor closed, and set off after Jandak, who had found his spear, and Koss. I clanked across the torn and bloody remains of the battlefield, corpses crushing beneath my sabatons, and the heavy mace dragging a line in the dirt behind me. "Ray, the nomads have arrived from the north, and the third advanced element has reached the fight as well." I briefly observed from Glimpse's point of view. A wave of horsemen had crashed into what remained of the northern part of the horde. Archers showered them with arrows that erupted into fiery detonations of walls of lightning and flame.
As the enchanted or imbued spells faded away, the lancers who had followed in the archers' wake charged, while their ranged compatriots peeled away to either side and continued their barrage on a new section of the horde. The close combat nomads tore into the mob of undead, most losing or abandoning their lances and switching to maces or swords as they plowed deeper into the enemy. I nodded to myself in satisfaction as they pivoted to break off and regroup in good order. Professional. Without their lances, the next charge wouldn't be quite so devastating, but they had cut apart the zombies that had survived the Titan's passage. My monsters, not quite so hideous as Mortimer's had been, had reached the human lines, and the mortal regiments were folding as soon as they smashed into them. Their weapons were useless. Their spells seemed to do nothing. It was like the first time we had faced an amalgam, but the giant, armored boot was on the other foot this time. I felt a brief pang of sympathy for them, but the Titans killed quickly. There was none of the melting of their consciousnesses together and leaving them screaming in their own heads as their flesh shifted and warped, as had been the case with Ashrot. Splat, you're dead. Goodbye, and thanks for all the fish. I'd left a trail behind me, a long line carved by Death's mace. I was starting to catch up with my fighters, who were bogged down by some of Mortimer's champions. The casters weren't a threat. We were too close for either side to use magic effectively. We had started to run into the physical types. I bulled through to the front line and found Kaz at my shoulder. Jandak had once again leapt ahead into the midst of the enemy and was taking a beating. Stupid bastard. Shape Earth reached out, snatching the enemy into living graces and lifting my friend up and delivering him behind our lines. My mace flashed forward, arcing over my head and reducing a heavily armored warrior to something resembling a crushed beer can. I stomped forward and gained distance from the friendlies that a broad horizontal sweep of the mace cleared a 3-meter diameter circle around me. I strode on and repeated the process. Nomads' screams and huskers' roars rang out behind me as we pressed deeper, driving them before us. I noticed the sand when I realized I was sinking too deeply into the ground. The dunes stretched away ahead of me, dropping down towards the sea in the distance. The sun glinted off the waves as they rolled onto the shore uncaringly. Soon, they'd be carrying away the bodies of the enemy. We pushed them, drove them. Every inch was hard fought. They weren't breaking and running anymore. With the water at their backs, they knew they had nowhere to go. It was fight or die. They weren't up to matching us 1-to-1, but there were thousands of them. Crimson sand clung to our boots as desperate men swarmed us, taking down nomads and occasionally a husker. They couldn't stand against the fangs in me, though. We pushed on relentlessly. I'd phased out my Souls Harvested notification. I didn't know how many men I'd turned to paste or had wrought apart as they soared through the air away from me. I could hear the waves. Even over the screams and grunts, the sound of the sea reached me. I slammed the mace down and crushed yet another tin can man, then stepped over his remains. The waves were receding. No matter how quickly we moved, the waves were falling back. I looked down from my crow's eyes and froze dead in my tracks. Something clanged off my armor, but I was vaguely aware of Kaz removing the man's hand at the wrist, his dagger slipping between the plates of crude iron to send him reeling back, spraying blood across his terrified friends. I snatched at all the threads in my mind and soul and sent a single, overwhelming impulse that they couldn't help but obey. Retreat to high ground, now! Shot out from my mind to everyone I was bound to. Chapter 59. Chosen of the Waters. I looked down from glimpse, and sure enough, the tide was withdrawing rapidly. It was moving backwards at about the speed a normal man could sprint, dragging itself up into a massive wall of water that was sweeping towards us from the horizon. No, it was much closer than the horizon. It had become the horizon, distorting my sense of perspective. Glimpse, get Faye and the Coven into storage, and anyone else you can fit, but Faye and the baby are first. And what about you, Ray? the crow sent back even as he peeled around and shot towards the army in the north, throwing a few fireballs as he went for good measure. I'll be fine. For once, I followed my own orders. Half a mile behind us was a low hill, maybe 150 meters above sea level. It had been a bitch to fight our way up about 40 minutes ago, and I slashed out through the bonds to push everyone nearby in that direction. Then I slapped my haste amulet and blurred back and forth, sweeping my friends and allies into storage. I didn't have a necklace of beads like the bird did. I had half a dozen in the form of rings and stone beads on a necklace under my armor. My sword and armor vanished. I didn't need the weight, and suddenly I was moving much more easily across the sandy surface. I got most of the nomads in. Krill squawked indignantly as he saw me coming for him, having swept up the nomads who had survived our attack. Barely half of them had made it this far. While the legionaries had taken much lighter losses, they were too big to be able to store them away. Giant footsteps boomed as they sprinted for high ground, throwing up gouts of sand. The enemy was stumbling forward in confusion. We'd been slaughtering them, slowly but surely, a moment ago.
Their backs were to the sea, and they'd been fighting to the death. No more breaking and running. Now they launched a confused countercharge and tried to close on us as we retreated, but even the soulbound struggled to keep up with us. Once I had all the nomads, including my pissed-off-looking fangs, I slowed my retreat and stood at bay to serve as a rear guard. When one got too close, I would flash forward and pulp or melt him with a smashing blow from my mace, then scurry back to join my retreating husker. We slogged up the rise. The sand and dirt were slick with blood from our earlier fight, making the going hard. It didn't bother the husker. I was starting to think they had some kind of inbuilt magic to spread their weight, possibly linked to how they could move so quietly when the big bastards wanted to. Clumps of scarlet sand clung to my feet as I struggled to top and knocked my boots against the bottom of my mace to clear the crap off. Glimpse was back overhead now. If you've never seen a tidal wave sweep onto shore, you've never witnessed the total, utter indifference of the sea. Nothing can stand before it, a wall of salty goodness that is completely uncaring of anything humanity or geology can do. It will flow forward. Buildings, dams, and defenses mean nothing. All they do is channel the force in another direction. Nothing can stop Poseidon's wrath. Arresk! This bitch is fucking cheating! How about a few massive bronze shields to cover the army? I yelled at the sky as I chugged another mana potion. Shit. I was getting dangerously low on the precious items. I should have bought more before they limited the purchases. There is currently a rather fierce argument going on about this, Ray. I am not winning it. Kronos is annoyed to have lost his champion, and his voice carries considerable weight. You're the god of fucking war! How does this not fall within your control? I snapped at the clouds, and the huskar nearby shuffled away from me slightly, glancing upwards nervously. I'm in the fucking synod now. Don't push me, mortal. You aren't in any real danger, just your army. Good luck, kid. Gods are dicks. I cast Shape Earth once again and began forming a V-shaped bulwark in front of your refuge. It was far too low, but it was all we had. I pulled the sand up higher and higher, forming a solid structure as I hardened the sand and dirt into something akin to granite. Not high enough. I ran back and forth along the length. I could hear Bon bellowing orders to his mages to hold their magic, to prepare to use ice shields to support my puny defenses. I had no time for them now. If they were going to live, I had to make sure this hill survived relatively intact. I pulled up another layer. The wall was nearly 15 meters tall now. I checked with Glimpse, and sure enough, the water that had seemed to run away from us was on its way back with a vengeance. Mana potion, multiple Shape Earth spells, a frantic cycle as I tried to build a wall tall and strong enough to resist what that scaly-titted bitch was sending at me.
I began sculpting the upper levels with a protruding lip that curled over towards the sea and would hopefully help divert the water away, stop it from washing over us and swamping our little hill. I smashed some idiot in iron undies with my death mace as he leapt up to interfere with my work, and he spiraled away towards the coast with a scream as his skin boiled away from his bones. The sound of a tsunami is not something that can be compared to anything I have ever heard. It starts with silence, and that absence gradually builds to a gentle roar. It is the sound of inevitability. Nothing a man can do can hope to stand against it. I was now swatting desperate soldiers off my wall with the mace as they scrambled to escape the coming calamity. It became clear that they were no longer a threat. They'd dropped their weapons, and most of them had hurriedly shrugged off their armor to make scaling my breakwater easier. I started catching the wrists of desperate men and tossing them over my shoulder to be taken into custody by the Huskar behind me. The humans looked pathetically grateful, hugging the ankles and knees of the armored giants that towered over them and corralled them towards the front of the hill. Not smart. If the tide washed over us, having 80 kilos of idiots smash into your knees was probably not going to help you keep your feet. But whatever, I was busy chucking them towards safety. I'm not a monster, whatever Poseidon might have told my fellow competitors. I checked with glimpse. Shit. I rose up on a spire of stone from the pinnacle of my impromptu dam. The sea was coming back in force, sliding up the coast and obliterating the parts of Mortimer's army who had run the hardest and were closest to the shoreline. It was like watching a spillage in slow motion. It seemed to creep, slowly but inexorably, from above. When I switched back to my own eyes, there was nothing slow about it. The water surged inland, swallowing the beach and what remained of Mortimer's army. "Did you get them?" I sent to the bird. "Yes, Raymond. Fayella, your son, and the coven are safe. If I die, find my body and let the nomads out of my rings?" "You will not die." I wasn't so fucking confident. I recast the spell and drank part of one of the pure mana potions. Sand and dirt flowed in from behind me, forcing the Huskar and our prisoners to retreat to the west. They didn't retreat very far because the water soon surrounded us and began sucking away to the high ground like a pensioner with a boiled sweet. The breakwater was holding, but it was bugger all use to the poor bastards who used to serve Mortimer. Frantic fingers clawed at the wall I'd thrown up before they were swept away, either by the tide or by the bodies of their comrades bouncing off them and knocking them loose from their fragile hold on safety. I was reinforcing the bulwark, pulling up dirt from beneath the ground and packing it in to replace the outer surface as the torrent wore away at it. I could feel the threads in my mind snapping as hundreds, thousands of my soulbound were snuffed out by the bubbling death Mortimer and Poseidon had unleashed on us. In the distance, halfway to where the shore used to be, a waterspout rose up, a match to my stone one, and began moving towards us. I could feel the bastard at the top of it. He practically glowed in my mind, and if I shut my eyes, I could track every wobble and shift as he drew closer to me. The bodies swirling past us began to reverse direction, flowing back towards the waterspout. Corpses flowed up it, melting and merging together until a 15-meter-tall version of Mortimer stood atop his watery spike, drawing ever closer to me. The skin was still pink and brown. These corpses were all fresh, and rot hadn't had time to set in yet. "Fucking necromancers," I grumbled. Necro Mortimer stopped a dozen emtras away from me and glared down at me. "Failed immortal. My lady has lent me her strength with which to smite you," he cried, raising a gigantic fist and shaking it at the sky. What a dickhead. I unleashed a barrage of fireballs from my rings, completely depleting them as a dozen burning orbs flashed out. Tendrils of flesh whipped out to intercept most of them.
One sank through and obliterated the hand he threw up to keep it away from his core. You think such pathetic magic can affect me? I am the chosen of the waters, destined for godhood. I will—
Christ, bloke! What the fuck happened to you? I knew you from Earth, remember? Fat, balding, up your own arse, and sufficiently evil I'd have happily offed you. You were the worst of them. I negotiated with the soldier, struck an accord with the scholar and the narcissist. I even tamed the warrior. You held his wife and kid hostage, I yelled. And you killed him. Probably them as well. How many cities have you burned? My cities, you fuck! You stole them from me! You can't play chess with a pigeon. It will knock all the pieces over, shit on the board, and still think it won. I was done talking to him. Whatever he'd gone through since he came here, he was a fucking lunatic now. No trace of sanity remained. I tensed as I prepared to attack, but beams of light and darkness shot past my spire and sliced into his augmented body. He hadn't been expecting the magic from my Huskar, and chunks of his corpse form were blasted away, holes punched through in places that gradually began to close. He screamed in rage and rushed forward. I spun my mace in one hand as my midnight black armor appeared over me and crouched. 3 gray blurs shot past beneath me, rising up to reach my enemy. Huskars in gray robes and matte armor flew into the corpse god. They didn't make a sound, like all good Umbrati. The secretive and silent guardians of the Legion met the monster and latched on with their free hands, short swords the length of a man flashing faster than mortal eyes could follow. Mortimer screamed in rage again and started trying to pull the tenacious giants off, cursing as he crushed the first one into pink ooze that he then absorbed into his body. That was not good. The amalgams had had a similar ability, but he was much faster to incorporate the bodies than they had been. I pulled a stone out of the belt pouch that hung on my sword belt. Just a pebble. A simple rock that I had enchanted with my highest-level fireball spell. I bounced it a couple of times in my palm as I waited for my opportunity. He cast off the second Umbrati, who fell into the water and was washed away inland by the now ebbing tsunami. The third was viciously stabbing him where his balls would be if that were a real body. I respected the effort and the commitment to fighting dirty. The pebble flicked out as Mortimer reached down to deal with his assailant. Another barrage of spells flew from my allies, perfectly timed to conceal the seemingly harmless pebble. Tendril flickered and spells detonated too soon, but my little rock, like the very first ones I'd enchanted for Krill all those months ago, slipped through his defense and slammed into the head of the thing. A sphere of destruction appeared, wiping out the top third of his body and launching my remaining Umbrati into the water below. I followed after the stone, arriving on the torso of the monster a second after it detonated. I cast wildfire and combustion, lines of cloying flame spreading out around me as my now incandescent body melted my way into the corpse thing. Where are you hiding, you little shit? Chapter 60. Faye would pluck me I couldn't smell, for which I was profoundly grateful, and I wasn't certain how I was able to breathe. As far as I could tell, my lungs were currently transformed into fire as well. Fingers scratched and clawed at me as the thing shifted like the Amagams had. But this was just a baby in comparison to Ashrot, and I'd burned enough of them from the inside to know how to deal with it. I found something that didn't just melt and latched on with one hand. Muffled screams echoed around me as I pulled my catch into a fiery embrace. Clouds of putrescent gases erupted around me, and my health started ticking down rapidly. I pulled, levering myself against something relatively solid, some crafted structure of bone in the corpse thing's pelvis. Poseidon! His face emerged from the muck, a tendril of metamorphic flesh snapping clear of his mouth as he sucked a ragged breath of the air that was both scaldingly hot from my magic and toxic and rotten from his. "Tell her I'm coming for her next," I growled as I pulled the fat man into a hug. His tunic resisted. It was shop-bought like my own, but he must not have taken the fire or the life affinities. His clothes weren't destroyed, but being so close to me caused his fat to start to boil under his skin, and he screamed as steam burst from his pores and rents appeared in his flesh as the pressure sought any possible release. My body flickered and faded, and his skin began to suck at the mass of corpses around us to knit itself back together. I'd left my mace back on the spire. Fucking unprofessional, and I cursed myself, but it had seemed like a fairly useless weapon when it came to digging into a pile of dead bodies. He flailed and fought back. Despite the damage I'd done, he looked to be healing quickly through whatever high-level death spell he was using. I snatched a breath and coughed brutally. The air was thick with poison. My eyes were watering, and everything had become a blur. But I still had a grip on the bastard. I didn't need to see him. He glowed in my mind as Hunter's gaze had locked onto him completely. His flesh and muscles squirmed and twisted, but I wasn't letting go, and I clearly had an advantage in terms of strength. One hand found his face, and I drove my index finger into his eye, feeling it pop, spraying fluid across my face. My thumb forced its way into his mouth as my other hand found the back of his head. Then I clenched everything. My finger and thumb struggled for a moment, the bone of his skull putting up a steadfast resistance. But then there was a crack, and thumb and forefinger pinched together somewhere in his brain. The hand behind his head pulled forward and squeezed at the same time. My hands met somewhere in the middle of what had once been his head. My left fist encased in my right hand, like Bruce Lee saluting a master. "One of the 6 has fallen. Raymond Cobbler has killed Robert Mortimer. The 2nd exile has fallen. Raymond will have access to a curated selection of rewards for taking the 2nd step on his true path. Shikrakeen, slain ×1. No souls harvested. Choose one of the following rewards. Stolen power. You will inherit the water affinity from Robert Mortimer, spells unlocked to his levels. Bargain prices. Shop costs reduced by 90%. A boon from a god of your choosing. Make your choice." I was falling, bits of corpse thing tumbling around me. The tsunami had spent its fury, and huge swaths of my army were gone. The waters were still deep, and now a terrible riptide was pulling everything out to sea. The waterspout had gone. Mortimer and the bodies he'd melted together were falling just above me towards the waters below. "I choose the boon," I yelled as I slammed into the water, tons of inanimate flesh landing on top of me and forcing me deep underwater. Everything became a whirlwind of bubbles and murk. I couldn't tell what was up or down as I tumbled through the liquid, being dragged down and out to sea. I kicked and fought, but couldn't escape, couldn't find air to breathe. Gradually, my efforts became weaker as my oxygen-starved muscles began to flag. The bits of Mortimer's construct kept battering me and pushing me down. I couldn't touch the bottom to use Shape Earth, couldn't think of anything as my brain started to shut down. They say that drowning is a peaceful way to go once you're past the panic. After that first lungful of water, it's like going to sleep. That is bollocks. My heart thundered as I snatched a breath of water, the last of my air escaping in a damp cough. My eyes slid closed, and darkness took me. After a moment of limbo,
I found myself back in the meeting place of the gods.
Aresk stood over me in his full Titan form. Kronos and Poseidon were both scowling at me from across the neutral zone, where the divine auras mingled. Aphrodite and Death both smiled and nodded to me in a worryingly friendly way. Thoth was inscrutable with his raven head. Beady bird eyes stared fixedly at me, like I was an interesting lump of carrion to be eaten. "Which god do you want a boon from?" asked Aphrodite. "I've got a wonderful idea for you." She undulated forward and held up a golden apple. "I choose Kronos," I snapped. "You killed my champion, and you are currently drowning back on Earth. I am not sure this is wise." He kept switching appearances from young to old while he talked, but his voice was a constant boom. "You should force Poseidon to give you a boon. Like gills." "You won't let me drown. Poseidon cheated. Mortimer couldn't summon that tidal wave. No mortal could." "She cheated, so you won't let me drown." "That's my boy." Aresk stepped over me and shrank down to be merely very large, as opposed to gigantic. "The boy's right. The wave can't be his end." "Bullshit! He's going to drown, and the fish will eat his eyes," Poseidon barked. The tentacles that replaced her legs slapped back and forth angrily. "No, fish tits, he won't," my patron said in my defense. "I agree with Aresk. This is far too interesting to let it end now. He will not drown." The gods stood, and their lips moved, but I couldn't hear anything. Aresk gesticulated wildly, agitated and argumentative. Poseidon smirked and winked at me, and Kronos gave me his ever-changing stare. After several minutes of this, Kronos made a cutting motion with his hand, and suddenly I could hear them again. "Very well, Raymond. You have asked for a boon from old Father Time. So a boon you shall have. The gift of foresight is yours. Much good may it do you." No one appreciates a prophet in their own time, especially not one whose future contains only violence and war. Boon of Kronos Limited, Prescience. See into the future. The closer to the present you look, the more accurate the vision will be. "So we're agreed?" asked Aresk. "I haven't fucking agreed," I said quickly. "You've got your boon. Beyond that, mortal, I'm afraid your opinion doesn't matter at all." "I concur." Thoth nodded his beaked head definitively. "Now wait a second. What about Poseidon? She needs to be punished for cheating," I argued. Bird-like eyes, so similar to glimpses, glared back at me. "Her punishment is none of your concern. Your fortunate escape from Davy Jones's locker and my clutches is part of it. The rest is not your concern," said Death. He was in his dapper human appearance, as he had been when I claimed his source. "I'm sorry, boy, but this is how it has to be," Aresk said sadly. "My fucking army! The cheating bitch killed half my fucking army!"
"I want her head," I snarled, and the goddess snorted and blew a bubble in my direction, which Aresk blocked with one arm. "Nothing to do about it now, Ray. Go on." He waved a hand, and rage boiled up in me, and as the world faded, I threw myself forward to try and snatch at the aquatic goddess with my bare hands. I faded from that world before I was halfway across the distance. Was I hanging in limbo? Or was this the way they were sparing me from drowning? I couldn't tell. Finally, some pressure forced me to cough, and I spat a lungful of water down my front as I struggled to sit up. The sea here was normal, not covered in floating corpses, no riptide or devastated landscape. I reached out with one hand and pushed the hair out of my eyes. I was tangled in seaweed, and I pulled it away from my body in thick clumps. This seemed to be a perfect desert island, with tropical trees, balmy weather, and crystal blue seas. I reached out and found that the threads that remained in my mind were all impossibly far away. I used my other sense, the semi-divine one. The two poles in the east that drew my mind like a compass needle seemed to be about as far away as they had been before. The one to the southeast was a lot closer. Perhaps a few 100 miles now, as opposed to thousands.
"I'm coming, Ray," sent Glimpse.
"What about the army?" I asked him.
"Rooted. The Legion is gathering the survivors and marching back to Urkash. I've told them you're alive. I can take you back north in storage. Maybe. Maybe not."
I emptied my storage rings of people, and just over 200 nomads spread out around me, moving to investigate the island without being asked. Spears poked suspiciously at the alien-seeming vegetation. "You always take us to the loveliest places. Where the fuck are we? And where's the rest of the army? Where's Halin?" growled Jandak.
"We're somewhere in the south."
"What happened?"
"Why didn't you let us fight?" asked one of the nomads whose name I didn't know.
"You can't fight a tsunami. I saved your lives. A lot of the army wasn't so lucky. When Glimpse gets here, you can get a ride back if you want. But I get the feeling this is not a very subtle hint as to what I'm supposed to do next from those dickhead gods." I stared towards my next target on the horizon.
"You going to sprout wings?" Krill asked.
"We're not a people famous for nautical skills, Mond. I think we can work something out. Here." I extended a hand and he took it. I passed him 50,000 souls and did the same for Kos and Jandak. "I assume my sister is well?" asked Cod with an arched eyebrow. 300 grand gone in an instant. It was less than half of what I had. I started doing the numbers. Call it 215 survivors here with me. Carry the one. Yeah, this could work. And I'd still have plenty left for Faye and the Coven when Glimpse dropped them off.
On second thought, it might be better to have Glimpse take the women back to Urkash. I was not looking forward to the berating I was going to get. Faye would pluck me, stuff me, and feed me to you roasted if I kept her in storage, Raymond. Fair enough. We'd best let her stretch her legs before she goes home. I looked to the south and saw the empty ocean that stretched out ahead of me. I could sense my next target. Maybe this one could be left alone? Maybe I should just go back to Urkash. I had an empire to run in the north. My eyes were locked in the direction of that threatening, glowing beacon in my mind.